hope satisfied on when I'm with you and I hope satisfied with you and I 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 when I with you and I
What's going on? What is up? What is up? What is up? What's going on? Check it out. I got my fall hat on. It's cold, dude. It's cold out here today. It's weird. um, there are Kremlin coins today? No. I was looking at all that stuff though. Um, I was I didn't look at the indictment yet, but it was like, you know, like I don't know, dude. Like RT is like I would say, a more credible news outlet than like pretty much any corporate media we have here. Um, and you know, like there is like an editorial bias to it, but it's like a minuscule compared to the shit that we have. Had to close the windows. Yeah, I I had to. They're all closed. Um, but like they cover stories like in a serious adult way that I none of the bullshit we have here would ever do anything like that because it's like if you do that, it's like you're gonna give the game away because people are gonna see that you were fucking corrupt, right? But like they have like a tag on their thing that's like accusations of election interference or something. And if you look at it, it goes back to like July, um, them being like, "Oh, fucking Putin and Kim Jong Un are gonna, they're gonna, they're gonna fuck up the election somehow." And it just like it looks to me like they're trying to like lay the groundwork for this story to eventually come out. Like they had a meeting in July and decided this is what they were gonna do. Um, it's just like it's just too perfect, man. Way too perfect. Like and so out of line with like the shrewd operator we've been watching for the past year. Um, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but like I think I think erring on the side of being suspicious whenever there's a story like this that features like two like like the two tent poles of like like the bad guys from the Democrats' perspective, right? It's like fucking Tim Pool and all these chud influencers and fucking Putin, right? Um to have them collaborating on such a like an obvious scheme, right? That like they were able to like could think about like how little evidence they've had before when they've made these accusations, and then now when they're able to like press charges and proceed with the indictment and all before anybody knew anything about it. Like, I mean, come on. Like, so they've been what, like tapping the phone lines or something, trying to like monitor like Tim Pool's communications. I mean, yeah, I'm like, but that's the thing though, right? That's like the demon rats, like all their pathetic shit. It ends up not even that it makes them look like, victims or whatever, but like it makes them look dishonest when it starts falling apart again, like, it did for like several years under Trump. It was like all the Russiagate shit. They kept fucking making these hyperbolic comments and then they couldn't find anything. Mueller was doing that shit for 3 years and didn't find anything. Like, I think ultimately, they ended up looking worse. They would have been better off had they not brought it up at all. I think like ultimately, like that ended up having a net negative effect on them. Um, I don't think anybody really believes it, the narrative, right? That's like, oh, Trump is bought by the Russians. I don't think anybody believes that when you look at like, again, like they said, it's like Trump has like he put historic sanctions on them that were at the time, it's different now, but like at the time, um, unheard of, like unprecedented, like the largest sanctions ever. Um, not something you do to your like, your benefactor or your homie or whatever. Um, Obama gave them blankets. I gave them, mm, what are they called? Something missiles. um, mm, Javelin missiles. Um, and it's like, so the indictment has these two RT. Let's look at the indictment. Hold on. Like, there's these two RT employees, but I haven't heard anybody kind of make the connection between them and the Kremlin, which again, you have to do that, right? If you're accusing a foreign government of running an influence operation, it can't just be two Russian people who worked at RT in the past, right? Like, that is, I would say, again, like I'm saying, it's like when it backfires, it's going to backfire. There's going to be like, paid enough when the other guy was getting, yeah, well, Javelin missiles, Obama phones. Um, Obama gave them Obama phones. I gave them Javelin missiles. I don't know, where's the thing? I was just listening to Crystal and Kyle, and it was so annoying. Um, where is it? Here. Let's see. Yep. I don't want any fucking beef with Chad again. Okay, good. Thank God. Okay. Let's see. First of all, the fact that the sealed indictment leaks, right? Which is also shady in and of itself. Okay. Oh, state-controlled media outlet funded and directed by the government of Russia. Also, unclear how true that is, based on like, Abby Martin stories about it, right? Like, yeah, sure, they are definitely like, like they have people at the fucking somewhere that they coordinate with. Yeah, I saw it was unsealed, sorry. Unsealed, which again, not sure why you do that for a thing that's, barely even percolating through the court yet, but okay. Um, it's kind of, that's like, unexpected, which, if this was the opposite, I am pretty sure it wouldn't have happened. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Though they banned all the Al-Qassam channels. Really? It's like, the Chuds always say this, but it happens to be true. It's like, oh, historically, the people who do the censorship are never the good guys. I mean, they use it dishonestly and incorrectly, but, point still stands. Ultimately forced to cease formal operations. RT was sanctioned, dropped by distributors, and ultimately forced to cease formal operation. I mean, just like all from the jump, like the narrative bias is already quite apparent, right? Um, ceased look at it, formal operations in the U.S., Canada, the U.K., and the EU. You mean you fucking strong armed your allies into dropping them and told the cable channels that they better do it or else they'd be in trouble, right? Yeah. Um, in response, RT created, in the words of its editor in chief, an entire empire of covert projects designed to shape public opinion in Western audiences. Look, you see how they have this artful quote, you know, uh, deployed like that? The entire empire of covert projects, which again, I mean, we'll have to see where that's sourced from, but designed to shape public opinion and then they have Western audiences in quotes again, like as if that was a like they want you to think that was a sentence, that was one quote. Um, RT's covert projects, because I guarantee you, so many fucking media people who read through this, they certainly did. Um, is funding and direction of a Tennessee-based online content creation company. So again, this is what's their source for this, right? Nowhere to be found. Um, Over at least the past year, RT and its employees, including Konstantin Kalishnikov and Elena Afanasavaya, Kaylina, the defendants, have deployed nearly $10 million laundered through a network of foreign shell entities to covertly fund and direct U.S. Company One. I mean, maybe it could be a situation where, like this Elena person was in, like, here's your fucking spending money, spend it wisely, and she's a moron, or something like that, who thought Tim Pool was worth that much. I mean, how furious would you be if your like spy master, your foreign? First of all, again, like I said the other day, wouldn't it make more sense to have some like not suspicious Russians doing this if he was just, you know, like DMing Tim Pool, like, Tucker Carlson segments? What, like, you didn't think you'd just like have somebody who's not like an RT employee and under, I'm sure, frequent surveillance? Um, Say English language videos to multiple social media channels, blah blah blah. Okay, and that's like Tim Pool's channel or whatever, right? That's the tenant. Um, Using multiple fake personas. Fonseva edited, posted, and directed the posting by U.S. Company One of hundreds of videos. Again, like I just would expect something like this, an explosive comment like that, to be documented and not just fucking stated, right? Um, Everyone is having a good time mocking them and we thinking about the big picture rationally. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I am not enjoying it because I know the backlash is going to be worse than had nothing happened at all. Right? I think this is going to be a swing and a miss, and it's going to be super annoying hearing the libs freak out about this for the next 5 years, and then the hogs doing their victory lap when they're fucking, exonerated, right? I'm just dreading it already. Like, I mean, think about it. That's gonna suck. Let's see. Um, It's just like, what is the point of doing that, though? I don't even see like what they get out of this, too, right? When like their Telegram channels, I'm sure, are significantly more influential and reach a much wider audience of people who are actually swayable. Like those Tim Pool's audience are not like thinking critically about the world and like forming their opinions. It's just they're fucking, you know, like calling them NPCs is like a insult to NPCs. Issues in U.S. immigration, inflation, and other topics related to domestic and foreign policy. The views expressed in the videos are not uniform. The subject matter and content of the videos are often consistent with the government of Russia's interest in amplifying U.S. domestic divisions. I mean, again, this is not like a through line here, right? Like they say that like criticizing Israel is amplifying domestic divisions, right? Like that's such a vague fucking criteria here, and it's arguably accomplished with every single news story published by any outlet, right? Like the media here is so partisan and tribalized that like they can't help but amplify divisions, just anything they report, because they are basically existing in like their own separate realities, you know? Um see. Oh, and RT's Telegram channel has been banned, right? Um, like I remember, like back when I was on using Telegram a lot, like you would click on links and it would take you there, and it would be like, oh, fucking banned. But it's not like they needed it though, is what I'm saying. It's like there's so many fucking channels on there of like people who have much more credibility than Tim Pool, who are sharing these kinds of stories organically because they agree with them, or like, for many reasons. You don't like need to pay people to amplify your stories, because again, it's like there's millions of people around the world doing this every day, you know. um let's see. Since publicly launching, Company One has posted nearly 2,000 videos. It's just like, I mean, watching the way that they did the previous round with the, Huru and those California separatists or whatever. um they play incredibly fast and loose with these words, these descriptions. Like, it could very well be that it's like a fucking, like a Roman Abramov guy, right? Like, that's his name, right? The guy who owns Chelsea, or used to. Somebody like that, right? With billions of dollars, spending it on like wanting to see Tim Pool, like as like a vanity project for like his favorite, chud influencers. And the whole like pro Russia angle is, it's like, I'm okay, fine, maybe this is a rich Russia guy, right? But like, I mean, I guess we'll see. But 16 million views. I mean, I don't know, can't check that, but whatever. Um, let's see. U.S. company never disclosed that it was funded and directed by RT, because it wasn't funded and directed by RT. Like, this is, you know what I mean? Like, this kind of thing that, like, if you submit this to the judge is going to, they're going to need to see documentation of this, right? That's what I mean. This indictment, this unsealed indictment, is like not a serious like court document, Nor did U.S. company or its two founders, executives, register with the Attorney General as an agent of foreign principal as required by law. Also worked together to deceive two U.S. online commentators, who respectively have over 2.4 million subscribers. It's Company One, 16 million views. I guess that's Tenet Media, right? Um, yeah, and that must be Chen, founder one and founder two, right? Um, and I guess that's fucking, Tim Pool and the other guys. Let's see. Contracted with commentators to produce videos using commentator one and two's own names, okay, and leveraging their existing audiences for license and publication by U.S. Company One. That's the stupid fucking podcast. Work together to mask U.S. Company One's true source of funding, i.e., RT, by falsely portraying to commentator one and two that U.S. Company One was sponsored by a private investor named Edward Gregorian. In truth and in fact, Gregorian was a fictional persona. For example, during contract negotiations, commentator one requested that founder one provide a profile or article on Edward Gregorian. Yeah, we've heard this by now a million times. Um, Which again, like, Kyle was also trying to pretend that like this was like dubious, and like, who the fuck would, like, if they hand me a resume of the guy, right? Why would you even like presume that it was fucking a fraudulently made up thing? It's like Kyle seemed to imply that like, oh, he should have known better. Um, okay. Background on Russia influence operations. Okay, I mean, again, it's like the I mean, the like way that they described everything is like state funded and directed media outlet when it's like really convenient that you have all of these corporate channels that are owned by the oligarchs who are the true, you know, the true leadership of this country, right? Um, yeah, like the comparison, right? It's like they were able to frame everything that is like not, it's like outside the norms that we have here. It's constantly trying to frame it as nefarious and like undemocratic or whatever, when it's just like every other country has a state funded outlet because, like, you know, otherwise it wouldn't be very fair to you to have this giant media fucking like these major networks that are just going to parrot whatever, you know, like whatever you tell them to, or, you know, or worse. It's what I mean, from what I can tell, they seem to be worse. Like like I said, RT seems to be more accurate than any of the corporate channels here, right? Fox, a state-funded media outlet. No, it's Rupert Murdoch. Which again is like, I think, trying to imply that like, oh yeah, RT has an angle, but Rupert Murdoch doesn't. Is, I think, does the public a disservice, right? Um, It must complete tasks given by the state. Which again, I trust Abby Martin's story. I've heard her interviewed about this multiple times, and she said nobody ever fucked with her or anybody in her department or asked her to do anything, and she frequently reported critical information, like critical stories. Like she did say there was one guy there though who was in contact with the Kremlin. That's true. Um, like one of the head producer guys or whatever. Um, Disinformation and propaganda, which again, I would disagree with that characterization wholeheartedly, right? Um, like go look on the web on RT right now and tell me what's disinformation or propaganda, right? Like, it makes like it's just like our shit is so heavy-handed in comparison, right? Um, Leveraging its international network to the international network that you just described, how everybody was kicking them out because they were so evil. Okay, that network, got it. The government of Russia's message to foreign audiences and using its guise as a conventional media outlet. Again, do you think anybody in the world thinks it's a conventional media outlet? Like every YouTube video, every single thing that they're mentioned, it's a fucking giant asterisk, like, oh, fucking state funded, blah blah blah. Um, I mean, it's called Russia Today. Well, MySpace, which is probably why, yeah, right. Um, I think if I recall at the time, the MySpace was already on the way out, right? Um, because it was, it had a brief moment in the sun, but like there was already other social media. Like back then, you could actually do your own social media network, and you'd have a chance to succeed. Unlike now, where it's just, you know, Truth Social is a lost leader. Justin Timberlake owned it at some point, really? MySpace? Oh. Yeah, that's actually true. Yeah. Um, is most obvious when it reports on matters of importance to the government of Russia, such as public opinion about Ukraine in the U.S. Um, I mean, okay, like this is truthful, right? I don't know about this, but public opinion about Ukraine in the U.S. like they are heavy-handed when it comes to Ukraine. I guess, but like again, compared to what, right? Like compared to the outlets here, which I would say are more heavy-handed and more dishonest and like much more parodying like the whatever the State Department line is, right? Um, is when direct propaganda is not effective, RT has pursued malign influence campaigns in countries opposed to its policies, including the U.S., in an effort to sow domestic divisions and thereby weaken opposition to the government of Russia objectives. I mean, come on. It's just like, it's incredible to me that they are pursuing this again. It's like Justin Timberlake tries to bring MySpace back. Like, yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, I just don't know what success they had running Russiagate the first time that they were like, oh, we're going to do that again. When it's just, you know, the people who believe it are the people who are already on your side and are not going anywhere. And then it makes everybody else hate you more, you know? RT's coverage of the UK's exit from the European Union in 2016, and an RT journalist recalled to an academic researcher, I asked my editor, what's RT's line for this Brexit? And he said, anything that causes chaos is RT's line. I mean, which, like, I think that's not comparable, right? I mean, I don't know. I was just looking at the website. Um, the rage bait, like, it used to be a lot more of that with like, oh, fucking tampon Tim type stories, right? Um, I don't know if they. I didn't see any when I was looking at it a minute ago, but I'm sure there's some there. But like, see what I'm saying? It's like they're accurately covering what Trump said, right? And there's this story about U.S. meddling, right? Right? It's like they would refer to this as like overt fucking disinformation or whatever. Like that's what they mean when they say shit like that in the here. Is like talking about Maduro, like honestly. Or this, right? France to pay for Ukrainian weapons with Russian funds. It's like it's overtly inconvenient for them, for the West, right? This is like, yes, they are reporting unflattering, true information that like hurts their geopolitical aims. Sure, right? But like your geopolitical aims should be able to withstand the type of casual scrutiny you get in like a 5-minute article. Um, or like this, right? It's just like this is. Does anybody see anything that's like not, you know? Let's see what this is. Um, openly said Washington needs Ukraine's natural resources and that therefore military aid to the country must continue until Kiev is able to win its conflict with Russia. Yeah, right. Um, look, that's what I'm saying. It's like our people just say it. They're like the Israelis. They just fucking say it. They're sitting on trillions of dollars worth of minerals that could be good to our economy. So I want to keep helping our friends in Ukraine. We can win this. They need our help. It's like they're just saying. They just said. They're just like, whoa. And then they write an article about that, and then the Justice Department calls that like misinformation or whatever. And it's just like the fact that like stories that are like in their wheelhouse happen to be inconvenient for you, that doesn't make it like propaganda or misinformation or whatever the fuck they're trying to say it is like that is just how the media is supposed to operate, right? They're supposed to report on, important news stories, whether or not they're convenient for the hegemon, right? And now it's not loading. Whatever. um, let's see. Um, in or about March 2022. Okay. Banned. Okay, so the EU, UK, and Canada banned RT, and it ceased operations in the US after major television distributors dropped the network. And this too, right? they dropped it. I would bet any amount of money it was after, like, uncomfortable conversations with, like, State Department officials. Project Grandpa on a Leash. What? U.S. president is actually a secret Kremlin asset, and he's being teleoperated by lost Soviet technology. What?
Докладываю, проект по вмешательству в новые выборы США выходит на финальную стадию. Чипирование объекта провели успешно. Операция прошла под личным контролем. Все прекрасно функционирует. Еще на базе советских разработок. В команде только лучшие специалисты. Тамара Михайловна, помашите в камеру.
What do you mean, dude? Can you imagine CNN putting something funny like this out?
Работаем четко, профессионально, не привлекая внимания. Сегодня готовы, наконец, переходить к следующему этапу. К праздникам подготовили объекту новую прошивку. Загружайте русификатор.
Yo, what up, Cushy? That looks like an impersonator more than like an AI, by the way. There's like a Russian guy that looks like Brandon.
Моя кровь от отца. Я русский, и мне повезло. Я русский, всему миру разло.
К американским выборам допилим. В следующем году будет интересно. Годовой доклад окончен. С Новым годом! Служу России.
Help. Please, help. Помогите.
See, they admitted it. They admitted it. I mean, was that was actually RT, or was that like a spoof? I mean, I think that's funny. I think like which again is like, this is what you do when you are not guilty of, like when you have clean hands, you can make videos like that, right? Like I feel like let's see. All right.
I grew up on the crime side, the New York Times side.
What's up, dude? Nirvana? It's a good idea. That's a good idea. In utero lot. Ooh, I haven't heard this yet. Yeah, great first chat. Welcome in. Okay, let's see. RT itself is boasted broadcasting despite the bans and lack of formal distribution channels in the US, Canada, the UK, and the EU. Continue to use RT to direct disinformation and propaganda at Western audiences. Which, I mean, I just disagree with this characterization, and I think when you speak in hyperbolic ways like that, like, it's just like, that's not like You know that's not like a firmly grounded claim that's like not going to bite you in the ass, right? It's just like, who wrote this? Like, a Russian television appearance that public opinion in the West is changing very rapidly and very cheerfully. Yes. Yeah. No, again, see how they do artfully putting the quotes in and out of the quote, right? Like they use the important stuff, then they put like, the operative words will, be, supplied by them, not in quotations, right? Because like, yes, public opinion in the West is changing rapidly and cheerfully, right? Like, sure. What did this guy say? Mhm. Trump is. Really, dude? Trump? Really? What do you like about Trump? Oh man, I had such high hopes for you. Let's see. Mm, I mean, yeah, like I would agree with this. Public opinion is changing. I mean, sure, due in part to RT. Yeah, I guess. Um, let's see. Uh, Being banished everywhere, RT had built an enormous network and an entire empire of covert projects that is working with the public opinion, bringing truth to Western audiences. Again, like I guess this is like Telegram channels and like fucking Facebook pages and like shit like that, right? Like they did. What do you mean they did? Um, let's see. Which again, it's like typical behaviors. Like they have like the one guy's quote from his interview on Russian TV where he's probably speaking, artfully or whatever. Like I got to know the context, but like, you know, they try to make something that was probably pretty innocent seem like incredibly nefarious. And it's like, yeah, this has been my experience with them bringing truth to Western audiences, right? Like, if you have something to like if you are accusing them of lying, maybe I'm old fashioned, but like I think you need to like demonstrate how they're lying. You can't just say they're lying and have everybody agree, like, oh yeah, sure, dude. They do that with everything now too. It's right. It's like I noticed it with the Palestine protesters, right? It was like they just write the anti-Semitic protest or the anti-Israel protest or whatever, and it's like you should demonstrate why you're saying that, right? You can't just say that. Like, you have to show what what's going on there. Let's see what else. Background, okay. Citizen of Russia is a deputy chief of digital media projects department, member of an internal RT email distribution list reserved for leaders at RT, and manages multiple RT covert distribution channels in the US. I would love to see what this covert distribution channels. I mean, that's I would bet any amount of money that's just like social media, right? Let's see. And again, it's probably social media that is like any kind of like, like honest assessment of Russia is going to be like they are going to consider that an RT covert distribution channel, right? Like probably every Telegram channel that like reports honestly about the Ukraine fucking war, they're going to label a covert distribution channel. Let's see. It's like the same thing we say. This comes up frequently, but like when you have relinquished your responsibility to accurately report the truth, that gap is filled in by others that you may not have as much influence on as you would like, right? This has been a well-documented phenomenon in the last 10 years or so. Yeah, exactly. It's just social media, right? Let's see. As set forth below, Founder 1, okay, introduced Kalishnikov to U.S. Company 1 employees. Okay, so that's Lauren Chen, right? So, like, friendly with this fucking dude from... That name sounds familiar, too. I feel like I've seen this guy around, like, this guy's come up in some other context. See. Introduced to U.S. Company 1's employees and affiliates as a purported outside editor. Okay? Which, okay, so, again, right? All right, hold on, we'll get to it. Let's see. Employees and affiliates, purported outside editor, and Kalishnikov edited U.S. Company 1 content without disclosing that he was working for RT. I mean, but was he, though? Like, didn't they lay off all their employees, right? Oh, I think I got to do it. Sorry, dude. You fucking lost your Nirvana privileges. Does Alice in Chains have a live album? Ooh. It doesn't look like it. What are these songs from 2018 though? Rainier Fog? What's this? Like a B-sides? That's a dope album cover too. The Pyramid. Let's see. Edited U.S. Company 1 content without disclosing. So, I mean, kind of sounds like they brought this guy in to do freelance editing for them after he got laid off from RT. But, you know, I don't know. that's just a guess. Okay, so in a text chain, which again is like an individual purporting to act as a representative of U.S. Company 1's investor, who was in fact a fake persona as described below. In that group, Kalishnikov monitored discussions of, among other things, U.S. Company 1's funding, hiring, and contract negotiations with Commenter 1 and 2. Okay. Which again is like porn star Alice in Chains. That's pretty cool. What? What are you talking about? Yeah, that would have been better. Who quit? What are you talking about? In Russia. See what I mean? This is exactly what I was just saying, right? It's pretty good. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so again, my friend Elena also got laid off. Okay. On staffing contributors as a member of the editing team. Okay. Person on behalf of RT in that covert capacity, which again, I see no demonstration that this is a thing, right? It's like there's a 2-year gap in here that they're mentioning. They're just trying to brush over, right? Where was it? Okay. And so here's 2022, which again, when they ceased operations in the U.S., what were they doing for the 2 years in between then and, you know, when they got involved with these guys, right? Founder 1 and 2 are foreign nationals who reside in the U.S. Jointly control and operate U.S. Company 1, and they are the only authorized signatories for U.S. Company 1's business checking account, which is held at a bank in the U.S. Before operating U.S. Company 1 for RT, right? As set forth below, Founder 1 and 2 work directly for RT and its affiliates. Right? Lauren Chen worked for RT. Created videos and wrote articles pursuant to a written contract between Founder 1's Canadian company and RT's parent organization, Annunaki Novosti. Okay? Which, again, RT's parent organization, right? Like, is that a fair characterization? Because I mean, how are they state-run but also our parent organization? This content generally consisted of English language social commentary, published some of Founder 1's paid work, while Founder 1 posted other of Founder 1's paid work on Founder 1's personal accounts without attribution to RT. So, I mean, I need to see this written contract here, right? It sounds like it's probably like a freelance deal, right? That's what I was saying. This is an indictment, and it's like an unsealed indictment, which is just, it's shady to begin with. Like, it's especially something like this that's like very clearly a sensitive, you know, if this is true, like it's very sensitive. Not the kind of indictment I would think should be unsealed, like, without any, like, this is like, going, like, you know, in their mind, like, best case scenario, this is going to severely hurt the fucking, you know, these guys' careers and all these unproven allegations that, again, I think is a very over the top, and misrepresenting. Like, it's just like, like ironic that like this whole thing is like, you know, accusing everybody else of like misinformation and disinformation, like in a almost exclusively misinformational manner, right? So RT directly published some of Founder 1's paid work. So once again, it's like sort of like a, you know, they used to hire a lot of American YouTuber types to do like occasional segments, right? I'll give you, if you want some explosive information about the Hunter Biden laptop, this is the only source that's got any credibility on the matter. Let's see. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Dan Fields.
Oh, there's
For
gonna
over
be
50
5
years,
minutes of
Fields
commercials.
has been-
Material that for many may seem like the stuff of conspiracy theories. For this reason, the book draws on academic resources, declassified documents, and other reliable sources, and steers clear of conjecture.
Where you can use in court. Email revealer.com.
Mhm.
It's 119.
Yeah, dude.
Okay. Welcome to the Opperman Report. I am your host, Private Investigator Ed Opperman. If you want to get a hold of me,
Like, if you want honest information about like deep state machinations and like covert like intelligence, parapolitical intrigue, the Opperman Report is I would say the best you're gonna get. This guy's been at it for decades, and he's like not he's not he hates them all equally,
for some PI work, get a hold of me. Opperman Investigations and digital shows. One going up every single night, ad free. Everything on YouTube, on iTunes.
All right, Ed,
Let's
come on.
move on. Because you know what? I had a good week, man. I got a lot of huge stuff going on. One thing, I almost forgot. It's not even in my notes. I almost forgot to talk about this. We're looking for guests. Expert. It's
Get to the
biggest
fucking thing.
private
He has a radio
investigations
show,
you
so the
wanna get
beginning
to
is like an
Opperman
introduction.
and providing
Survivor of this kind of stuff, or if you have information at some point, sometimes it's just overwhelming. But you're going to find out that
Too old for Twix says screen change broadcast. Radio.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a podcast.
Her name is Monica Peterson,
He's got a YouTube channel.
who was the official story is she died of a suicide in Port-au-Prince, I think it was, Haiti.
Or he might have had it banned.
A lot of research on this.
No,
And,
still here.
and put together a huge article called. I think I can have the article here. A huge article called "Haiti and the Octopus of the Deep State." You can find that article if you just Google it. Himself and human trafficking himself. That there was the Clinton State Department rushed in there to negotiate a deal for this woman. This is a completely new story you haven't heard anywhere else before. Okay, it's a brand new.
Is this
story.
the lady with the?
I don't think you've heard this
Wow.
so many times.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating. People say, "Oh yeah."
See what I mean, though? Like, you haven't heard this story anywhere else. And he's, like, I don't know, like I said, like an honest to God reporter. Let's see. Yeah, that was as loud as it goes. I think it's the thing. So, like, he's been reporting on this for years. Well before anybody else, like well before that, that Giuliani thing. Okay. Chain of custody. This might be it. Stormy Daniels, Matt Gaetz, and Hunter Biden walk into a computer repair store.
Work is doing there. Adam Sheets about the TWA 800, $797.7 billion in discretionary spending, an increase of $70 billion above fiscal 2022. Those are the
Yeah,
things I
yeah.
heard from
Spreaker
Googling.
is where you should go, right?
And that's the best way to find things out. You Google them. Boy, what a week. Oh, one thing too. For the whole past year, recognize exactly what happened and know the characters behind this. It's happened to
here.
anybody is from Googling. They really have no firsthand experience. They really have no firsthand sources. It's all research from, and they're gathering information through Google that is placed there for people to find. And then we say, oh boy, this guy seems like a trusted guy. He's got 10,000 followers, but he's getting his information from the people he's reporting about. And I've been warning about this. And without even realizing, subconsciously, I said, there's something going on here. There's something weird here. And then here we had this situation the past couple of weeks where I was just pounced with an avalanche of spam and bots and trolls going down all over me, man. And I know there's still a few people out there saying, hey, Ed, it's a misunderstanding, all that kind of stuff. Trust me, enough people have come to me that recognize exactly what happened and know the characters behind this. It's happened to anybody else, by the way, who's ever talked about this guy, Victor Schoenberger, about the whole cicada, 311, whatever that is. They've all experienced the exact same thing. And every one of those people will come back to me and say, Ed, this same exact thing happened to us. So there's a lot going on here, and it's impossible at this point to try and explain. I've thought about doing maybe a Rumble video with all the chain of events and all the screenshots and stuff like that, the private messages. But it's not something that, like, I can deal with. And my larger audience has no idea what I'm talking about right now. So it's a weird thing. I don't know how
like,
I'm going to trust me.
His credibility is unimpeachable. If you look at the Patreon, there's all kinds of documents. Like if he's saying something, he's got the documents that are usually posted already.
Take care of it.
Like I said, he's been in this game for decades. Well before, fucking pre-YouTube. He had a radio show. He still does, right? But like he was like, I guess like an Art Bell type sort of, right?
Okay. Let's see. Which is the first one I want to get into?
Get to the story, man.
Or Hunter Biden. Let's do the Hunter Biden.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. Because behind the scenes, we've been working on these Hunter Biden reels and clips.
Yeah, dude. AM radio.
Going
so
back.
Cool.
And then one fellow who's been helping me out, he says, hey, I said, I'll send you all the Hunter Biden stuff, and I want you to edit it down so that the story makes sense, okay? From the different sources, from the different interviews, from the solo shows, from when I've been interviewed about it. You'd be shocked how many people will say to you, Ed, how come you never talk about Hunter Biden and the big guy? How come you never say anything about Biden? How come you never talk about the laptop, Ed? I get that freaking email.
Yeah, I bet, dude.
Like, I'll probably get one tomorrow. Right? 8 hours. 8 hours of content I sent to this guy that I have done about Hunter Biden's laptop. Okay? And a lot of it is firsthand exclusive interviews with people involved who actually touched the laptop. Okay? They've been in the same room with the laptop. And that's not enough. Okay? So here we are with working on this stuff, and we're trying to figure out how to get into a certain order and stuff like that. And, a couple of things he had left out that I said, no, we've got to put this in there. It's very important. So, and what happens out of the blue? Hunter Biden's attorney changes the whole course of reaction of how they're dealing with this laptop story. All along, they've even been denying it was even his material that's coming out of this laptop for quite a bit of time. So then just the other day, he came out with these 3 letters that he sent. Let me pull up those letters. Couldn't hurt, right? Let's see exactly who they're from. Oh, boy, I'm so hungry, man. I'm going to make some burritos when I get off of this here. Oh, I got 4
Make
letters.
some burritos.
That's a
Would.
Oh, one is to Assistant Attorney General for National Security. Okay, so this is in Washington D.C. That's federal. Okay, and he's complaining about all these same people. John Paul Mac Isaac. Okay, by the way, I have this guy's phone number. He won't come on the show, but he went on the show of an obscure host on a morning show on one of my stations. That the guy never gets a good guest. So it makes me kind of wonder what's going on there. But John Mac Isaacs, and remember I played that press conference, that impromptu press conference. It was all wild. Everybody screaming back and forth at each other. That it was hidden recording. It wasn't supposed to be recorded. Robert J. Costello. I think I'm the only one talking about Hunter Biden who mentions Robert Costello.
Yeah, that's the thing too, is right? He's a private detective, right? So like a lot of these stories, he's like it's because he worked on the case.
Attorney who seems to have been spearheading this whole deal. See, the story that's out there is that Hunter Biden dropped off his laptop at Mr. John Mark Isaac's computer.
That part's not true.
In Maryland, and forgot all about it. And then right away, Isaacs went in there and pulled a bunch of stuff and contacted through his uncle or something like that. He provided copies to his uncle, and to his father, and somehow Robert Costello got involved in all this, and that's how the laptop went to the New York Post, went to Rudy Giuliani, got to Steve Bannon that way. The story I have from the people directly involved, which is Berge, Birkenfeld, John Kirikawa, all of them say that the laptop was at Keith Ablow's house. Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Keith Ablow.
They went there to negotiate to buy the laptop from Keith Ablow. He wanted $2 to $3 million. Okay, because I refreshed my memory. I'm going back and listen to all this stuff now. All this stuff.
He did leave his laptop lying around somewhere, just not at a computer repair shop. Dr. Keith Ablow is like a psychiatrist to the stars or something, I think, right? Some weird, pseudo celebrity. But Hunter was staying at his house at some point. Just shows you, how it's a big club and you ain't in it, right? It's like all of these guys, like these fucking Democrat operatives and Republican ones and fucking Giuliani, and they're all crossing paths at the same fucking parties, and, they have the same social circles.
It was Bodedel and Birkenfeld went there to negotiate. Negotiations fell through. They did not turn over the laptop. The next day, the DEA shows up and raids that house.
You hear that?
Now,
that's fucked up, man.
The private investigator that got Keith Ablow.
Like, the doctor wanted $3 million for it, and they didn't want to pay that, so they sent the DEA to the house to seize it the next day, that's incredible.
Was license pulled. Okay, we had litigation previous to all this. That, by the way, synced up with the whole Stormy Daniels story that when it first came out.
Fucking.
Because the lawyer we wanted to use was too busy with Stormy Daniels.
Fucking Bob Barr.
Okay, that nightmare. Okay.
Or Bill Barr. Whatever.
So, I can make the case, okay, that were it not for me pulling Keith Ablow's license, that the cops wouldn't have got this search warrant against Keith Ablow if he wasn't a disgraced, license pulled physician there. If he still had his old clout.
Oh, Ed got his license pulled? I didn't know that.
So, and even Birkenfeld says on this that guy Isaacs, he has nothing to do with this, man.
Yeah, he's been covering Epstein
at Ablow's house.
Since the early aughts, right?
Okay. And Berge talks about this too. Patrick Berge,
in the mid-aughts or whatever.
He talks about how he was in Rudy Giuliani's apartment and he was asked to authenticate the laptop. Now, I'm not sure if it was off the air or what, but my understanding.
Deep fakes of Hunter's hog? I think there's just plenty of pics of Hunter's hog everywhere. Why would they need to deep fake it? Like, the only fucking person I've ever encountered, like, who has such a fucking affinity for, like, taking pictures of himself naked smoking crack or, like, hooking up with sex workers, and, like, it's just... Even if you think that, like, I don't know, I guess, yeah, like, I can see wanting to document that hog, that makes perfect sense to me, but, like, do you have to, like, why don't you hit the crack pipe before you turn the camera on, right? Like, do you have to do that? It's OPSEC, dude.
Understanding is that they were asking him to break into certain passcodes. And
yeah, I think it's probably a little bigger than 8. I think it's more like a 10,
coming out in dribs and drabs. It didn't all come out at once because there were areas that were password protected.
Doesn't crack make your dick smaller, though?
So, these are my guys.
I wonder if it was, like, bigger at one point and it's shrinking because of all his fucking drug use.
Kirikawa, the former CIA agent. But the ones these attorneys are going after are Steve Bannon, Garrett Ziegler, John McIsaac, Giuliani, Jack Maxey. I'm not sure how he fits into all this. I've never heard that name before. Yakov Applebaum is another fellow here. So,
yeah, this is the true story of where the laptop came from, right? That's what I'm saying. It's like, that guy probably left. We had a dude come in, start talking about Hunter Biden's laptop, and I'm like, oh, if you actually are interested in it, here's the actual background story on it. Because that shit about the computer repair store was bogus. Which I think a lot of people noticed right away, right? That didn't smell right. It's just like the same shit that they both do is like they have like they'll have like a series of lies as part of like a larger narrative that they're trying to put out there. And like a mixture of, some truth, some lie. And it allows for their opponents to point to the little lies inside the larger story. And, that's how a lot of people claim stuff has been debunked or whatever, when it's actually not. It's just like one little section of it has been debunked. And it's not,
What's killing me here, though, because when Hunter Biden's other attorney, the one
that's a myth to not share crack.
Taxes, when he came out with his version of events, what happened? He repeated word for word my version of the Hunter Biden laptop events, and now here we go. We got some further. I can only think that there's going to be further information coming out, and it's going to be going after this whole Ablo crew. The only thing that maybe
I doubt it. See?
Because you got to remember.
Does it though? I don't know. Like, it's hard to like bang on crack unless because it's like it lasts for like fucking 2 minutes or whatever. So you have to. I guess that's what if you're trying to like have sex on crack, you basically have to do it like Hunter did. I guess like it's like otherwise it wears off. But fucking trying to remember. It's been a while. I don't know. Like yeah, I think you're right though. Stimulants do make you get off faster. That fucking downer, you can fucking bang all night. Like I'd still be banging if I was still on dope,
If Keith Abloh thought that there was $3 million worth of dirt on that computer, okay, that doesn't mean that it's all been released. Some of it could be held back for blackmail purposes that is preventing people from going forward and going after these other names that I'm mentioning here. Also, too, the issue could be
never
this
really
judge
liked
who
that.
wrote the warrant could be a powerful enough judge that they don't want to piss him off and expose him as, it was in the bag, man, to sign a warrant. And then somehow that laptop gets back in the hands of these guys.
That Brown?
It's not, it's not the most kosher operation in the world. So that could be it. There's something being covered up about, but I got these guys on tape saying this. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens with all this. Who knows? Maybe one day I won't have it on tape saying this. Maybe one day.
Oh, he has them on tape saying that? Is that?
Okay, since I have $3 million floating around. Okay, let's go over here. Now, so all that's going on. Hunter Biden laptop, right? We're just coincidentally
and Applebaum
getting all this data together as this thing comes back into the news. It kind of puts a lot of egg on people's faces too, man. Like these 51 intelligence
dictators who want to run the world.
Community guys
really,
who said it was a hoax and it was a fake laptop, and Twitter, the whole Twitter files and all that kind of stuff, deleting all these laptop information. So there's a lot more going on here than just a laptop from hell. A laptop from hell.
The new Bob Lazar documentary.
Okay. Chinese balloon. I can't believe I have to talk about a Chinese balloon. Stormy Daniels is back in the news because the reason for this is SDNY is the one who.
Look at all this. I'm sure there's a better version of it where he like lays the story out because it's pretty detailed. This one, maybe the Birkenfeld one. December 6th, 2020. Freebase intended to be super. Yeah, I mean, I'd rather this freebase, right? Yeah, exactly, right? I don't know, man. It's all fun in its own way, Like I don't really have. I like them all, I feel like I don't want to choose favorites among my children, Like Told you though, there's one drug I've never done before. One drug. Who wants to guess it? Don't. If you already know, don't say it. But I mean, I'm sure there's some fucking bizarre designer drugs I've never tried before, but like, no, I've done peyote. You want to get wet? Get butt naked. Salvia. I mean, it's been a while, but I've.
I like that shit. Hey, I like the way you moved out there. You were trained very well. Check that out. It's a shitty dime. See the small hairs, undeveloped seeds, all the stems in it. You see how immature it is? That's classic brick pack Mexican. That's garbage. Let me see. Give me. Yeah, it's old too. Shit's probably from last year.
Wow.
To be truly effective, a good narcotics agent must know and love narcotics. In fact, a good narcotics agent should have narcotics in his blood.
Oh, no.
What are you gonna smoke that?
Nope, you are.
Hell if
Look at that shitty fucking pipe. Look at that, dude.
You not?
No.
Why,
It's such a cop pipe. It's
man,
totally
this is my job.
what I imagine
I
cops
can't do that.
smoking out of.
Oh.
Some
Stand in
shit
test.
like
Just take a hit.
plastic.
Take it.
Nah, man, listen, I became a cop to stop people.
Yeah, blah, 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 blah. It's not a review board, and it ain't cocaine. Take a hit.
No, man.
Don't do it. See, this is our old neighborhood when I lived in LA. It was like
If I was a dealer, you'd be dead
the
by
whole
now,
show. They're
motherfucker.
just
Turn
driving
shit down on
around
the
like
street, and the
you see
chief brings
people's
your wife a
houses and all.
crisply folded flag. The fuck is wrong with you? Talking about.
Like that scene, the drug dealer's house in the beginning. That was like right across the street from my buddy's place.
You know what? I don't want you in my unit. I don't want you in my division. Get the fuck
sorry,
out my
drug
car. Go
dealer
back
in
to
the
valley.
end.
Rookie. Poop butt ass.
Give me that thing.
They call them drugs.
I'll
I mean, that's
smoke
a
it.
great
Give it to
nickname.
me.
Something they beat up a 13-year-old for. Yeah,
You want me
right.
to smoke it? I'll smoke it.
I mean, yeah. I remember smoking out of shit like that when I was in like fucking 8th grade or whatever. You know, like I think glass pipes were hard to get when you were young.
Virgin lungs.
I mean, that was a solid hit,
now,
man.
man up, nigga. Man
You
up.
know,
Go ahead,
like-
dog. You didn't even get it. Get it. Go. Yo.
Most people who don't smoke, they are a lot worse than that when they take a hit, you know.
Shut the fuck up and just wait.
He's such an LAPD, like this is how they all are.
Man the fuck up. Finish that
Geronimo.
shit. Let's go, nigga. Let's go.
See, most people see this scene and they're like, you know, like scared straight. But I feel like I was the opposite, you know. It hits hard. What does it feel like though? Is it like DMT? I can't even like picture what the high is like. It doesn't make any sense to me. It appears to be like a stimulant and a hallucinogen and like fucking PCP. Look, there's Echo Park, where they had that big showdown with the homeless people, the activists, a few years back.
Oh,
If y'all remember that.
shit.
You okay? It's a man-sized hit you took, dog. When's the last time you smoked weed?
So 12th grade, we were
Smoking weed.
Disassociated anesthetic. Oh, okay. So it's like
That
ketamine.
out of your service
'Cause
jacket.
I've had ketamine
Yeah, I know you got secrets. Everybody got secrets. Didn't know you like to get wet, though.
What's wet?
Butt naked. Ill. Churn.
Butt naked. Ill.
Dust. PCP. Primos. E-Dog. That's what you had? That's what you were smoking. You couldn't taste it?
No, I never done it.
You have now. I haven't, but you have.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Man, I'm gonna get piss tested and I'm gonna get fired.
Lieutenants got our back. We know a week before we piss.
Oh, shit. Shit.
What kind of a fucking psycho
you're an
does
adult,
that?
Man. Shit.
You know,
I
it's
told
just
you to smoke that.
like,
Made a decision, live with your decision. Ain't like I put a gun to your head.
it's such a, you literally did though. It's such a fucking cop. It's the only person who would do something like that as a cop, you know? Analyzing evil, Alonzo Harris. Wow. The Vile Eye. I mean, I would be interested in a 16-minute long think piece about Alonzo Harris. Turn or Sherm, you know.
Hello, everyone,
Turbo Blonde,
and welcome
that's
to the
right.
167th episode of Analyzing Evil, featuring Todd.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Long legs. Gollum. I mean, Gollum's just misunderstood. Anton Chigurh, I bet you that's a banger. 3.1 million views. Hans Landa, 5.7 million. Walter White, who fucking wants to watch that? Anyway, yeah. This was like back in the day. This was like our favorite scene. We would come home from the bar and watch Training Day, like, you know, most nights. Not every night. We'd watch Belly some nights, but Training Day was a frequent rotation. I used to know like every line of dialogue in the movie. Like, anyway, where were we? Oh yeah. Wait. That's my favorite scene though. Yeah. Like, of what? Of Alonzo? Or this right here? That scene right here with the gun to his head. Let's see. Yeah, right there. You won't be able to see that on the emote though. Let's see. And you, and you, and you. Oh yeah, I was debunking fucking new Russiagate. Anyway, I don't know. I could do this all night, but I want to see where they make the link between, you know, the random employees who appear to be freelancing at Tenant Media, and it just seems to me it's like it's this thing where it's like you go to Lauren Chen and you're like, you say you got laid off from RT, right? But like like rich Russian expats from your days working there, right? So you are looking for a job freelancing, right? Freelance editing work. And you talk to your friend Lauren Chen and you're like, look, I got this fucking whale. I got a whale we can get to fund you. You might have to do like an occasional like pro Russia story or whatever, but Otherwise, no problem. And that's why she got, they got hired, right? Yeah, what the fuck, dude? I put on first I put on Nirvana for you, and then I put on fucking Ed Opperman, and then I put on Training Day for you. You're not even here anymore. Let's see. RT invited Founder 1 to appear on RT television programming. Created a dedicated page on RT's website, identifying as a contributor. I mean, they try to make this sound nefarious. They had a dedicated page on the website, identified as a contributor, and featuring Founder 1's articles, and provided an official letter on RT letterhead designating Founder 1 and 2 as essential workers during COVID-19. Mm-hmm. I think he did, right? Yeah. I don't know what either of them look like, by the way, for the record. I think I used to think Lauren Chen was ivermectin. I don't want to Google it because it's like, right, trending or whatever. Let's see. Private correspondence, Founder 1 and 2 recognized that truthfully disclosing their affiliation with RT made it more difficult for them to do business in the US. Okay, right? Like, that's objectively true, right? Like, ask like anybody who's ever, even appeared on there. Like, you'll see it now. Like, I still see it to this day. Like, even in Europe too. Like, if anyone has ever like done a segment on RT, right? Ever done an interview or like done like crosstalk or any of those shows, that follows you around the rest of your career. They'll say like, "Oh, fucking former RT employee or whatever," and you see the way they misrepresent it. Like, it's like, a contributor. How many other contributors were there in this time period? Because this is a very common media practice. Is like, submitting stuff. You're a contributor. You submit your work, and if they get like the right of first refusal or whatever. Let's see, where's this thing about? For example, in July 21, email inviting a contact to apply for a job with RT. Founder 1 wrote that RT's budget is going to be larger, but acknowledged, "I know being Russian, some folks in the US aren't too hot on them." See, this is right here. They don't have the budget for this, Like, they've never splashed cash on anything ever, but all of a sudden they're going to just break precedent to give Tim Pool and Dave motherfucking Rubin. I refuse to believe that. I really do. It's just. As another example, which again, too, by the way, like, this is indicating that you've driven an intense climate of Russophobia for decades now, but especially in the last few years, right? This has directly related to the 2016 fucking Beyond stories, right? Which is, I would say, is not something to brag about here, you know? Actually, a known DJ? Really? She any good? Oh, it's September. I keep forgetting. Only available to subscribers. 186,000 followers. How many subscribers? Whatever. What kind of music is it? That's her sister. I feel like I've seen her before. Let me see. She's the blonde one that did the migrant boat thing in Europe. That one. Like, yeah, okay. All right, yeah, I've seen her before. I mean, not that hot. I mean, come on. Canadian alt-right YouTuber, political activist, propagandist, and commentator. She ran as a Libertarian Party candidate in the Canadian federal election, worked for Rebel Media until March 2017 when she began to work independently. Like, how many people get described as a propagandist, right? Like, I don't want to, like, defend these hogs, but, like, you know, like, what's your standard here, Wikipedia? Who wrote this article? I wonder if this is a Lucky Louie joint. Lauren Southern dated Andrew Tate. Request for addition to personal life. Fake rape allegations. Andrew Tate the truth on Rumble. Wow. Witnessed her in a relationship with Andrew Tate. These people are fucking... This is a fucking joke, dude. These Wikipedia editors are the worst. Is not the rumor. Any such claim would require high-quality, reliable sources, not first-hand rumors and Rumble videos. Let's see. I'm just looking for any. Isn't part of the alt-right. She's part of the dissident right. Libertarians aren't alt-right. Stop spreading misinformation because of your political bias. Dude. Far left, not left-leaning. Oh my god. What page is this? Oh my god, come on. Yet another propaganda article. Vox. What? Vox. Far left. Yell at the alt-right. I mean, I've never seen her content before, but that thing I know about her, that migrant thing on the boat, that seems pretty alt. Like that seems pretty aggressive, you know. Didn't people die because of their shit? This guy's a freak, though. This editor. Do you have reliable sources to back that up? No response. Like, can you imagine describing Vox.com as far left? Like, it's just... I mean, it's not like it's fucking... Like, I could see them doing that for, like, Jacobin or, you know, maybe even, like, you know, what's that one? Like, The Nation or some shit like that, right? But Vox, you know? No, this is... I was looking at the editor's other edits, and this came up. So I saw it, and I clicked on it. So he's trying to edit the Vox.com article to label them far left, not left-leaning. Which, I mean, again, I would disagree with even left-leaning, but whatever. Allsides.com. High confidence ratings are generally reliable as they are reviewed carefully by experts. Why are you removing the website as not a reliable source? Because the script I use marked it as unreliable, which it often is. Okay, Doug. If this is true, we should be able to find a better source. Probably reliable in this case, but I'd like attribution and at least one more clearly reliable source. There's a lot of things saying Vox is left-leaning, like Influence Watch. Politico says Vox is a really partisan commentary in question and answer disguise. often looks more like a right-wing caricature of what a partisan media outlet dressed up as an explainer site would look like. It even says there were subtler Scientology recruitment films than Vox's interview of Obama. Man, dude, Wikipedia is a fucking cesspool these days, dude. It's like just the worst. It's like spooks and hogs. It's like spooks and chuds. That's it. We use the exact words that, I guess that's reliable sources. I don't know. We should note the descriptions used by best sources instead, if they're available. There are 2 descriptions already in the top paragraph. I bet you this section goes hard. Fairness and Accuracy Reporting in 2016 published an article criticizing Vox's constant use of appeal to authority argument using the generic phrase most expert economists without citing reliable sources for such scientific polls. Media bias fact-check analysis demonstrates the majority of stories are pro-left and anti-right, often with emotionally loaded headlines, while at the same time Vox typically uses credible news sources. Likewise, the news aggregator All Sides noted in 2021 that Vox often frames issues as if the left perspective is the only one. I mean, that's appropriate, right? Like, I think that so often, like, the right-wing perspective or whatever, like whatever Ted Cruz has to say on a random issue is not really it's not a serious position, right? Like, if people are debating like what to do about climate change, and then the Republicans are like, oh, that's actually fake, it's a Chinese hoax. I don't think you should credit that as a legitimate perspective. I don't think that's not like a right-leaning perspective. It's, like aggressive disinformation funded by fucking fossil fuels. Like, duh. Conservative organization Capital Research Center also lists some of the criticism of Vox's neutrality. Amongst them, the fact that Vox's parent company, Vox Media, has been founded and is run by individuals connected to the Democratic Party. The 2016 promoting of Hillary Clinton's campaign, actual errors, and reporting of the Israel-Gaza conflict. What? And its condoning of left-wing violence. What? Yeah, it's just like there's not any left-wing outlet in this country, right? Yeah, the conservatives say the government's run by leftists. Yeah, exactly. And hearing Trump talk about that in the that interview, right? Like he first time I've ever heard him admit like it's it's all lies, Had jellyfish before? No. Aliens would taste similar since they come from elsewhere. I don't think we could eat food from another planet, right? I think like something about like the evolutionary tree, like I forget what it is. Like maybe it's like the way the molecules form together or something about it. You can't do it. Maybe it's the chirality. Maybe I don't know. Like the fact that like its leadership are like known like Democrats. That's all they needed to have to be labeled that by every Republican, linked media bias analyzer. Vox's Explaining the News editorial model has been widely criticized for presenting the writer's personal opinions under the guise of neutral journalism, with even left-leaning critics saying its reporting is almost a parody of liberal faux neutrality, and it involves characterizing its views as self-evident truths. They further warn, unlike its ideologically forthright competitors, Vox employs a sleight of hand that should put us on guard. I mean, yeah, this fucking sucks. Just like the Overton window shit is really frustrating. It's just like eating plastic. Yeah, exactly, something like that. Maybe though, maybe that's not true. There's also the other option is that perhaps this is like a Stargate universe, right? Where like there's like a progenitor species and we're all related to them. That's quite plausible. Left-leaning Washington Post. So like, how can you take this seriously when they refer to the fucking oligarch-run Washington Post as left-leaning? A Stargate reality. Yeah, I mean, look, something has to explain why they are bipeds, Like all the aliens people see are all like humanoid shaped, right? Maybe that's like a convergent evolution thing, but I don't know. Pop culture. I need to see some examples of what they're referring to here, because it's just they're basically going off of like Ezra Klein's a known lib, so therefore the site is going to be libby, Trump's bizarre Rose Garden news conference on impeachment explained. I mean, that that's probably. I mean, I'm sure I don't know what they're referring to, but I'm sure it was bizarre, right? Like, complex socio-political topics, abortion in America explained in 10 facts, which again, expanded heavily into podcasts, producing more than 100 podcasts. Wow. Unionized members of the Writers Guild of America. Monday, took the Vox.com site dark. Commits Vox to manage its employees in conformity with left-wing social causes. What? Walk out on final day. Left-wing social. If Trump comes to your town, start a riot. What? The next day, Vox deputy editor Emmett Renson tweeted advice. If Trump comes to your town, start a riot. What? Like, I don't like defending fucking Vox because again, it's like none of these sites are left wing, right? I feel like the left wing is like being critical of capitalism, and I don't think any of these sites are there, right? June 6th, protesters attacked attendees at a Trump rally in San Diego, assaulting more than a dozen people, including one police officer, while breaking car windows, setting fires, and committing other acts of violence. I don't remember that. Yeah, we're a whole other thing. Exactly. Political wikis are edited by Groypers. No, but this is Influence Watch, right? Isn't this I guess this is like a fucking right-wing outlet, huh? The next day, Vox editor tweeted, I mean, if that's the standard, right? So like every person who works at like what about the thing with Tucker Carlson and the Nazis working for him? Does that mean Fox News is like are they all Nazis? I mean they are, but like is that are you going to make those kinds of dumps? It's never a shame to storm the barricades set up around a fascist. Yeah. I mean, Ezra Klein faced criticism for taking more than 12 hours to release a statement in which he announced an indefinite suspension of Renson. Oh my God. Cloaca. Eating their ass. Nice. So the guy tweeted that, which I think is pretty reasonable, and then he got indefinitely suspended more than 12 hours. Like, honestly, right? Like, they're criticizing Ezra Klein for taking more than 12 hours to announce an indefinite suspension of this employee because he tweeted that about, like, a fucking fascist rally, which, 3 weeks. The suspension lasted just 3 weeks. Again, the implication is like that was not a severe enough punishment. Published a book review. Wait. Baffled by Trump and American right-wing populism? Read Steve Fraser's The Limousine Liberal. He wrote, "The nation has never been so ripe for tyranny, but restoring the elites is not the answer. Liberalism is not working. The left has no time to celebrate. Its task, more urgent than ever, is to grow." What? Like, characterizing this as some sort of radical left-wing sentiment is, oh man. Didn't publicly call for, fucking Elon, right? Yeah. Uh-oh. Matty Iglesias, radical leftist Matty Iglesias, wrote a tweet thread admonishing conservatives who had objected to an alleged act of vandalism and intimidation by the Antifa-associated group Smash Racism DC against the wife and home of right-wing commentator Tucker Carlson. What? Iglesias asserted that while he thought the demonstration tactically unwise and shouldn't be done, terrorizing Carlson's family was a strategy to make them feel some of the fear felt by illegal immigrants and other opponents of Trump administration. They're doing the same trick with the quotes, right? I was going to say, Matty Iglesias didn't say illegal immigrants. No, this writer of this article did, right? To make them feel some of the fear. So then the quote is ended here, and then the editorial, felt by illegal immigrants and other opponents of the Trump administration. I mean, this part might be accurate. And it came under attack for promoting Hillary over Bernie. Through coverage that attacked Sanders' policies and promoted Clinton's under the guise of explaining them. One example, Vox published an online tax calculator for determining tax liabilities under candidates' proposed tax plans that returned especially negative results for Sanders' plan. Left-wing media critic, fairness and accuracy reporting editor Jim Norekas called it a gimmick that is entirely useless except as a deceptive advertisement for Hillary Clinton. Yep. For leaving out offsetting factors and dismissed it as partisan hackery. Yeah. I mean, sure, right? It's like, this is something they frequently try to do, is talk about how expensive how are we gonna pay for that? When the I forget the exact numbers, but from what I recall, 98.7% of the country would be paying significantly less for healthcare under Medicare for all. And that 1% or whatever who's not is like people who are going to like maintain some additional private coverage. Far left culture magazine Paste. Again, fucking far left culture magazine called Vox a bastion of neoliberal corporatism. I mean, it is, exactly. So they don't understand the incongruity between what they're writing in here, right? This whole first section is about how radical left Vox is, and then this bottom section is like, a more realistic account that's accurately describes them as a bastion of neoliberal corporatism. Let's see. Vox reporter. Confessions of a Clinton reporter. 5 unspoken rules for covering Hillary. I mean, Crystal Ball talks about this, right? When she was at MSNBC. She got in trouble for not even criticizing Clinton, just saying she thought that Joe Biden would be a better candidate in 2016. Dude, this is like I'm just Zach Beauchamp, Israel-Gaza crisis. Okay, I want to see that where they say that Vox is unfair to Israel. You know. Approach to left-wing violence, dude. Was there another? Yeah. So again, look at this. That Wikipedia article refers to them as like condoning left-wing violence, right? And then there's this section here that is basically this one guy's tweet, and then Matty Iglesias. I mean, it's hard to really tell what's going on in that Iglesias thread. I'm sure it's milquetoast as fuck. But like, I think looking at that, like, I could never trust an outlet that had any of this stuff in it. You know, like any of this is the epitome of like faux objectivity, like pretending to like accurately like evaluate these outlets when it's just the most partisan shit ever. Klein has claimed no ideological affiliation. I mean, that I think is probably accurate too, right? It's like Vox is like, I would say it's about as normie can get, you know? Barsacco Crumba. Let's see. I want to see the Israel part. Let's see. Left-wing activism. It was originally funded by left-wing activist and Howard Dean campaign strategist Jerome Armstrong. I mean, wasn't Howard Dean like a fiscal conservative? Wasn't that his whole thing was like, we got to balance the budget, right? I'm pretty sure he ran on a I'm not like other Democrats campaign, and I'm not like other Democrats because I'm even more right wing was was the gist of it, you know? Right to healthcare isn't a thing, but right to buy an AR-15 and 2,000 rounds is a thing. Yeah. Yep. 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 Yeah, he's a capitalist. Yeah, but again, it's like we remember him as being an insurgent candidate because he was an outsider, right? Sort of. But his policies, if you look back at what he was running on, I'm pretty sure they were all, supported more progressive healthcare than flipped, But I do remember the whole thing about balancing the budget, right? That was a huge part of it. Was like we need to cut down this government spending. Left-wing activist and Daily Kos founder Marcos Militzis. Dude, it's just like referring to this fucking asshole as a left-wing activist is fucking laughable. That would be like referring to Trump as like a liberal. I mean, he is a liberal, but you know what I mean. A cultural liberal. I mean, he's that too. He's total fucking lib. It would be like, yeah, he's a corporate lobbyist now, right? Yeah. It would be like referring to me as an anarchist. Oh, I missed 420 shit. He served in a Mark Warner campaign. Like, Mark Warner is, I would say, probably one of the most right-wing politicians in the country. Like, actual right-wing policies, right? It's just that, like, these... I would say that, like, lobbying your, trying to, like, trying to, like, whip votes for $1 trillion military budget is significantly more right-wing than, like, fucking whatever tirade, like, Ted Cruz is on. Like, it's just this bizarre distinction between right left at, like, the, this crew, like, this sort of, like, boomer fucking hogs is really disappointing. See, in a criticism of Vox's foreign policy coverage, left-leaning writer Damon Linker wrote, Vox looks like a throwback to the heyday of unchallenged liberal consensus when a limited number of news outlets produced content that strove for just the facts, man. So happened to provide consistent backup for center-left policies. It's a liberal website that thinks it can get away with pretending not to be a liberal website. The pro-liberal slant is sometimes subtle, but often not at all. Yeah. I mean, this is really fucking... I'm really, really angry at this. Like, I don't know why. Despite evidence that American journalists are significantly more likely to identify with the Democratic Party than the Republican Party, reports that 96% of journalists' political donations in 2016 went to Hillary Clinton, and the fact that media companies donate far more to Democratic candidates than Republican candidates, Fox co-founder and editor-at-large Matt Iglesias has nonetheless argued that television news loves Republicans, and that mainstream TV news has a bias towards Republican guests and airing speeches by Republican politicians. He's written that this is because rich shareholders, rich executives, and rich anchors benefit objectively from Trump winning. Yeah, Maddie, there you go. It's the fucking best take I've ever seen from you, man. Way to go. And, like, he is right? It's like, he's right on multiple ways here. It's like, they like them because they are in ideological agreement with them, because despite this 96% of journalists, what about the editors and the publishers and the shareholders? Because I would say that is significantly more important than the journalists' political leanings, right? I would say they're probably mostly all owned by right-wing freaks, like Rupert Murdoch types, or Jeff Bezos, right? It's like, this article would refer to Bezos as like a lefty, though, He thinks that, gay people should be able to exist, so he's obviously a lefty. Like, he doesn't want to round up all the immigrants and kick them out of the country, therefore he's a lib. So where's the Israel thing? Mark Warner. Like, listen to Mark Warner talk about any subject, and then tell me how left-wing he is. 46 times Vox totally fucked up the story. Controversies. You need a space there, guys? A bold commitment. Dude, Baffler. Left-wing cultural magazine The Baffler criticized Vox as a commercial venture with a bold commitment to sponsored content that often undermines the trustworthiness of its explanations. All for-profit commercial publishers love to kiss the hand that feeds, but few are as obsequiously innovative as Vox. That is the most accurate thing I read in this entire article, like, by far. I mean, this is actually a great take from The Baffler. The left-wing media criticism organization, Fairness and Accuracy in Reporting, I mean, again, it's fucking blood-boiling that, like, an organization like FAIR that explicitly seeks to like correct fucking, inaccuracies and biases. Yes, the world at large has a left-wing bias, right? Fucking deal with it. I don't know, I feel like this is a huge part of what keeps this kind of stuff boosts the reactionaries' numbers in the country by a large margin. This is one of the most effective things they do in order to dominate the politics of the country, right? This whole framing, I'd say, is basically, this is like standard. Like, even if there would be some channels or whatever that wouldn't admit to it, this sort of framing is basically inherent in all of our corporate media, right? Like, that description is like they are complete, like that Iglesias take was correct, right? This Baffler take is correct, and it's interesting that like this Baffler take, you would read this and like these guys think that like this makes Vox look liberal or something, right? Which is just bizarre. Is it just any rational person who sees a commercial venture with a bold commitment to sponsored content? That's all I need to know about this outlet to know that it's not a left-wing outlet, right? Like, dude, Iglesias wrote an article about Goldman Sachs sponsored education programs in Utah. I guarantee you that was a paid content. Well, I don't know. Anyone can. It could be anything. Failing to note in an article that explained how cable subscribers could have been paying a lot more that Vox's largest investor was that cable industry giant Comcast. I mean, I don't know about that. Left of center media site Alternet. Pretty sure that's not true either. Single donor millions that specifically move policy. Well, I mean, all of it moves policy, right? Like it's a melange. It's a sophisticated tapestry of fucking psyops and rat fucks and outright bribes. Fair caught Vox praising Snapchat without noting that its parent company shared a major investor with Vox. I don't know about that. I mean, that is like, sure, right? But like, do any of them even know that? I mean, which again, too, by the way, you are citing this as a conflict of interest when right here you're criticizing whatchamacallit, you're criticizing Iglesias for saying that this basic take, like your owner has a financial interest in the editorial content you put out, right? Like I would say that concept is embedded within this take, right? Like implying that there's a conflict of interest because they parent company and affiliate it with whoever. And then right here, whatever. Where's the Israel thing? I keep seeing something else to get angry at. Let's see. Here it is. 11 crucial facts to understand the Israel-Gaza crisis, purporting to explain the background of Operation Protective Edge. In the initial draft of the article, Beauchamp claimed that the Palestinian territories of the West Bank and Gaza Strip were connected only by a bridge that Israel limits traffic on. The two non-contiguous territories are separated by land. Undisputed Israeli territory, I mean, it's not true. No such structure exists or ever existed. The elementary error led to widespread criticism of the site. I mean, it was thought it was an initial draft. Yeah. What? Left of center website Deadspin compiled a list of 46 times Vox totally fucked up, including the Gaza Bridge claim and other examples of Vox reporters circulating unverified internet rumors, making basic factual mistakes and misrepresenting source data. Fucking poor Zach. Dude, this is first of all, I think that's just a poorly worded sentence. I think if he looked at a map, which I imagine he did at some point while writing an article about protective edge, he could see that they're not connected. I think what he was referring to is the bridge that connects Gaza to Israel proper, right? Or to, which again, too, by the way, speaking of, undisputed Israeli territory is another lie, right? Of course it's fucking disputed. What are you talking about? The whole thing's disputed. Yeah, all the land's Palestine, exactly. I think it's because I don't know, in the Abby Martin documentary, I feel like a lot of the scenes take place on this like prominent bridge where there's like a border crossing thing. I think that's what this guy was probably thinking of, something like that, right? It's just if you were trying to refer to just the Gaza Strip being connected by a bridge to to the rest of the land, just fucking, of course, I'd like to see what's in the rest of this article because it's probably a situation where they used that sort of inconvenient wording as a way to dismiss the 11 crucial facts that are probably horribly damning. Oh, this is the right-wing one then. Okay. Capital Research Center. Yeah, okay, judicial wise. This is part of that scene then, right? Because that shit is fucking like the American Falun Gong. Rogues being too illegal Israeli. Yeah. Again, also ironically that they're turning the West Bank into a fucking Bantustans, Non-profits are listed on here. There's fucking radical left non-profits. Left of Center Management Fund operated by SEIU. The largest local unions of the SEIU, representing much of the Northeast U.S. Provides resources to union members such as training videos, healthcare resources, and childcare. It's just the kind of organization that would present itself as antithetical, I'm the opposite of them, they're my ideological enemy, and then they describe the group as they provide resources to union members such as training videos, healthcare resources, and childcare. Right? Those aren't even these are just objectively good things, right? Additional training for the employee, right? You would think most people would want that. Healthcare, again, do you want a sick fucking SEIU worker snotting all over you? And childcare, do you want them bringing their snotty baby to their snotty job while they serve you? I just think that reveals a huge, a deeper truth of who these people are, Like, if you go through this list and just like look at all these things that are just, trying to like just whatever minute amount they can stand up for fucking like they're snot fetishists. I mean, I fuck with snot. I'm a big snot guy, but I'm just saying, I'm just imagining Chuds wouldn't like it. It's not even like they're like lobbying, like, oh, this is the lobbying wing of the union. Like, this is like, this is the part of the union that fucking makes jokes about Trump. Or like, no, it's just like basic shit that shouldn't be partisan, right? Like, they're not things that have a sort of like ideological framing at all. It's just, I think, you know, I'm just imagining a well-meaning liberal who's like looking at this website trying to like, oh, is fucking Vox biased? Maybe you read that Vox article and you're convinced by it because you're a dumb lib and that's well drafted propaganda, that article. If you took a peek at this, I would hope there would be some people I would hope there would be some people who would get through those steps and then look at this page, and then the framing of this would just send them like revulsion, these like none of these descriptions usually when the way they write about unions is so much worse, right? That they're just trying to give like a straight up like factual take. It's like you have to say this. You can't say, how corrupt and like oh, they're actually bad for the workers. Whatever bullshit you want to spin. AFL-CIA claims to be working with more than 400 labor unions. Even they wish. American Clean Power Association, the Left of Center Trade Association. Again, this is what I was saying earlier about like their takes don't deserve credibility, right? Like you cannot treat their bullshit like outright lies, right, as a realistic political position, Like your position can't be that like, oh, well, God's fucking gonna pay off my debt, dude. Like uh like oh, the wall, yeah, Mexico's paying for that. Like you like can't treat stuff like that as serious, right? Like you couldn't like draft your budget with, okay, so we're going to get paid back by God for this, and Mexico is going to reimburse us for that, so therefore we're going to have this much extra cash. You can't do that. Like, it just shows you like that's not a serious position to take. Like your position can't be that like, it's very like postmodern, the way they're like, when it comes to certain issues like climate change, they would have a what was I saying? Fuck. I forgot what I was saying mid-sentence. Oh man. Solely relying on environmentalist energy resources. Again, like, it's just insane. It's insane to me that like they're able to keep this facade going, that like, there is no objective reality. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like when it comes to like, fucking clean energy, when it comes to climate change, all of a sudden, there are no facts. It's only feelings. It's just, this is just like this I think is really emblematic of like how the sort of unproductivity, like the way that our like politics here are not a serious like enterprise, right? Like there's not actual policy debates happening. It's just kayfabe, you know? Government agencies. Dude. The Abundant Birth Project is a San Francisco Department of Public Health program that provides monthly payments of up to $1,000 exclusively to Black and Pacific Islander mothers from pregnancy until their children are 6 years old. San Francisco Mayor London Breed stated that the program was created. What? Oh, there's a full fucking article. I didn't realize that. Damn. Wow. Oh, dude, I fucking hate this place so much. Californians for Equal Rights Foundation, an American Civil Rights Project, filed a lawsuit alleging that it violated the Civil Rights Act Equal Protections Clause due to a program offering benefits based on race. It describes the income program as discriminatory giveaways and wasteful and injurious. When asked for comment, officials from California and SF declined to speak on the case, but confirmed its program would continue and defended it in paper's phrasing. I mean, fucking asshole. It uses a combination of government, philanthropic, and private funds, initially receiving $1.1 million from Jack Dorsey, $200,000 from Gene Tech, and $200,000 from the SF Department of Public Health. I mean, this seems to be like a pretty small, like, if somebody says, hey, I'm going to give away millions of dollars to your taxpayers, to the people who live in your district, you know, I'll match you at 10-1 or whatever, you know, or whatever. Like, you take that deal, you know? It's just a good deal for, like, the community, regardless of whatever, like, ethnic, you know, racial, like, requirements are on there. You know, it's like, I get the best deals. I get good deals. State of California provided $5 million. What's the total fucking funding though? Increased its funding of the program by 1.5 million. Maybe. What's going on with that lawsuit? Basic Income Settlement Supplement Program for Black and Pacific Islander pregnant people. Which again is also like I'm sure this is in direct response to like statistics demonstrating the like the higher infant mortality rate or whatever, you know? Like this is a narrowly tailored government program that's like addressing this with, I would say, minimal waste, right? And a valiant like government. It's like the standard for this kind of thing, right? Is you know, it has to be my book. It has to be like specific requirements for like if it's, you know, if it's for a protected class, right? There's like an increased standard, right? There's a higher level of scrutiny the court applies to the legislation in question. You know, if it's overtly, you know, despite the way this article is framed up here, this is completely reasonable. I'm sorry, the way the lawsuit was framed, right? The lawsuit was trying to say that like because it has this specific racial component, therefore it's automatically null. That's not true, right? You're certainly allowed to do that, but it has to have specific requirements. So it has to be narrowly tailored to respond to a compelling government purpose, I think is the standard, right? Which this 100% does that, you know, especially like making the argument too in court with like, yeah, we've got all these billionaires who are funding this government program, right? So we're coming up big time, and that's pretty. I think it's like a slam dunk case, by the way. They wouldn't have the program if it was at all susceptible, right? They don't fucking care, right? I'm sure it's just like a. It sounds nice and all, but I'm sure it's like a drop in the bucket. I'm sure it's not that good, you know. Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality. Research healthcare in the U.S. to inform the federal government's efforts to make healthcare safer, higher quality, accessible, equitable, and affordable. Who funds this? Non-government institutions and gives grants to research centers end up influencing federal policy. 12 agencies within HHS that supports research that will inform the U.S. healthcare system. Health Services research arm of HHS. It's funny that, like, yeah, this is so far right that, like, it's the existence of a government agency is considered like a left-wing thing, right? Like, just having like HHS now, right? Like a Department of Health and Human Services is considered like a left-wing fucking policy position. It's nuts. Like having any public health funding whatsoever is now a lefty thing. It's like that's like the Project 2025 shit, right? That's like I forget which ones they spared, but like they want to like completely eliminate like a bunch, like the Department of Education, right? I think is one of them. The EPA, obviously, a bunch of different government agencies. They just want to like just zero out the funding, like UNRWA. So that's what I mean. It's just like when you have stuff like this everywhere, it's really hard to like get an impression of what would people be like without this, right? Because this is like, to quote my man David Grush, this is a sophisticated disinformation campaign against the American people going on for quite some time. This is like they still, as far as I can tell, the fucking American state, the deep state, are still like just unparalleled by a wide, like their propaganda department is just in fucking playing chess and everyone else is playing like fucking picking their nose, they're really fucking good at this and they are thorough and obsessed, like they're obsessed with this. Like it's just the one, like, anti-communism is like the state religion in this fucking country. Which again is like, that agenda is driven by like a few thousand individuals are able to, able to completely dominate both parties and push forward stuff like this as a like supposed to, this is supposed to be like a nonpartisan. We're just fucking trying to get a good read on what all these different groups do. I think it's got to be a Koch brothers thing. Biden administration, Department of Energy. See, it's like they're referring to like specific, like because Biden's president, therefore the DOD is now a liberal thing. Because Lloyd Austin is a Democrat, now the fucking war machine is now like liberal. It's insane. Look, I was just debunking Russiagate too. They're not even going to make the argument here, I bet. This is what I was saying, was like, I want to see the link that they've drawn between these RT employees and the Russian government, right? Because they don't even, again, it's like I was saying about the anti-Semitic protests that they don't even bother proving. Like, they don't even demonstrate anything. They used to try, right? Like, this time last year, they would make something up. Like, remember the girl with the fucking eye stabbing and just all kinds of shit like that, right? Just the most ridiculous bullshit. And I feel like they must have realized that like that's not a good look. So now they just skip that step and they go right to assuming that it's, you know, all you have to do is say it and it's like automatically proven. That's what they're doing here. I'm guessing, right? It's enough that they worked at RT or were contributors to RT, right? Like they were contributors to RT, and that is enough to say their funding was the Russian government, you know, like it's so tenuous, right? Oh, fuck, this pod leaked. Is that hot girl some Founder 2's paid work for RT included preparing English language text message describing news events. Oh my god. So, writing the headlines for the alerts, right? Trying to make that sound nefarious is really something. They have had overlapping business contacts. Sent a Russian language email to 6 recipients, including founder and Kalashnikov, requesting that they send their work email addresses to gain account access to Ruptly's website. So, as contributors, you have access to our company-wide Ruptly account. Here's how you log in. You know, what this sounds like. And it's like they're going through, they must have gotten all the emails, you know? So they're just going through them and looking for times that like RT emailed one of them, you know, or they were on the same email chain as an RT account or something like that. Because again, I don't think they're actually RT employees. I think they were contributors, right? Like, you know, YouTubers or whatever, who occasionally got a paycheck from RT for they published something that the person contributed, right? That is all the link that they have here. It looks like it's. Let's see. Corporation founder is described company one as a U.S. subsidiary of founder one's Canadian company. Again, it's like YouTubers. You know, like a YouTuber's they're doing business as like their shell company or whatever. Yeah, it's exactly. It's how little they need to. You know, it's like they like. I mean, I would argue that it does have an effect. It's just more sort of long term. You know, like it. Certain number of people are taking note of this. Yeah, a certain number of other people are taking note of it in a different way. Like, I mean, that's the other thing they do too is they keep the news like corporate media being supposedly outside. You know, it's like that's not that's private. How are you gonna what are you gonna do? You can't because like the free speech stuff only applies for government speech, right? So a lot of this stuff that's put in these corporate media outlets is laundered through their corporate fucking identity so that they can't be liable for free speech or whatever, you know. Website Company One describes a network of heterodox commentators that focus on Western political and cultural issues and identifies 6 commentators as its talent. He puts it in quotes here, like it's like it's the Russian word talent. It's, like what they were saying in Georgia, right? Like a Russian style transparency law, they called it. That's how they were trying to make it seem nefarious. Like, it's 3 staff producers and a purported outside editing firm, among others. Okay, so yeah, I bet you what I said was right, man. Look at this. And an outside editing firm staffed by, among others, Kalishnikov and Afanzavea. Right? They got laid off from RT in 2022 when they had to shut down in the US, and they were doing freelance editing work for Lauren Jen's fake company, right? And they said, "Hey, I know a rich guy back in Russia. Why don't I see if I can get him to fucking fund it?" Like, it's just like Putin wouldn't do something like this, but like a rich Russian expat, 100% would, right? Like, it's like the kind of like the fucking other guy, the guy who founded Breakthrough Starshot, right? It's like Russian billionaires do weird shit with their money like that. I think it's like, I wouldn't propose, like, I don't think a French guy would do that, right? I don't think an American guy would do that. Like, I don't think, like, Brazil, maybe a Brazilian might, but I feel like there's a certain type of Russian guy who's, like, fucking proud of his country, and he sees that they're being unfairly maligned by the global media, and he's like, I'm gonna fucking fight back. I'm gonna get Dave Rubin to stand up for us. And, here you go. Okay, so yeah, now they're done, right? Here's Farah. RT's covert operations through company one. Oh, here we go. Reported representatives. Launch a YouTube channel. The name Viewpoint Productions. Persona 2 told Founder 1 that Founder 1's first task was to find a personality that could serve as the face of the channel. The right candidate were willing to pay around $1 to $2 million a year. Let's see. Where is this? What's the source on this? Where they told Founder 1 the first task. Does that document it somewhere? We'd be willing to pay $1 to $2 million per year. Dave Rubin, the face of the channel, dude. Oh my god. Proposed contract, influencer talent scouting services. Okay. As agent and a Hungarian entity listed as the client. Okay. Founder 1 services. The proposed contract awarded Founder 1 $8,000 per month, plus a percentage of any deals the founder closed with influencers. Short list of candidates for the YouTube channel, including commentator 1 and 2 in the same email. Attached a receipt for $8,000 money transfer from an entity in the Czech Republic. You know how they like don't go after, like the Democrats don't go after the Republicans for things that they are also guilty of, you know? This is like a sort of like a free pass, right? Because it's like they have all these like international systems for like doing the same sort of money laundering that they just do out in the open here, right? So it makes it seem again like much more fucking, duplicitous. It had a website purporting to sell automobile parts, but like probably again it sounds like a goofy fucking like Russian guy who like moved to the Czech Republic and sells automobile parts, right? Like it sounds like some dumb rich guy business. Like, he's also got his cyber armor suite, fortifying your digital defense. You mean that, like, it sounds like this is a regular automobile sales website, and then they have like some sort of protected by cyber armor suite, fortifying your digital defenses, right? Like in the corner somewhere. Like it just, I feel like when they are so desperate and so underhanded with like doing sneaky shit like this, I mean that reveals that they don't actually have a very strong case, or they wouldn't be doing crap like this. Founder 1 had let Founder 2 know to get an invoice done. That's her husband, right? Invoice from Canadian company. Okay. So, cute young YouTuber, Canadian YouTuber, sends an invoice to like, weird old, random unknown European person who may or may not be a Russian national. Who, again, this Mr. Gregorian thing is like another thing that like just is like a rich guy thing that you would do. Like, you would just, I don't want to give them my real name, and they'd make this up, right? Like, I don't want these fucking kids, like, they're probably like, I feel like there's probably like some like fucking sexual sort of like, sugar daddy kind of vibe going on here, right? Which again, they're also leaving out, and think intentionally. Yeah, Tim Pool. I forgot about Tim Pool. Can you get the guy with the one with the beanie? Yes, I seen the beanie guy. Yes. Oh, what's up, Lando? Commentator 1 said it would need to be closer to 5 million yearly for him to be interested. I mean, yeah, this just sounds like them scamming some fucking boomer, like some rich boomer in Europe, right? It's like, tell him I want 5 million and a new beanie. Kiss my Irish ass. Yeah. Recoup the cost of likes. Well, here we go. Take 100,000 per weekly episode to make it worth his while. Founder 1 cautioned that from a profitability standpoint, it would be very hard for Viewpoint, the initial public-facing name of the venture, to recoup the cost for the likes and based on ad revenue from web traffic or sponsors alone. Despite Founder 1's warning that Commentator 1 and 2 would not be profitable to employ, on or about February 24th, Persona informed Founder that he would love to move forward with them. I mean, it just sounds like a weird, like, old fucking hogged out, like, dude, like, who likes flirting with the young YouTuber and flashing cash and, like, I'm not even sure that, like, the pro-Russia narrative is, like, an explicit thing, right? They seem to take that as a given because they were just, like, Tim Pool doing the standard chud agitprop, Yeah, it's just like an oligarch fanboy, what it sounds like. Like, it's like, so this person who got, like, this part-time RT worker who got laid off in 2022, they were like, hey, I know this rich guy, whatever, from somewhere. I'll bet you, like, you could get him to fund our channel, or like, or it's the kind of thing where, like, they fucking, like, rich guy meets young YouTuber, again, I'm assuming she's attractive. I don't even know what she looks like, but like rich old European guy meets like, young North American YouTuber and like wants to impress her. Oh, you do YouTube shit? I mean, I've always wanted to do love a YouTube shit. Like, what if we started our own business? You can get Tim Pool. Like, again, that, like, the scenario I'm describing, I feel like is, just seems just significantly more plausible than, like, Putin, like, yes, you need to get me Tim Pool. Give me the beanie fellow with the skateboard. Yes. I need to influence this election. Oh, yeah. Like, just no fucking chance. It's like, I'm not saying they're not, like, in diamond encrusted beanie, yeah. Like, I'm not saying that they're not trying to influence the election. I'm sure they are. I'm just saying that they're better at it, and would get a better deal, would like this whole thing reeks to high heaven. Like they probably are doing like like effective ways to influence the election, right? Not paying Tim Pool $100,000 a week or $5 million a year or whatever to repeat the same stories that everybody else is saying, right? Like, they still haven't demonstrated that there actually is any pro-Russia content, let alone like, inauthentically swaying, like inauthentically driven pro-Russia content. It's like everybody who that's the Tucker Carlson video is the example everybody was talking about, right? And the girl was like, "Oh, I don't know if we can play that. It just feels so shilly or whatever." And it's like, yeah, it does, but that's Tucker, right? It's like your channel wanting to like repost this other content creator's video. I would say that like the fact that they did repost the Tucker Carlson video, trying to use that as like, oh, see, they're fucking working for Putler, is insane to me. Like it really is. It's a profound ignorance or a profound misrepresentation of like sort of chain, like cause and effect, and the sort of like political influence operation. Like that's not how it works. The causality is wrong or something. It's like a so asking about Founder One emailed persona. Founder One had spoken with Commentator One, who would like some material about Mr. Gregorian to learn a bit about him. Again, like, what I could see either of those assholes asking for that. You send our Mr. Gregorian gave out any public interviews, but you could send our LinkedIn page with a hyperlink to a LinkedIn page for Viewpoint. A receipt for another $8,000 money transfer, which, again, it's like, okay, founder performed Google searches, Gregorian, videos come forward, really insisting on seeing some materials on Edward before moving forward. Persona 1 emailed Founder 1 the CV to provide to commentator. The profile is reproduced with redactions below. I mean, the persona, so this is the I didn't even think they demonstrate who this is other than like the rich guy, right? Persona 1 and 2. Like that's the Gregorian character, but they don't like demonstrate, like that's supposed to be the Russian cutout, right? Gregorian. There's like not even anywhere at all is there any kind of like even groundwork to prove something like that. The same individual. Okay, so let's see. Did the email recipient express confusion as to whether his email corresponds to reported representative? We're all fake. I mean, again, misspelled the name. No record. Okay. So again, like rich guy doing fucking questionable business practices, right? With the YouTuber, giving the YouTuber a fake name is, I think, that completely reasonable. But I mean, that's just the way that like the right wing like echo chamber works, right? It's like the one guy yells something, so the other guy has to yell it back louder, and they're like, "Ah, man, fucking Ukraine's the enemy," meh, meh, meh. And like that's just how Tim Pool's fucking videos are. Like, he always is like the most hyperbolic shit ever, right? I don't need to, like, I don't know. I mean, I think the one thing that did make me see it was the story I heard going around about the terror attack and how they wanted to blame that on Ukraine. If that's in there, like, if they can have this fucking persona guy, you know, um, oh, make sure you go hard on, it was Ukraine who did it or whatever. I think that makes, like, that's more suspicious to me, next us on the same IP address. Wait a minute. Various investor, the same person on 39 occasions. Email accounts used by Gregorian and Persona 1 to communicate with Founder 1 were accessed from the same IP address, same time. Okay. All right, so who is that then? So you should know this is your Russian here, supposedly, right? The honor about May 12th, Founder 1 reported to Persona 1 that Commentator 1 had a problem with the profile we sent over, specifically the reference to social justice. Oh, man. I think it may be because that's usually a term used by liberals, but we're trying to create a conservative network. I mean, I want to see that email right there. That, they didn't say that. I want to hear exactly how they framed it. Founder 1 suggested that Commentator 1 and Edward could simply speak together to clarify the profile. An email, scheduling a Zoom meeting. Another potential commentator that in prior email, Founder 1 represented to another potential commentator that he was based in Paris at 8:58 Central Time, replied to the earlier email, I am there, guys. The time, in fact, was 3:58 in Paris, but it was 4:58 in Moscow. What? Approximately 2 minutes later, performed a Google search for time in Paris, and then replied again to the email, sorry, wrong hour, didn't sync the calendar. I mean, this is circumstantial at best. Like, ACP losers? What do you mean? The fucking doing the funding? I mean, I don't think so. Like, again, it's like, it's just the money seems to be like a fucking rich old guy who doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, right? It is not the actions of, like, the Russian government. It's like they their whole thing is like asymmetric warfare. Like, they try to, like, find mismatches, like, in the lineup, and this is the opposite of that, like, this is like like going from fucking, like, what's a good example? I don't know, like James Bond to Inspector Gadget or something, right? Like, it's just, yeah, I mean, again, I don't blame them though, right? If your YouTuber friend is like, hey, I got a fucking whale on the hook, he's going to give us a shitload of money for a YouTube channel. Like, not even for a YouTube channel, he's going to give us a shitload of money to, like, repost content we're making for our own channels, right? Like, of course they're going to go more. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, it's like, I'm not seeing any kind of editorial influence here. Let's see. Okay, the money. I'm just saying, like, if somebody was saying, like, I will give you $100,000 if I can repost your stream from last night or whatever. Okay, like, what, like, if they're saying like, you know, can you do a stream about fucking Ukrainian terrorism that I can repost on my channel? I mean, even that is like, I don't know. Like, if somebody offered us $100,000 to talk about a certain topic one night, not telling us what we had to say about it, but just like, could you discuss this topic and I'll give you $100,000? I mean, I feel like I could do that, ethically speaking, right? Um, you know, like, it's like kind of random what I pick to talk about every night. It's not like it's like I'm like there's not even like an opportunity cost where I'm like foregoing some other conversation because I'm talking about, Ucrop terrorism. Um, let's see, Persona 1, the new contract, blah blah blah. Yeah, it's just this sounds like an unsophisticated person, like this Gregorian Persona 1 or whatever, and I guess they rely on this, like, this smear campaign about, like, the orcs are dumb, fucking, like, hillbillies, and they don't know what they're doing, and, they're stealing the fucking washing machines, and, like, all those stories have been coming out, so, like, people who are already primed to believe that they are just incompetent morons, and, this is probably going to hit with them. But like to somebody who has any kind of cursory knowledge of like how these different people operate, this sounds, this sounds exactly like what I just said. It's not um reposting a Telegram link to millions.
Monwoon_ says pro tip, math can be easily influenced by the low cost of a $5 subscription. Try it out now.
Yeah, for sure. That's true. I mean, that's another example though. Like I would like a new subscriber, I would talk about like what they, if a new subscriber subscribed with a comment like, "Hey, did you see that shit about the blank blank blank?" Right? I would definitely respond to their question, like it's just basically what this is, right? Persona, form founder, management and marketing, social media accounts will be done by the Russian firm we agreed to hire. Wait a minute. So, we work with managing the channel in the post-town signing phase with new areas of responsibility and our new offer compensation. Subsequent email, Persona 1 informed Founder 1 that the management and marketing for the new platform social media accounts will be done by the Russian firm we agreed to hire. Okay. You will, of course, be the C. Again, you're outsourcing, right, your tech job to a fucking cheaper country, right, is what that is, which this is what everyone does, like Liz used to do that, like their own company did this. Like Tony was trying to get us to do this, right? Like probably not to like Russia, but like some fucking country in that region. Consisted of okay, so it's their company. So yeah, so Lauren Chen. Okay, so the the laid off RT workers or contributors with the Russian sounding names, right? Who appear to be Russian nationals, right? I think, or formerly. They set her up with the rich guy. I don't remember that step. Did you see that shit about the blank blank blank? Did you even fucking pay? Like, I gotta don't fucking trick me into like, responding. I'm a fucking expensive, I'm an influencer. Um, okay, so the Russian firm. Yeah, I forgot how that went down. So did these two introduce Chen to the whale, or was that somebody else's whale? They kind of glossed over that, didn't they? Right? Negotiate again. the contract with the Russian, again, and the way they do that, they're making it seem like the Russians is not the fucking Russian, like, the laid off video editor people, right? Like, that, yeah, that's really sleazy. Full right. So who's the Russian cutout? It's like they're saying it's like, yeah, this guy, this fucking rich guy that they're talking to, who's a real person because they know his IP address. Like, what's the accusation? Is like there's not even like a. There it is. Yo, I was kidding. You have to do that. Look at that.
Monochromatic gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Did you see the thing about the blank, blank, blank? Oh, I see now. Okay. Awesome. Thanks, dude. Cool Uncle. Ribs with Spirit 14, Comrade Bushy, and some looks Korean. Hell yeah. That's awesome. I mean, I was supposed to, but everyone has to do that actually. It's like yeah. It's actually like the most socialist, if I just like instead of letting people get unfair advantages, I got to force everybody to, invest the same amount. Got, equity of fucking outcomes or whatever the fuck that they say. So, wait a minute. Gotta do the thing.
It's time for the percolator. 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 This is
not a very photogenic percolator scene.
It's time for the percolator. 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 It's time for the percolator.
I just want to have the screen better on it. Look at it. Look at it.
It's time.
66% of those pixels are blacked out.
It's time for the percolator.
There he is. Backbreaker. Look at him. Oh god. Oh god, he's so creepy, man. Oh, every time. I'm so creeped out by it. Oh. Fucking sleazak looking MF. Wow. Yeah, I need to be perked. That's a good idea, actually. What this is order that? Oh man. I have to pee, so I'm gonna put something on. Yeah, I know, right? Is someone making coffee? Mr. UB, undeniable backbreaker.
Areas in the yard where there's area of the reality. Today we're going to talk about the cat.
Correct, and they're very large. They're like 8 foot, 9 feet, 10 foot. I don't know. They're
okay.
They look like aliens to us.
What? They look like aliens to us.
There's like an 8 foot person beside it, and another one's inside, and it has big eyes and looking at us, and it's still there.
Okay, where is this on your property?
In my backyard.
If you were doing a hoax, right? Would you call the cops? You know? Like, I could see maybe doing a hoax, but like, would. It's generally not what hoaxers do, right? Like, they film a video and they post it online and they say, oh, look at, see this shit? There's a fucking alien back there. So, like, have the corroborating thing, like all the pictures of, is that a fucking raccoon in the tree? Or another alien? Oh, shit. This seems like a hoax. I don't know. I mean, it would be a fucking bizarre hoax. Like, think about how it went down. Like, the 911 call happened, and the cops came out, and the video came out. I think a couple weeks after that, we saw the video went viral, and people talked about it for a couple days, but most people were like, "Oh, this is bullshit. This is just a distraction from fucking Grush," because it was the same week Grush came out, right? That News Nation was looking for additional content to like bolster their UFO segments, so they had this. And then the family, like, they gave like 2 interviews, like one to News Nation and like one to like a local news people, I think. And then they just completely went off. Like, they stopped. They haven't done any interviews. They haven't sought to like monetize the experience in any way, and it was largely forgotten about. And then fucking Quirk started like talking with this forensic guy, like watching the video very closely, because it's like you don't notice this stuff unless you're specifically sitting here staring at it, right? You have to be watching very closely, you know. Mm. The angry astronaut, he's walking back a lot of UFO stuff. What do you mean, as of today? Like, he just had those Long Island people on last night. He was like giddy, like they had he was like, oh, there's fucking academics and rigorous protocols, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, he was really stoked about it. Well, he was a NASA YouTuber, and then he was like, the UFO stuff became too compelling. I couldn't ignore it any longer. And then I thought he was just getting more, more pilled on it. Last night, they, I've seen a lot of channels talking about this specific research. Like, there was some sort of, I don't know if it's in pre-publication now or if it's already been published or whatever, but there's a new paper for these guys who posted up in Long Island for 10 months. And they had all kinds of like special cameras that were like thermal and ultraviolet or whatever. And they had like all these other details put in. Oh, no, I mean, I think, that might have been before he knew about that new paper. But, yeah, he seemed to think this new paper was going to really be a strong argument in favor of it, of the extraterrestrial reality. I don't know. It did, like, the videos are not very, like, are pretty, like, the videos are kind of,
this is something that I've been doing most of my.
I thought the videos were kind of subpar because I'm used to seeing good videos, right? But, like, I think he likes the videos because they have this sort of academic seal of approval. It's got like some university professor is, standing behind it or whatever. Maybe I should look at the paper. I got too much Russiagate debunking content. See, they're like stuff like this. But they were on this beach for 10 months, I think, is what I heard. And they were able to cross-reference everything with the schedule at the nearby airports. So they had all the flight pass and everything just ruled out. And a lot of the sightings they said, that was the interesting part I remember now. A lot of the sightings they had weren't visible in visible light, right? They were picked up on one of the other wavelengths that their special cameras were recording. Which is also something we've heard from like Navy pilots and shit. Like, you don't see a lot of the stuff in, visible light. It's in other wavelengths, which checks out with our homeboy in the yard back there too, right?
Lighting out there, you could certainly resolve, a lot of the stuff that you were looking at, under those conditions. And that's improved over the years too. I mean, we used a lot of this equipment with some of these sensors, starburst sensors, the night vision sensors, planetary type cameras. And these sensors were typically the IMX 462, 464. The smaller is the 462, the larger was the 464. And we extended that to the IMX 991. People are familiar with it, know how sensitive these sensors are. The 991 will take you up to 2,500 nanometers. So you can certainly get into the shortwave infrared as well.
2,500.
Very, very sensitive, very sensitive
that's high.
cameras.
What's visible light is like single, between like fucking teens and 100 or so, right? Something like that. 2,500 is ultraviolet, right? Or no. What? Infrared is below that. Okay, yeah, so yeah, ultraviolet is like, like 2000-ish, I think, right? Let me see. Come on, dude. Seriously? Never a straight answer from NASA, as usual. Oh my god. Alright, whatever, this will do. Yeah, okay, see, visible light is, what is that, 1? This isn't it. That's the wavelength, that's the actual wave itself. The frequency. Right here. Okay, there we go. Wavelength, so gamma is really high. X-rays, 1 nanometer, 1 picometer. It's really fucking tiny. Ultraviolet is 400 to 1. Okay. Visible is 750 to 400. Okay. Okay, so UV is 10 to whatever, 100-ish or so. I just read it. What did I say? 400 to 1. Okay. Yeah, they're changing the scale, right? It's like picometer, millimeter. Infrared. Night vision goggles is infrared, okay. And ultraviolet. Sun is the main source of ultraviolet radiation. It causes skin tanning. Huh, okay. Hot materials in space emit UV. Okay.
This is, like I said, this is some of the stuff that we.
I'm a mongoloid. In my heart, I'm a mongoloid.
And we looked at certain manufacturers and certain technologies in order to do that, in order to identify, some of the stuff that was above and beyond the prosaics.
Yeah, and some of the things that you were talking about, these objects, how they present themselves, and behaviors and properties. Normally, we would see the highest percentage of these objects that appeared as spherical. They were spherical. They orb-like objects. Their luminosity would change from high to low luminosity. When they would drop off to low luminosity, they looked like they had a structure underneath. It appeared to us to look like a polyhedral structure, multi-sided, flat-faced sides. Also still kind of spherical. Some of them cube-like. And they would always usually show rotation.
Always with rotation.
With a rotation.
Yes.
They would appear randomly at different times. It would be 1 o'clock in the morning, sometimes 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning. But it would show up. It may show up 1 or 2 here. Sometimes it would be a cluster of them. Sometimes it would be paired. They show up as paired, and they would alternate in luminosity as a pair.
Right, and some of it would show up, even very similar to what you'd see, a constellation, or the, like most people, they seem to confuse the planet Venus with something that may be anomalous because of the brightness of the planet and so forth. But these constellations, they're not static. They're always moving, and we have fixed camera systems on the RV, and we have a large display monitor in there. And what we'll do is we'll use dry erase markers. We'll actually circle those objects just to see how they present and how long will they stay in one position. And we've seen objects that appear to be stars, almost like pseudo-stars, and they would remain stationary while the rest of the constellation would move. So of course, that would raise a lot of suspicion, and we'd analyze that, with the cameras and focus on those particular oddities. Again, this is, these objects would they could appear very stationary for long periods of time, or they could suddenly move with high velocities, and we've seen that. You've seen objects that would literally drop from the atmosphere, drop from the cloud layers down to the water. We've observed that too. The percentage-wise, I would say that overall, I would say probably about 70% of what we saw was was not visible. Was in the non-visible spectrum. And possibly even higher than that. It was very difficult to see. I mean, there were times that they presented themselves as a bright, luminous object, but most of the time it was very difficult to see. You'd see occasional glinting, you'd see occasional movement, then they would just disappear, but never really disappear. You'd see it in the infrared. We'd catch it on a hyperspectral camera, so we'll see that change.
Now, the viewers are watching right now, and I'm not sure how well you can recall all the footage that you took, but in this case, you film a number of different objects that are hovering over the ocean, and you appear to be using, this is the only piece of footage where you're doing this, you appear to be using some sort of LiDAR sensor, something to determine range. Do you know what footage I'm talking about here? What were the characteristics of these objects, just as an example of the footage that you took? Were these visible, or were they only visible to your equipment? And I can see that you're using the LiDAR here on all of them. Do you have an estimated size, and also the behavior too? Did you get an impression that these were intelligently directed objects, or is this some sort of phenomena of nature that's just occurring, whenever the chemistry and the electricity is right, and we just don't understand the phenomena yet?
That's the interesting question. There were times that would see they would appear random and purposeless to meander along the shoreline. Other times they would show a purpose and awareness of us. They would appear directly in front of our vehicle. They would react to the LiDAR beam, and sometimes moving out of the way.
Absolutely. Wow, okay.
The other thing is they would suddenly appear and disappear. Now, our opinion is that they may not be disappearing. They might be changing a spectral red wavelength.
Right, some kind of signature management.
Yeah.
Taking place.
Yeah.
And we've seen that. Quite a few times too. It's while observing them. We'll look and we'll see some visible activity. The luminous level will drop out suddenly, and then we'll see it in another camera. We'll see it in the hyperspectral cameras in the infrared. So they're not actually disappearing, not actually going anywhere. But then there are times that we'll see it disappear from the higher order infrared range too. Anything that's over 1100 nanometers. Into the sphere, into the shortwave infrared. I don't think the one thing that we haven't seen, which is kind of interesting, is that we haven't seen them present with any kind of a thermal signature in the long wave infrared, which is odd. We've seen these objects on the water, and we see no different. There's no differential between the background temperature, the environmental temperature, and the object itself. Which is highly unusual.
Yeah.
Because we tried to use a FLIR camera to see if we could see structure, if there was some kind of structure with a light on it. But the only thing we would see is that sphere of light. We couldn't see any structure. There was no thermal deviation. Maybe it could have been an object that was matching the background temperature, and maybe that's why we didn't see it. But we never saw a structure with a FLIR camera.
Right. And it would have to match the background. I mean, that's the only way that you wouldn't be able to differentiate it, even some kind of a contour, something surrounding the object that was at a different temperature range. Like I said, this is something that is very unusual, and we've seen a lot of different objects. Of course, looking at commercial aircraft and that sort of thing. It's for something like that, it would have to match. Doing some kind of signature management and have to match the background temperature in order to not be able to be visible on a long wave thermal.
And that's what made these things so strange. Is with typical air traffic. I mean, they have all the normal signatures we would spot, from thermal signature to visible lighting to the discernible navigation lighting. These things were very different. It would just be the sphere of light. Of course, they would be mostly in the infrared. There was most of the time there's no visible light, or only seen when they occasionally would increase their luminosity. We might be able to see them visibly.
Right, and everything has a thermal footprint.
Yeah.
It's even if it's a fraction of a degree difference.
Yes.
This should be something that we see there, and the sensitivity of the cameras, the camera that we have. It would be very, very unusual not to see that.
What about electromagnetic? Any electromagnetic fields?
Yes. So we're monitoring the electromagnetic fields. We're looking at the E fields, H fields.
White as fuck, dude. Wow.
We have RF.
That's just bokeh.
Spectrum analyzers that we're looking up the frequency anywhere between 100 kilohertz on up to almost 30.
Say bokeh
gigahertz.
Again, motherfucker.
So we're monitoring quite a range of the RF. We have seen some anomalies. That's something we need to explore further. Unfortunately, you have a lot of communications going on. You have 5G towers that are putting out, these block signals, and they're very difficult, to kind of isolate those envelopes, especially at those amplitude levels.
Wow.
So it's we'll look at stuff and during observations where we're seeing multiple objects at the same time. There does seem to be some kind of an outlier in there.
Oh shit! Look at that one.
Frequencies typically
Wow.
at 1.79 gigahertz.
Dude.
We'll see it at 4.1 gigahertz.
That
kind
one.
Of an outlier in there.
They're like fucking it's like a dark one and a light one, and they come together. Holy shit! That's nuts.
Towers that,
Right, you
that are
see
putting
'em?
out, these block signals, and they're very difficult, to kind of isolate those envelopes, especially at those amplitude levels.
1.81
So
gigawatts
it's,
for sure.
We'll look at stuff and during, observations where we're seeing multiple objects at the same time. There does seem to be some kind of an outlier in there.
Look at that, dude.
Frequencies typically at 1.79
That's so bizarre.
gigahertz.
Why did they cut away from that? Did you see that? It's like they're wrapped in the eternal embrace of fucking sky gods, and then clip, gone. Wow. I don't know how I feel about the Aguadiga video. But that I think is more compelling than the Aguadilla video. This Aguadilla video is in fucking FLIR, right? It's infrared. So there's no color or anything. It just it's like black and white. I saw a TR3B fly by one time. Nice. Dave Rubin. Yeah. Pseudostar Dave Rubin. 2020 TR3B flew over my hotel. How fast was it going? You sure it wasn't a B1 or the stealth bombers look like flying triangles when they go overhead. I think I've heard. TR3B in Maui. I remember there was the blue lights thing I remember in Hawaii. This article, this is such I hesitate to even call it a limited hangout because it's not. It's like a hanging out nothing. It's like not. It's like a debunking, right? Like but it's framed like a limited hangout. It's the first article that comes up whenever you Google TR3B. It's always that fucking sandbox article. Not even just TR3B, like anything related to flying triangles. That article is what they give you. See, look, sandbox. What the fuck is sandbox? I never even heard of the fucking channel. And it's for some reason none of the other websites that cover these types of topics, like not the Drive or Warzone or one of the like military channels. Not that, no. Not space news. Nothing that's legitimate. It's some fucking random, like, I don't know. If you looked into the funding of Sandbox, I'd imagine you'd be pretty suspicious. Like, none of these are actual, like, not a single site I've seen here so far. Like, none of these are, like, any kind of, like, credible source. Like, none of them are, they're all like weird blogs and like deviant art pages and shit, like not actual like science websites that cover this stuff frequently, right? But it's just like stuff like this is how they stack the deck in favor of the cover up, Like they are able to continue doing what they've been doing since the fucking 40s, right? Like explicitly, intentionally, like top-down strategy, like of ridicule and fucking ostracism and just making it off limits, right? It's like you try to use this sort of like social pressure, and if that doesn't work, then they use like professional, and if it doesn't work, then they go after you personally and like mock you, call you crazy, and kind of try to destroy your career. I mean, still, look, I still haven't seen a serious site. These are all just weird fucking blogs and personal art sites. Wow, that's crazy. What? The blue lights thing was real? Oh, yeah? It's funny. I think this is the other thing that they heavily rely on, right? So first of all, if you search TR3B, you don't get any legitimate sites, right? You get all this crap, right? All this fake stuff and disinformation and sort of limited hangout type deals. You certainly wouldn't get any of the news stories, right? Like, rogue U.S. military faction has used alien tech, and UFO expert knows date it happened. Michael Schrad. Daily Star. Real Clear Defense. When was it, you said? You said you knew what year it was? Iran media publishes UFO-like object aboard U.S. aircraft carrier. Speculates it's a TR-3B Black Manta. I thought that was fake, no? Anyway. Triangle UFO spotted. Is it real? Well, if you spotted it, I imagine you saw something, anything? Crash triangular. See? And then it's like like shady stuff like this too. With like, again, tech e-blog. Anyone ever heard of that? Right? Like, it's I feel like this is to make it look ridiculous. It's this combination of sort of debunking and like ridicule and sort of just confusion, right? Because it's like all these conflicting stories that are all just all these shitty websites saying specific, like very specific, distinct things. And like, I read that Sandbox article, right? My takeaway was just intense confusion. Like, I had a much worse understanding of the subject matter than when I started the article. But like, they make it very difficult to find old news stories about UFOs, right? So like, no matter how many people see the event, it's basically out of public consciousness like a few days later, you know, because of like how the internet works, right? But like, there's so many sightings every single year. We want to start here with. I mean, people lose sight of that part of it too, because it's like people don't realize that there's like headlines around the world several times a month, every single year. Now all of a sudden, Tumblr art and tech e-blog aren't legit science sources. Yeah. I wonder if they're listed on Influence Watch.
Some very interesting activities in the country of Turkey, where a U.S. naval ship was greeted by quite a bit.
It'd be funny if it said CIA cutout in fucking tech e-blog.
Bit of protest when it was docked there in the port city of Izmir, and we are very.
The CIA cutout tech e-blog is known for its liberal bias.
Very honored to be joined as we continue this conversation about all of that by Murat Akkad, who is a member of the Party Council of the Communist Party of Turkey. Murat, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Eugene. It's great to be with you here.
Well, it's an honor to have you here with us, and your party, Communist Party of Turkey, TKP,
well-known
led
website,
what seemed to me at least to be a large demonstration in Izmir against the USS Wasp, which had docked there as part of, I think some broader military exercises. But tell us why you all felt the need to take to the streets and to the ports on this issue.
Yeah.
Okay, this issue has several dimensions.
Noted subsidiary of
first of all, it's a symbolic visit, and it's symbolic in different senses. Of course, the protest was against the imperialist involvement in Palestine and the genocide in Palestine, because this ship was sent to the Eastern Mediterranean in order to protect Israel. It was one of those ships. That is also symbolic. Why has this ship been visiting Turkey and not any other one? And not the fact that two Turkish battleships were involved in a military exercise in the Eastern Mediterranean recently, last week, along with ships from other NATO countries, including USS Wasp.
I agree with the sentiment, but like tactically, I question the value of
Later, the Ministry of Defense has said that when it was protested, this military exercise, they said that this wasn't a military exercise. Actually, it was the so-called transition training. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make any difference. This fleet, these ships are there to protect Israel, and Turkey is involved.
A CIA-backed Mooney cult UFO site would go hard as fuck. Yeah,
which was symbolic.
That's what I mean. It's like you could do it, and still you could have a very good UFO site, right? That had a lot of the historical record documented. But then you could have it arranged in such a way that it prevented people from seeing patterns or sort of drawing conclusions from it. That's another common tactic, right? What up, Sam? They put stuff out and it's like organized poorly, and it just the net result is it makes you more confused about it what you just read, you know? At least me personally, and I feel like I'm a pretty smart guy. Like if you have a UFO article that I found confusing, you have a problem, you know. Oh yeah, no, I was kidding. It was just like the Matty Iglesias thing we just looked at.
And of course, there's another dimension, which is more important in Turkey for us. One of the ships that were involved in this military exercise was named Anadolu, a Turkish battleship. And this is a symbolic battleship also. It was declared as the symbol of Turkey's defiance against the US and the Western powers in general.
This TKP,
this ship had arrived in...
Who did they support in the last election, or did they support nobody?
Izmir, the port of Izmir, exactly 1 year ago. And on the same day, 1 year later, the USS Wasp has visited the port of Izmir. This USS Wasp is a very similar ship to the one I mentioned, Anadolu, the Turkish ship. They're both amphibian assault ships. And we think that this is clearly a message from the United States to the people of Turkey and Turkey in general. It's clear that the Turkish government is has accepted this message and is supporting this process.
What message?
So we try to reflect the anger of the Turkish people who have been deceived in that sense, continuously deceived. Because behind all these, there's a bargaining process going on. The Turkish government is bargaining with the USA and the Western powers, and they will eventually come to an agreement.
About what?
Maybe the USS Wasp was sent to Turkey in order to celebrate this agreement. Maybe an agreement has already been reached. We will see that when it is disclosed.
On what?
Well, we have been protesting battleships, US battleships. In other examples, we have protested them in the past. This latest protest is in line with this tradition, but this time we protested the symbol of the rapprochement between Turkey and the USA, between Turkey and NATO. I think this is important. And the Turkish government had developed a discourse that they call domestic and national. It was developed especially after the coup attempt in 2016. And we all know that at least a part of the US establishment was involved in this coup attempt. So, but we know that this discourse has many contradictions. First of all kinds of relations with the multinational monopolies continued, and Turkey has continued to become a loyal member of NATO. Under these circumstances, this so-called domestic and national discourse did not work. And recently we see that it is regressing the government is closer to the US line and taking a more pro-NATO position. And behind our protest, the main reason was to protest this latest development.
You know, I'm curious, since October, since this genocide in Gaza had begun, how has that impacted politics in Turkey, both on the ground level in terms of just organizing around various issues, as your party might do, as well as, you know, has it shifted anything in the government?
Well, of course it has. And but the government was not honest from the beginning. In appearance, they had a pro-Palestinian approach, a stance, but there were many contradictions. First of all, I think the most concrete issue was the trade that has been going on between Turkey and Israel. I can give you a few figures because I think they're important. Israel was an important trade partner for Turkey. In 2022, Israel was the 10th destination of Turkish exports. And Israel imported 65% of its oil from Azerbaijan via a pipeline in Turkey, imported 65% of its steel from Turkey, and 95% of its cement from Turkey. These are huge figures. And this trade continued for a while after October the 7th last year. And of course, we and other political forces also protested this. And the government had to take steps in order to decrease this pressure. But it took months. And finally, in the month of May this year, the government stopped all the trade between Israel and Turkey, in appearance, of course. And when we look at the official figures, this undisclosed by the Turkish Statistical Institute, we see that the trade between Turkey and Israel has gone down to zero level. But, of course, again, there are some question marks. The trade between Turkey and Palestine, on the other hand, increased by 1,275%. This is interesting because who's going to buy in Palestine the goods from Turkey? Not the people in Gaza. In the West Bank, we know the situation, and all the goods have to go through Israel customs, in order to reach West Bank, and this is not possible. Of course, the figures are low compared to the figures between Turkey and Israel, but still, it raises question marks.
No, I think that's a very interesting statistic, I have to say there. And, you know, it just sort of raises another question, and I think it alludes to something you were mentioning earlier, Murat, which is the integration of Turkey into NATO. And it feels like, you know, in many ways, the fact that Turkey has held itself out as a potential partner in the post-war, situation in Gaza, working with the U.S. and others. And I just wanted you to speak a little bit about that, because I think the perception for Americans is that Turkey is really, kind of like pro-Russia or against the United States, or all these different sorts of pieces, as opposed to a, significant part of the broader NATO coalition.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have to say that the Turkish government has developed the ability to make maneuvers in a broader area, and it's not easy to use the word autonomous, but had developed the ability to act more autonomously. Because in the past, Turkey had been a loyal ally of the Western powers, the USA. But in recent years, especially in the last 8 years, as I said, they have developed this ability. But it's not only Turkey. When we look at the imperialist system, we see that other countries...
Remember how, the last election, the split was, Erdogan or the challenger, I wonder what they did then. I just, I forgot about that. It seemed like a big deal at the time. But Donatello's fucking giving me problems.
Countries.
Because it was the Challenger was supposed to be I think slightly more progressive on like a handful of like social issues, but was like pro NATO, was like pro US or something. I feel like that was the dichotomy. Maybe it was like, slightly less genocidal against the Kurds or whatever, maybe.
Crisis of hegemony, which has started mainly in 2008.
Say fagamony?
The US
What?
and Western powers have stumbled. And so other countries have developed these abilities to maneuver more autonomously. Turkey is one of them. And of course, this has affected the relations between Turkey and NATO and Turkey and the USA. But when they look at the future, they know that they have to take sides because things are going to reach a point where maybe two sides will confront each other. So Turkey, the Turkish bourgeoisie feel the need to take sides. And I think now they're preparing for this moment.
And I want to bring it back to the issue of Gaza real quick, because I'm just curious if you could talk a little bit about, the criticisms your party has. And I think a lot of people have, because, the Turkish officials are very rhetorically strong in how they talk about Palestine, but Turkey maintains this relationship with Israel. So I'm curious, what are the criticisms here when it comes to the Turkish government's complicity in what Israel's doing across Palestine?
Well, yes, of course, there are many people who are protesting this fact. For example, when we started the protests against the USS Wasp, when the ship visited Izmir, a lot of people on the street and in the social media, etc., and a lot of people from the more conservative parts of the society, Islamic parts of the society, I should say, they believe that they should also have been protesting. The government should also have been protesting the arrival of USS Wasp, but they didn't. So a lot of people see this as a hypocrisy. Hypocrisy, and so
remember there was all those like seemingly U.S.-backed terror attacks too. Or terror attacks that the Turkish government certainly heavily insinuated were the Americans. Shit was wow. When was that? Was that 2020? Damn, dude. Fucking time's weird.
They can see who's honest, who's sincere about what's going on in Palestine, and who is not. I think this was an important issue, important fact that helped the people to see, at least a part of the society, to see what is
doing
exactly
nut alchemy
right to
over
do
here.
and what the
Spicy
government should
alchemist.
have done but did not do.
Mm-hmm. No, I think that's an important question, and I guess it just raises a question in my mind of...
I'm going to add that to my LinkedIn profile. Be the spicy nut alchemist.
If you expect in the future, I mean, I know you all will continue to, protest and raise these issues continually, but do you feel there's a possibility of a rising tide of anti-NATO, anti-collaborationist sort of feeling because of what people have seen here in terms of how things have played out with the relationship between the two countries, the U.S., Turkey, and its relationship to what's happening in the Middle East?
Yeah, that is our aim, and we're trying to explain to the Turkish people about what's really going on. And the party will be involved in a campaign, in an anti-NATO campaign, starting soon, in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Even less than 2 weeks, actually. And yes, that is an important picture from the port of Izmir.
The East Turkmenistanians.
So we'll try to explain this to the people. It's going to be very important. Otherwise, the Turkish people will be deceived again, will be betrayed again.
The Turkish East Turkmenistan.
And they will be open to even bigger dangers because
No,
a more
not
general
it. What are
war,
they calling him?
Or
what is it? ETIC or something? Right? It's like that weird terror group, right? It's like they're trying to like do like Xinjiang separatism.
The war in Ukraine, the reflections of the war in Ukraine on Turkey, the reflections of a possible more general war in the Middle East on Turkey. And because of these, the Turkish people will be more unsecure in their own country. And we have to explain this to the people. To be a part of NATO, to be a member of NATO for Turkey, it doesn't bring any kind of security.
It's a good look for them.
On the contrary, it makes the Turkish people very insecure.
Well, Murat, we really appreciate you being willing to join us here on the show, and excellent to see and to hear all of the various different aspects of what's going on there, including the organizing of the TKP. Murat Akkad, member of the Party Council of the Communist Party of Turkey. Thanks so much for giving us some of your time here on the Freedom Side.
Thank you.
Do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn Too Old for Twitch?
I'm smirking at you because you are clearly being dishonest.
Again, you're smirking. You can explain why.
Of course I'm smirking. It's funny the way in which you always frame things. People are not intimidated by you. That's the problem. You can intimidate some of your own people, but you can't intimidate us.
I don't want to intimidate anybody. I want to get to the... I want to find out. I'm just fascinated. Okay,
so don't be silly.
An Iranian professor humiliated Piers Morgan on his own show, leading to career-ending embarrassment to Piers Morgan.
What?
How would you categorize what happened?
I don't think Piers Morgan has shame. Am I done being a squirrel? No, that's what I'm saying. You should just look, I don't know, if you were I don't know, maybe if you were part of a focus group, you like went to the nut factory and, or no, I mean, scratch that. How about if I did it, or no, not me, because if it was me, you would know it was me. What if I paid somebody to do a focus group with Twitch chatters? And one of the questions was how would you feel about referring to your favorite streamer as Spicy Nut Alchemist, comma, the realist? What do you think the response for that would be? You think I could, maybe get a 50-50 out of it or something? Spicy Nut Alchemists, comma, the realist, or the illest. What do you think? I'll do an A/B testing. So, 1 is for just Spicy Nut Alchemist alone, or 2 is comma, the realist, or 2A is the illest. So, it's 1 verse 2, but then if you do answer 2, it's 2A or 2B, basically. With or without the addendum. If you do like the addendum, which one? Yeah, exactly. He had that part of his brain fucking extracted years before he got on TV. Yeah, he had to do that to prove he was down. Just like, what's his name? Mehdi Hassan,
On October the 7th. Was that a terrorist attack?
No, it was a retaliation of a people who were imprisoned and who were starved and who were regularly battered, and people who were imprisoned who belonged...
Just to be clear, you think that the slaughter of 1,200 people, the raping, the maiming, the incinerating, the mass murder that went on that day by a group whose own spokesman, the Hamas spokesman, said days after that, on television, on camera, that Hamas was wedded to committing the same act again and again and again, which actually is the purest personification of the genocide.
He said, if they continue to give us no option, we will continue to do military operations, which again is like Russia or the Americans or anybody who's involved in an ongoing conflict says, is like, yeah, we would really rather settle this peacefully, but we don't have an option. They are trying to fucking genocide us before television cameras, right before your very eyes. What the fuck are we supposed to do? They offered a ceasefire the fucking day afterwards, We want to get back to spicy nut alchemy and peace. You know, we don't need this. That was all. Everything Pierce said there's a lie. Literally every single thing he just said, like the maiming and all that, whatever the fuck he's talking about, all lies. Yeah, I think 688 is a much more reasonable. Like they just don't. They tried to not count the IDF, and then after that, they tried to like not count the cops or not count the reservists or whatever. Like that's suspicious. It's like, you know, as soon as they started talking about Hamas run public health, it's like, you know, they are faking something. You know, every accusation is a confession, right?
That you're talking about, you don't condemn that.
You're being dishonest. There is no evidence.
No, I'm not.
There's no evidence of rape, and I ask your viewers.
Absolute nonsense.
Yes, it's absolute nonsense that there's systematic rape. And if you are being dishonest intentionally, you are helping the Israeli regime continue its genocide by justifying it through dishonesty. So that's up to you to decide. There's no evidence of systematic rape, and just like the beheadings,
there has been clear reported evidence of rape and sexual abuse against.
That's not even. Yeah, exactly. So that's just like, in terms of like, you know, dead bodies or whatever, not even counting however many were Hannibaled or not, which I don't know if you saw that story going around yesterday. I don't think we talked about it, but it was like Israel allowed the Americans to gather information on all angles of October 7th, except for the soldiers accused of committing atrocities or something, right? Like, the framing in the article was like basically that like they are assuming that the soldiers must have committed some horrific stuff if they won't even tell their like American fucking allies about it. You know, like the Americans are like, I think the article explicitly framed it too as like in order to prepare for you know, potential war crimes tribunals, America helped Israel gather evidence or whatever. However, they didn't let them interview the soldiers or something. Basically, it was like saying they were protecting certain aspects of the narrative on October 7th that were related to the soldiers' actions. So they were able to ask everybody and their brother if they like saw any rapes or did any rapes or had any rapes happen to them or, you know, whatever. They did not want to talk to the other guys so much, or they weren't allowed to talk to them. You know.
Far-right parties have made major gains in European Union parliamentary elections.
The rise of the far-right across Europe and the the next day. Because they didn't go down there till like fucking, what was it, like 17 hours later or something? Like it took them basically the whole day to get their shit together to respond, which is kind of weird.
Possible threats that could end. Violence and vitriol on the streets of the United Kingdom, targeting migrants and mosques.
For a snap parliamentary election in his country.
France is on the road to Vichy, and it appears that the rest of Europe is poised to join it. Europe is staring down the barrel of surging fascist popularity reminiscent of the lead-up to the Second World War. Populist rhetoric and strategic alliances are reshaping the political landscape, with recent elections revealing significant and unsettling shifts. This resurgent neo-fascist movement and its increasing popularity is dangerously similar to its historical analogs, and demands urgent attention. Recognizing these signs and taking decisive action is essential. In this episode, we'll take a look at what exactly is going on in Europe. Since their decimation in World War II, far-right movements in Europe have evolved, adapting their ideology and strategies to the changing political climate. Unfortunately, they've been broadly successful. This moderation has led to the notion of soft extremism, opposing democratic values without the explicit traditional racism, focusing instead on anti-Muslim rhetoric. Movements like the AfD and Pegida in Germany form the vanguard of an emerging neo-fascism, incorporating a populism that pits the people against the elites and the scapegoated other.
Like I said, man, all these groups seem fucking tame compared to, like, your most milquetoast hog here. I don't know. I'm sure there's some sickos there. There's like Anders Breivik, so like yeah, the leaders of these parties seem tame compared to like the most fucking plainest, normiest, Matt Gates type chud. I know, right? What was that, JC? I guess I think the explanation I've heard is that it's like, or Galloway said that like a lot of it has to do with like Eastern European Muslims, right? So they just don't like whatever. They try to keep it neutral. I think that's what he said. He kind of mumbled it. I forget what interview it was. Just like
In Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg, the success of right-wing populists has been greatly influenced by mainstream parties and media, both traditional and online. The 2019 European elections saw the so-called Identity and Democracy faction secure 10.8% of the votes, a warning sign that the far-right's influence in the halls of power is growing.
Shit, I wish we only had 10.8% fascists in this country. Fuck. Well, I guess that would imply that like they're also not rigging the elections, because it's like effectively it's, I'd say if they were just left to their own druthers, it would be a much more lopsided race. But the way that the voter suppression, the gerrymandering, and all goes, they're able to basically lock in this percentage, this fucking, this silent minority.
These neo-fascist groups seek to undermine democratic institutions, a strategy employed during the Weimar Republic period with devastating success. And it's important to understand the significant overlap of garden-variety conservatism and the extreme right. The normalization of fascist ideas in society and within more mainstream parties inevitably leads to a point of no return, where fascism's rise becomes all but inevitable. This is something we've seen before. It's something that we all supposedly agree is bad. But obviously, that's not actually the case. Institutions, a strategy employed during the Weimar Republic period with
You thought we didn't like fascism. Where did you get that notion? You thought that we were anti-fascist.
devastating success. And it's important to understand the significant overlap of garden-variety conservatism and the extreme right. The normalization of fascist ideas in society and within more mainstream parties inevitably leads to a point of no return, where fascism's rise becomes all but inevitable. This is something we've seen before. It's something that we all supposedly agree is bad, but obviously that's not actually the case. This brings us to the 2024 French legislative elections, which featured enthusiastic and active far-right parties. The National Rally, under Marine Le Pen, has continued
if the shit that they do,
its strategy of normalization to gain broader appeal. Le Pen's leadership has sought to shed the party's extremist profile to maximize electoral support. Eric Zemmour's party, Reconquête, a new, belligerent far-right group, stands in...
It has to be actively helpful towards it, because it's like they've shown that they won't even let their friends get off with anything if it's like not explicitly to their benefit. Can't even just be a neutral. Like if it's neutral, they'll virtue signal condemning their allies. It's got to be actively in their benefit. That's what I mean. It's like, it's hard to say, like, can a client state truly be fascist like that? Like, expansionist fascist? I guess they can, but, like, they kind of have to do it with, like, the imperial consent, sort of, right? Like, I mean, they could work something out, I guess, but I'm just thinking if there's, like, you know, if they wanted to gobble up a part of, I don't know, let's just say Poland wanted to eat up some of their neighbor or whatever, and there happened to be like American-owned businesses in that part of the neighboring country. Like that would have that company would have to actively want that to happen, I think, to get them to go along with it. You know what I mean? Like, so when I say, you know, beneficial to our interest, I mean, you know, corporate America's interest. You know. Well, it's just like, is there fascism? Is there expansionist, fucking conquering, right? Done with the consent and tacit approval of the hegemon? Is that them just doing our fascism for us? Or is that their own, you know what I mean? How do you credit that? Sort of a weird phenomenon, I guess.
In contrast with its more extreme positions. Zemmour's openly pro-Russian stance has also distinguished him from the National Rally, and their willingness to state these positions allows Le Pen to play the moderate. Meanwhile, the mainstream right has shifted towards adopting the National Rally's nativist rhetoric as
the fucking perverts that run the world and want to fucking turn me into slurry.
well as their talking points and policies. It's within this context that we need to assess the election results. After the first round of voting, there was a real fear that the National Rally would win the second round in a historic landslide. Thankfully, that didn't happen. The headlines after the vote heralded a major win for the left. The coalition they formed had done its job and prevented the National Rally from gaining a controlling majority. The radical centrist coalition won the second most seats, and to no one's surprise, they don't seem interested in an alliance with the left. Now, usually, the president would choose a prime minister from the party with the largest number of seats, which in this case is the left coalition. I say usually because the current centrist president Emmanuel Macron is very reluctant to pick someone from the left. At time of writing, Macron has rejected the current prime minister's resignation, asking him to stay on for the sake of stability, and to give him
they want to do Nazi race science. Are you sure they're trying to do Nazi race science?
More time to choose a suitably right-wing replacement. Macron's indecision is indicative of the broader gridlock that this election has produced. Since the three largest opposing parties each hold roughly a third of the legislature, they will likely fail to deliver a functioning parliament, which, added to the drama of Macron's stubbornness, will grind the political machine to a halt. The 2024 French elections paint a worrying picture, which echoes the turmoil of Germany in 1930. The surge in support for far-right parties like the National Rally parallels the rise of the NSDAP. This growing far-right influence, fueled by societal discontent and economic uncertainty, mirrors the conditions that allowed the NSDAP to gain traction. France's left coalition and Germany's SPD each show significant left-wing presence, though France's alliance remains fragile due to its mix of far-left and social democratic factions. Centrist parties in both countries, as staunch supporters of the status quo, only serve to perpetuate the existing political order, with France's centrist bloc notably stronger than Germany's. Conservative parties like the Republicans in France and the DNVP in Germany have maintained a steady presence, reflecting the enduring appeal of traditional power structures.
Like, either you can't win, right? Either you explicitly point to the, like, remember the swastika was in the stage, right? You can't do a whole lot with that. Either you point to it and properly condemn it and contextualize it like you arguably should do, and then you have the, dishonest chud backlash about how you're an unhinged lib or whatever. Or you ignore it and let it go on and, let them fucking promote fucking Nazism unmolested and, pretend they got one over on the fucking country.
Structures. Liberal and regionalist factions also made their mark, though their influence was less pronounced. These similarities between Germany in 1930 and France in 2024 are more than just historical coincidences. The trends of political fragmentation and rising extremism in France today bring to mind the final year of the Weimar Republic, which suggests that unresolved systemic issues continue to drive these cyclical patterns. The far right promises simple, incoherent solutions to complex systemic problems, which end up worsening those very problems they claim to be fixing. For example, the Holocaust wasn't just an act of sadistic brutality. It was a horrifying, systematic attempt to reshape society based on twisted racial theories which were themselves created to justify a certain economic order. Fascist movements not only want a social order based on some insane mythologized past, they want to establish incredibly oppressive regimes to reverse what normal people consider societal progress. This focus on extreme measures leads to catastrophic, violent consequences. Now, let's explore their bankrupt approach to different political issues in detail. Right-wing economics relies heavily on ultranationalism and protectionism, a fancy way of saying imposing high tariffs on imports. Yet they never actually address the genuine economic challenges faced by the working class. A good example of this is Geert Wilders' Party for Freedom in the Netherlands. They use deceptive, democratic-ish rhetoric to disguise their deeper ultranationalist, xenophobic agendas, appealing to broader audiences by preying on the fear they manufacture. For example, their platform includes reducing financial contributions to the EU and reducing government spending on welfare for immigrants in particular. Wilders says that he wants to curb so-called welfare tourism, arguing that the Dutch social system should not support these mythical migrants who do not contribute economically. Of course, this caricature is pure fiction, unsupported by reality. The former imperialist powers really hate the immigrants that they themselves created. That aside, they also want a Brexit for the Netherlands they call Nexit. And if you thought it was a disaster in the UK, remember that the Netherlands...
all the European fascist leaders look like cartoon characters.
Netherlands shares 2 land borders with EU members, and uses the same currency as their neighbors. Separating from the EU would be catastrophic for the Netherlands. Unfortunately, EU policies over the past 2 decades have inadvertently fueled reactionary sentiments, contributing to the rise of these movements and exacerbating economic inequalities across Europe. The Party for Freedom finishing in first in parliamentary elections is a good illustration of the broader shifts occurring in Europe. The instability their policies will cause will inevitably lead to further societal division and unrest.
I mean, that's another example of what I was just describing too, is that, they cannibalize the European economies in order to fucking preserve the this bullshit here, right? Demonstrating that they will do that right away next time fucking going gets tough, right? They will not take any amount of L in order to prop up their so-called allies.
Which is good for the far right. Reactionary parties thrive on this vicious cycle, a cycle the current system is not equipped to handle. You can't vote out fascism. The exploitation of societal divisions always comes wrapped in euphemisms about cultural identity. Reactionary elements form alliances that often appear contradictory but are fundamentally characteristic of fascist opportunism. For instance, Matteo Salvini's party in Italy has aligned with Israel to gain political legitimacy despite its xenophobic stances. Strategies like welfare chauvinism redefine worthiness based on racial, national, and other identity markers specific to the context in which they find themselves. Sounds a lot like apartheid, right? This approach pits native-born citizens against immigrants. They portray the pure, chosen people as victims of a shadowy, corrupt elite. And when capitalism is facing a crisis, these reactionary elements become more attractive partners to liberals or spineless social democrats, resulting in the defunding and/or shrinking of existing welfare programs. Now, it wouldn't be a critique of the far right without talking about media manipulation. A survey by the Arab Center DC reveals something unsurprising. A majority of the Arab public perceives US media coverage as biased in favor of Israel. Obvious, right? The problem is that even though we know Western coverage is nonsense, this manipulation is extremely effective in skewing the average American's understanding of the situation. For example, American media refers to the ongoing horror in Palestine as a conflict or war, when it's actually very clearly an occupation and a genocide. This subtle manipulation of rhetoric results in public opinion being sympathetic to the disgusting actions committed by Israel. And it's not just in the US. UK media coverage of the genocide also shows significant bias, with disproportionate empathy towards the far fewer Israeli victims over Palestinian ones. Such manipulation allows the Western ruling class to more effectively spread their hateful ideology. At the moment, the only other options are the slightly less right-wing liberals or centrists. Many people mistakenly believe that these groups represent a viable alternative. That is not the case. In reality, it's the difference between name brand products and their generic competition. Same result, just different packaging and aesthetics. Let's start with economics. Policies from both far-right and liberal centrist parties often end up converging on nationalist and protectionist themes. Just as far-right parties weaponize democratic rhetoric to conceal their nationalist and xenophobic ideology, so too do liberals and centrists adopt this strategy to gain broader appeal. This approach underscores their shared tendency to prioritize short-term political gains, and favors to the ruling class, over long-term economic stability, which further destabilizes the economy and worsens inequality. Fascist political rhetoric has deeply influenced mainstream discourse and normalized extreme right-wing views. The rise of Donald Trump disrupted the notion of American exceptionalism, aligning US politics with global trends of democratic backsliding. His election on a mainstream party ticket, mirrored by Bolsonaro in Brazil, should make it clear that far-right politics are now solidly mainstream. The media's normalization of these talking points for the cliques has furthered this process, making extreme views acceptable to the public and paving the way for even more extreme rhetoric. There's also the issue of aesthetics. In the US and Europe, aesthetic choices and practices play a critical role in shaping authoritarian and populist politics. These aesthetics influence national identities, class structures, and societal norms. Digital practices, such as meme production, yes, really, are instrumental in building right-wing narratives, blending playful and violent elements to make genocide, murder, or past horrors like the Holocaust seem cool or reasonable. The marriage of aesthetics and politics underscores the importance of cultural production in the strategy of these movements. Essays in political and legal anthropology reviews show how aesthetics come together to form national identity, class perspectives, and societal norms. For example, the explosion of anti-woke content. This strategic use of aesthetics helps attract a wider audience, particularly among younger generations, solidifying their ideological indoctrination. By cultivating right-wing sympathies through aesthetics, these movements blur the line between politics and cultural representation, making their ideology more pervasive and insidious. We also touched on the right-wing's weird affinity for Israel, considering how anti-Semitic they are, so it's worth examining more closely. It may seem paradoxical that some fascist parties in Europe have become staunch supporters of Israel. Israel believes so strongly in cultivating these alliances that it's state policy. Politicians like Italy's Matteo Salvini, the UK's revolving door of prime ministers, and all US presidents since 1948 use visits to Israel to bolster their political careers. Netanyahu's government has strengthened ties with far-right groups in Europe, leveraging these relationships for political support. US support for Israel has strong-armed European governments and far-right groups alike to adopt rabid pro-Israel stances. This relationship is mutually beneficial. Far-right parties gain political legitimacy and support, while Israel secures significant backing from European countries, including Hungary, Poland, and Austria, where neo-fascist elements support Zionism despite their historical anti-Semitism. Yet another reminder that Zionism has nothing to do with Judaism. This cooperation appears on the surface to be pragmatic, since they have several overlapping goals. However, it's actually ideologically driven. The main fascist motivation to support Israel so fervently is an insidious desire to promote the legitimacy of ethno-states, and in liberal systems, to justify ever more destructive racist policies. Notorious neo-Nazi Richard Spencer uses Israel's model to advocate for his own vision of an ethno-state for the nebulously defined white people. The main source of this support is from the anti-Semitic notion that Jews aren't able to integrate into other societies and should be corralled into one place. Sound familiar? Their logic is perfectly consistent. Spencer has even gone on Israeli television to declare himself a white Zionist, seeking to justify his stance by drawing parallels to Israeli nationalism. In Israel, laws favoring Jewish citizens over Palestinians provide a template for similar policies advocated by European right-wing extremists. The expansion of apartheid-inspired policies across Europe mirrors Israeli practices that reinforce their exclusionary ideology. By aligning with Israel, these fascists gain a semblance of legitimacy in the eyes of liberal society, while promoting their reactionary garbage. The alarming rise of far-right movements in Europe echoes dangerous historical precedents, threatening to repeat some of the worst atrocities ever seen, or if they get their way, outdo them. In Germany, AfD and Pegida's populist rhetoric is gaining ground. In Belgium and the Netherlands, right-wing extremists are rapidly winning real power.
Yeah, I'll bet you Spencer cleans up with the babes when he's in Israel.
And in Italy, Matteo Salvini is teaming up with Israel and other far-right factions to bolster his political influence. The 2019 European elections resulted in a major rightward shift, while in France's recent elections, Le Pen's National Rally gained a historic number of seats. These are all very bad signs. As right-wing parties become more mainstream and adopt ever more extreme views, political gridlock and dysfunction will reign, paving the way for strongman fascists to seize control. Recognizing and countering these movements is critical to protecting our future, before it's too late. Episodes like this one are made possible thanks to our generous patrons on Patreon. If you'd like to help support the show, and get some great perks while you're at it, consider becoming a patron. Perks include access to our Discord server, early access to videos, ad-free episodes, and more. You can help us keep the channel afloat by becoming a patron at patreon.com/firstthought.
Yeah,
thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah, I mean, gotta like at least.
This is Democracy Now!
I mean,
Democracy Now!
You don't have to hand it to them, but I feel like a lot of them fucking already ran away to Europe, right? To whatever their dual citizenship is. I mean, I'm torn between my desire to see them suffer and, you know, my like revulsion at the thought that like we're gonna end up footing the bill for whatever the fuck they get up to, you know. What's this?
I can paint you a picture of how that would work and how it's worked in the past, where we've tried to artificially hold prices down. Competition doesn't come in. People don't, like if beef is too high, people don't move the chicken. The competitors don't come in to undercut where the beef prices are. Nothing works when you try to artificially control prices. It's just a supply and demand issue. It's a flawed idea.
So did you have a question here?
Yes. Why would you propose a flawed idea when the real problem, if you really want to help the middle class, if you really sincerely want to help people having trouble at the grocery store, it's not price gouging that's the issue.
All right.
It's
so
the
last
border.
Week over on CNBC,
What are you going to say?
Anchor
What
Joe
is it?
Kernan brought out Elizabeth Warren to talk about Kamala Harris's anti-price gouging proposal, but he got so triggered by the policy.
Like this, I would say is the problem. Like this I feel like in terms of like fucking, you know, consciousness and like, you know, having a fucking better future. Stuff like this guy fucking absolutely unhinged, melting down, not presenting any fucking like factual basis at all, just saying that like you know, his like he is like, oh, it doesn't work, you know, and according to his vibe meter, it's like not you couldn't possibly prevent companies from price gouging anybody. What are you? What are you? Some sort of communist? Like it's just, god damn. Like that's like CNBC. That all these channels have done this the entire time. They've all insisted over and over and over again that it's like no price gouging is happening, and like it's like there's been tons of studies demonstrating the fucking profit, like this tracks with like the things they've been saying in their shareholder meetings and their fucking balance sheets. It's like they are net profit is just way the fuck up, right? And you can look at that. That's not like most of the like econ stuff is very much nebulous that you can just kind of like fudge it. That's one thing where you can measure it, right? You can look at what percentage of the sales transaction is their profit, you know, and it's it just excessive, and they keep saying it. I just saw another tweet yesterday or today or whatever about like one of them admitting that what was the exact details? Um uh like something like triple the profits or whatever. Like it just was, you know. But no matter how many times that happens, you're still gonna have freaks like this on TV pumping their shit out to millions of people, just completely fabricating this worldview. And I don't have any confidence in Liz Warren to like defend it against this guy, this fucking professional hack. Like he's like yeah, this guy's job is to like misrepresent like how the economy works, right? It's like his primary job qualification. And there's motherfuckers like this on every station doing similar things. I feel like that would go a long way towards fucking, you know, repairing people's worldview if they didn't have assholes like this just fucking lying in such an extreme manner to them. And it's just like, how are you supposed to disprove this if every news anchor is saying the same bullshit? I mean, most people are just going to be like, oh, I guess, you know, I guess it's just fucking China's fault or whatever bullshit they tell them, you know?
That he forgot to even ask her a question about it. But today, Kernan one-upped himself by bringing on two guests for an interview. But before he could even introduce them, he launched into a heated debate.
I mean, if they were accusing a specific person, right? Because it is like accusing somebody of sex crimes is like what's called per se, you know? It's considered like it's you know, per se slander or libel or whatever, assuming it's not true. You know, so if they could show they got damages from it, maybe, and they were accusing specific people, right? I don't think you can go after them for accusing a whole, you know, millions of people of something like that. Would probably be considered too vague of a threat of a fucking slander to be actionable. But you wouldn't have to prove that you were hurt. Like it's you know, some slander you have to prove that it's like negative, it's like it's harmful, right? Not with something like that, right? That's like automatic. Also, like if you accuse somebody of being like slutty, also same thing. It's like per se. Like these things, like saying Kamala slept around to get ahead. If she wasn't a public figure, that would be against the law, right?
Debate about how awesome rich people are and how awesome corporations are and how our government should be protecting and enriching them, which is apparently the opposite of taxing them. So for context, Kernan was so furious this morning because he feels that neither Harris nor Trump are proposing good economic policies. Let's watch.
The idea that you're going to raise a lot of money through tariffs and not have it be inflationary does not make a lot to me.
Like so many bad populist ideas, they're on both sides.
They're on both sides. And
Biden left the tariffs
on. I don't know if I've gotten older and
U.S. Steel,
or if I just look at this
merger.
and I think everything both these candidates are saying is
like. So I did watch different clips. The child tax credit thing.
The child tax credit is crazy. He you know, like thinking that.
Oh man. Like, making sure all these goddamn kids eat is a problem. Like, it's like so counterfactual. Like, it's just so out of line with like, yes, free them from the grip of their fucking Zionist terrorist government. Yeah. Yeah. The like it's so disconnected from the actual like economic data points, and they present themselves as like, oh, I'm just like a regular guy like you know, I'm just on TV talking about regular guy stuff. And don't you get mad when they want to like when they want to give you money? Oh, isn't that's just gets me so angry when they want to like fucking feed, when they want to feed the poor kids. Um that the the people either have to understand that they're not like these people are not on their side, right? Or understand that they're lying. One or the other. We gotta,
That you are going to raise enough money in these tariffs, not only to balance the budget, to then roll out all kinds of spending, and to pick up child tax, to pay for child care expenses, basically for everybody. Doesn't make any sense.
And even the 15% just on domestic companies is industrial policy. Now, on one side, you're going to get industrial policy.
It's always some fucking weirdo like this.
But the right should give you
That's
a
all
choice.
Again, this is like this motherfucker. Are you what fucking planet are you living on that like you would say that like that's all they do is industrial policy? Like it's just so bizarre that like I don't know. This guy shouldn't be on TV anymore, apparently, right? It's like his brain is just permanently fucking fried in like, 1988 and you just like can't like adjust to any kind of like accurate perspective. Just like what fucking $50,000 a year douchebags are watching this guy and thinking, yeah, he's just like he's just like me,
They shouldn't be, pandering in the same morass.
I hate it when the Democrats do industrial policy.
That leads us to Kernan's interview on the topic of Trump's versus Harris's tax policies. So he had two guests that he wanted to talk to. He invited them. They were Roosevelt Forward Director Elizabeth Pancotti and America First Policy Institute Chief Economist Michael Faulkender. But you wouldn't know that from Kernan's introduction or lack thereof. Take a look.
This guy that we got coming on, Michael, might be able to explain it. Elizabeth, I don't know, I read the notes. Elizabeth, you're just going to tell me raising or cutting taxes on the wealthy as if corporations are a code word for the wealthy. I just don't understand that because...
I don't think that's true at all.
Okay, aren't you saying that's all he wants to do is cut taxes for the wealthy? Why is cutting taxes on corporations for the wealthy? Why is that for the wealthy?
I think there's both. I think one, we know that capital income represents for the top households represents a huge amount of their income relative to wage income at the bottom. And so when those corporations do better or when they're given tax breaks, that flows to the top households. But I don't think that...
So that's a bad thing? Seriously, Elizabeth, that's a bad thing. Dude. Who do you think provides the jobs in this country?
Oh my God.
And the people that work at those companies that pay the taxes to afford...
It's like so embarrassing, like on an objective level that like this guy would just so... mind-numbingly inaccurate, right, with what he's saying, and like no matter how frequently it's like discredited and disproven that like no, these these memes that you have these heuristic memes that you have to like explain how the economy works have actually been demonstrated to be not at all to have very minimal explanatory power, and you're just like he should have an editor who says, "Hey, dude, you can't. That's actually not true. None of that's true. You got to figure something else out." And it's just horrific. Like, it's like the silliest shit that's like been discredited so frequently. like this whole job creators mythology and like this like what did he say? He said like they that's where all the jobs are coming from or whatever. The corporate tax rate, and it's just like it's a historically low corporate tax rate, like by a wide margin, right? And it's not even close. And like there you could just look at a fucking a chart and see all of the different ways that they've cut taxes and like shifted the burden, right? And at the same time driven up fucking borrowing and printing cash that like they also use to enforce austerity for the workers so they can just like the stuff that they actually spend the money on. If you look at these like military contracts and shit, they're just like fucking quid pro quo for like donors that gave them campaign cash. Like it's not. If you were concerned about like the government spending too much money, the first thing you would do would be to clean up the Pentagon, right? Or like the Fed, or some of these big unaccountable government institutions that are driving the inflation. Despite what assholes like this are going to say, yeah, it's quite fucking obvious that anybody who's actually fucking got a brain, that's what drives the inflation is these insane tax breaks for rich people coupled with excessive military spending and fucking money printing. That's what's inflationary. Like, duh. Like, when people have money, it's just an unfettered boom for the economy. It's like that one bugs me the most, like convincing people that it's somehow like a good economic policy to like make sure we're all like on death's door, like unable to afford rent or healthcare or anything. That's just a sound economic planning. That's just lack of industrial policies. That's the smart thing to do. Like, it's just bizarre. Yeah, it's just that they're so selfish and they're so short-sighted that they can't even have like, I might make 75 cents now. I'm gonna make $5, 3 quarters from now, right? And instead of like I know they'd rather have $1 now, right, than like fucking like $3 next year. Then make twice as much just being patient and dispersing the money. Like it's like they can't be so dumb as to like this motherfucker. If he's too dumb to understand that like employees' wages come directly back into his pocket at some point, in the very near future, then he certainly shouldn't be on TV, like spreading his dumbness to the country, This guy's got something. He's like Forrest Gump stupid, it seems like, right?
Everything we do.
And I bet you that makes him endearing to a lot of idiots too, right? Because he's like, oh, he's just like me. He's dumb as fuck.
The government can't provide jobs. Who's going to pay the government workers? The government doesn't have.
The government is, in fact, the largest employer in the United States.
Yeah, and it's like de facto solvent too. Again, dumb fuck. Again, the dumbest shit ever. Like, oh, where do you get the money for that? Where do you get the money to pay the fucking insanely low number of workers that like the government's forced to operate with? Just yeah. Long-term stable investments. I mean, yeah, good. It's just like long-term stable investment is investing in their fucking companies, right? It's like workers' wages aren't high enough. Like, I think it's bizarre that I mean, it's not bizarre, it's fucking predictable, but like you would think that like the politicians in office would want to raise workers' wages because it would be good for the economy, but they don't actually care about the economy. They care about the donors, right? As long as they're like, like a couple dozen of the wealthiest perverts in the world are, their line is going up, then that's the economy's booming, like.
Then the debate got even more heated after that, but Kernan did finally remember to introduce his guest. Here's the clip.
I think that there's this, false reality that trickle-down economics has worked for the past 50 years. And in fact,
just answer me. Where do you get the money to pay the government employees? Just answer that. That's all I want you to answer.
Revenue from both households and corporations.
It all flows down from the private sector. I'm sorry to tell you. Let me, Michael, can you explain?
It's just like she keeps responding sensibly and reasonably and factually to like all of his insane Cold War mythology, and then he just changes the subject.
Elizabeth Pincotti, Roosevelt Forward Director, and Michael Falkender, America First Policy Institute Chief Economist.
All right, so I don't love the way he keeps cutting her off and assuming he knows what she's about to say before she says it, but is he really trying to push trickle-down economics?
Taxes were higher and CEOs couldn't be compensated. I mean, I don't care what you compensate them with. It's just that they fucking, like, when our parents were young, it was like there would be like, I don't know, like 25 to 1 would be like the ratio of CEO to worker pay, something like that, right? And now it's like fucking like 4,000 to 1. Something seems off about that. Worker productivity goes up every single year. It's like at record levels, and CEOs have a very nebulous value add to the company, right? It's like, especially because most of these big companies have like de facto monopolies. Like they have their market sectors carved out for them and legislatively protected, and they don't actually do like products. There's like a noticeable decline in product quality across the board almost, right? Like the enshittification of everything. Yet those guys still make ever and ever greater slice of the profits. Does not seem like either deserving or sound economic policy for long-term stability and growth. See, when I say these things, I know because I have like the strength of like decades of like fucking like history and data points backing up what I'm saying, right? When this guy runs his mouth like this, he's like just saying some of the like literally most discredited concepts in modern times. Like, nothing has been debunked more than trickle down whatever, right? Like, it's just not as, it's like more discredited than like, I don't know, fucking, I can't think of something good, whatever, Pete Rose,
Economics right now. Pancotti did try to point out that hasn't worked for most Americans for the past.
Well, yeah, that's private equity, right? Again, that's a practice that should just be outlawed, right? Like you shouldn't be able to like take out these massive loans on like I don't know how you would define it. These sort of acquisitions that are like in order to take out a loan, they should have a ratio of like investment versus loan procurement, right? Like you have to be actually spending it on, building your productive capacity in some fashion. It's just like if you gave every worker a $5 raise, right? Like every other company you owned would like Walmart, right? Would make a significant part of that additional $5, in a small town. Like it's just their greed is like incalculable. Yeah, Reagan did exactly. It's also fucking fake and just like unmoored from like the actual work being done. That it's not your average person, unless you're like literally like a monopoly capitalist, like one of the ultra tippy top, like in terms of like market share, you don't like this system's not good for you. Like it's really only good for like a couple thousand people in the world tops, and it's like anybody else is just like getting screwed by it.
50 years, but again, he kept talking over her, so it was hard for her to get that out. Cenk, what do you make of this part of the discussion?
Hey, don't scroll away. Come back. ridiculous, and it's actually kind of embarrassing to watch. No nuance at all, just corporate propaganda. Then he turns to the guest, and then it got more embarrassing.
Right, shut up, Jake. I just want to see the fucking clips.
She proves that they do go to the wealthy, and if you notice, you can go back and rewatch the tape. He then immediately switches and goes, well, I mean, where do you think the money's coming from? In other words, oh, so the corporate tax cuts do affect the wealthy. They do go to the wealthy, thank you for the admission. And then he turns to, yeah, but you know what, we're the ones paying taxes, okay? Where do you think it comes from? And again, now that's the second absurdity. So thank you for the admission that this corporate tax cuts are all about giveaways to the very wealthy. But if you say that, well, the taxes come from the private sector, that doesn't mean that we should do perpetual tax cuts.
They make 90-something% of the wages, so yeah, they're gonna pay a good chunk of the tax revenues because they fucking steal all the money from the other workers. If they were willing to steal less of the profits, they could pay lower taxes, I'm sure, right? Also, as the famous Warren Buffett demonstration, right? Like his secretary pays a higher tax rate than him, which is nuts, right?
That doesn't answer the question of what should the tax rate be. Just because it comes from the private sector doesn't mean it should be 0. It also doesn't mean it should be 100. But shutting down the conversation with, that's ridiculous. The private sector, the wealthy are paying everything.
And like we have so many laws in place to give preferential treatment to private sector entities too, right? Like there's all these rules about like government competition and like they're actually not allowed to go into certain economic sectors if there's supposedly like if there's a private sector company operating there. The government agencies are supposed to like not even like at all engage with that sort of type, and they're able to game the system so effectively, right? Because it's like rules like that are usually coupled with some sort of subsidies for the 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 company who claims to be developing the technology that the government has to avoid, right? So they get paid to sit on their asses and like squat on the that area.
No, those poor corporations, we have to cut them. No, we don't have to necessarily cut them.
Yeah, it
what
should
is
be
the
really high over
tax rate?
fucking,
And when we grew the economy and created the greatest the middle class the world has ever seen, the tax rate sometimes was in the 70s and 90s for the highest brackets, marginal tax rates. Now, I'm not saying we go back there. I think that's way too.
I mean, you could totally structure the economy that it had, like, it properly incentivized innovation and hard work without leading to this fucking shit show, right? They rely on making people think that that's just impossible, right? Like, you couldn't possibly fairly fucking apportion the value and wealth to the different types of employment. No, couldn't possibly do that. Meanwhile, like they, back to the golf course. I mean, it'd be nice if we had like some sort of conflict of interest law that, like, this stuff had to be announced up top. Like, oh, I'm warning you, this may affect my opinion that I am a fucking fucking World Economic Forum member or something. I've actually made out with Klaus Schwab before. Oh. I mean, the best idea would be the NASCAR type patches. That'd be great.
Approximately 66 million years ago, dinosaurs
I always come to the same
just
conclusion, though, right? Like, there's so much room for improvement in so many, like, just basically everywhere you look, you can do a drastic improvement just by fixing one little thing here and there. It's this idea that it's like unfixable and we can't possibly do anything different. It's just, it's how they justify the quagmire, like the stagnation, like and it's just, I mean, I don't know. Personally, I would like to have a economy that was heading more like, I wish we had a Wall Street that was, first of all, I wish we didn't have any of it, but if we're going to have it, like, I wish it was just more appropriately synced up with the actual value in the companies and their products and their forecasting and just, like it's supposed to be, right? And not just like on how much debt the fucking ownership team has, or, like when their fucking repayment schedule is, and like what their their fucking their crypto investments are paying off or whatever. Like it's fucking just like ridiculous. I mean, what? Yeah. People. I mean, I don't know, like you have to figure out a way to to provide startup capital to companies without creating like a perpetual rentier ownership class, right? I mean, you could have like I mean, again, there's a lot of ways you could do that. That would be a huge improvement overnight,
First day possible on Earth.
You could have a
When a
panel,
giant
or you
asteroid
could
the
have
size
like
of
a,
Mount Everest slammed.
You could do some shit where it's like you get like a family has an apportionment that you can collect on, or you have to have certain number of workers. That's what they have in Italy, right? Like they have that thing where if you get laid off, you can take like a year's worth of unemployment in advance, as long as you combine it with a bunch of other laid off workers and start your own business. Like you can all take a year's worth at once and use that to start your company, which I think is a great idea. Of course, couldn't possibly have that here because it's like they use the government to stymie competition, right? It's like they bribe the politicians to protect their little racket so that they are desperately trying to avoid any kind of like new market entrance, because the less market involvement there is, the more they can justify not doing a goddamn thing. Just having shittier and shittier products. Like if there's a bunch of companies all the time, you might have to actually maintain standards. It's just like fucking Elon can lay off half of the Twitter staff because he's going to give everybody a shittier product and charge them more for it, or anything at all. And people have no option because it's a fucking monopolies.
Slammed into the Yucatan Peninsula at speeds 28 times greater than that of an AK-47 bullet. Within an instant, the energy equivalent to 10 billion Hiroshimas was unleashed upon the world, bringing about what many consider to have been the most violent and abrupt extinction event of all time. This was the KT extinction event. Today, paleontologists believe that about 75% or more of all species on Earth at the time vanished, with nearly no creature above 25 kilos or 55 pounds surviving.
Be able to hold more
Among
than
the many fallen, the most
bank,
iconic were by far the non-avian dinosaurs, who up until that point had ruled the lands for roughly 165 million years. The out-of-nowhereness of the dinosaurs' extinction, coupled with how fast it happened, has led to many referring
just like what's going to happen to capitalism.
To the day of impact as the day the dinosaurs died, and there are even documentaries with such names. But did the dinosaurs really die all at once on the same day? After all, they could be found on every continent during the late Cretaceous and were fairly diverse, with researchers estimating that there were over 1,000 species roaming around when the asteroid touched down. Many of these dinosaurs were armored, others giant, and some were even below the weight threshold. So it seems a bit hard to believe that they just vanished in an instant. And for the most part, paleontologists do think that the demise of non-avian dinosaurs was not instantaneous, meaning that technically, we had dinosaurs during the Cenozoic. However, studies still support the idea that the majority of dinosaurs did in fact perish within the
I'm about fucking sick of these people constantly trying to make the distinction that this guy is about non-avian dinosaurs. Really, man? Because we were all presuming that you meant avian ones, right? Just, if you say dinosaurs, it's taken to mean regular dinosaur. Like, you know, anything else, it modifies the word and is just more confusing, you know?
The first 24 hours.
I have to sit there and think about what does non-avian dinosaur mean and properly put that in context before I can, you know, continue listening to the reader.
Due to the multiple widespread effects of the asteroid. Extreme heat, forest fires, blast waves, earthquakes, and tsunamis were all very real threats after all, especially for those in the Western Hemisphere, with many as far away as 1,500 miles or 2,400 kilometers dying within virtual minutes. Across the globe, some were shielded from these immediate effects, but what even they could not escape was the massive amounts of super hot material that had been thrown up into the atmosphere and space, with possibly as much as 25 trillion tons having been ejected. This material was for a while several times hotter than even the surface of the sun. So, when a good chunk of it came raining back down, it heated up the atmosphere to oven-like temperatures, cooking anything out in the open from the inside out, and starting fires in roughly 70% of all forests on Earth.
Damn.
This alone left only a few animals standing, but in certain areas that were more protected, like marshes, dense humid forests, and high latitudes, pockets of dinosaurs would have remained standing. It's however worth mentioning that these survivors were likely not the big boys, but rather small species and maybe juveniles. Things, however, were not over for them yet, because all the fires and ejecta both led to untold amounts of dust, soot, and other particles coating the skies and blocking out the sun, leading to sharp decreases in global temperature, where the average may have dropped as much as 36 degrees Fahrenheit or 20 degrees Celsius. On top of this, the blocking of the sun led to perpetual darkness, which brought its own unpleasant issues.
Dinosaurs not going to be much smarter than like a, you know, it doesn't have to be a good computer, right? We can simulate fucking that level of intelligence already, right? I don't know why you would need a human brain to do that. You do it in like a tiny little microchip, I'm sure.
It's thought that this apocalyptic winter was the final nail in the coffin for the non-avian dinosaurs. But it's also where things get a bit gray, because no one really knows how long it took for this period to kill the survivors, or if some even survived this fallout, yet were impacted enough to where they couldn't ever recover. A good chunk of researchers believe that at the very least, survivors hung on for a few weeks, months, or possibly years, with carnivores likely sticking around the longest, as at the start there would have been a plethora of carcasses to choose from, while herbivores on the other hand were pretty much doomed from the get-go, with most of their food having been burnt in the forest fires. Some of the luckier ones may have stumbled upon preserved pockets of vegetation, but that did not last long either. And then once the herbivores dropped, the carnivores soon followed, with one of the most recent studies putting an exact expiration date on dinosaurs of 15 years after D-Day. The study suggested that all the dust and other material in the air would have sustained a 15-year nightmare, where temperatures were low and photosynthesis was almost entirely blocked, with it being completely halted for at least 1 year. Within this time frame, it's thought that the non-avian dinosaurs, who were already few and far between, slowly dropped like flies, either freezing or starving to death. And there are multiple other studies that paint similar time spans, typically all falling within 100 years. However, others have pushed back on these shorter times, preferring the idea that the end was not quick, but rather strung out over millenniums, with small populations surviving well into the early Danian stage, and signifying that entire generations of dinosaurs continued to persist and arise. Many of these longer estimates fall within a few thousand years, yet some even approach the tens of thousands of years, as demonstrated by one 2013 study, which indicated that it took the collision event about 33,000 years to kill off every single non-avian dinosaur. The idea here was that a select few unknown species likely endured the worst of the asteroid, and even saw the world in some senses stabilize. During this time, mammals would have slightly increased in size, insects would have had a population boost, and large turtles plus crocodilians may have been the biggest animals around, making it one strange world for what dinosaurs were used to. And the paleontologists behind the study actually think it was these changes that ultimately led to their tragically slow ending. with mammals and non-dinosaur reptiles eventually outcompeting what remained of the previous rulers. And while the end result with them being gone did not change, it would still be impressive if they had survived for an additional 33,000 years, which based on other calculations may have amounted to over 1,000 generations of dinosaurs, seeing the Cenozoic. Perhaps surprisingly, 33,000 years isn't even the longest estimate, with a few researchers having an even more optimistic hypothesis, suspecting that some dinosaurs survived for an extreme amount of time, possibly up to 1 million years. And interestingly enough, one of the strongest cases for such a long survival time comes from an area not so far from the epicenter, in Colorado and New Mexico. Specifically, a team of paleontologists discovered the remains of hadrosaurs, tyrannosaurs, ankylosaurs, and even sauropods within a remote part of San Juan Basin that were dated to the Paleocene epoch, about 500,000 years after the initial impact.
That's crazy.
Of course, this brought up a bunch of questions about not only how did they survive so long, but why of all places did they only seem to survive in southern US, which is relatively close to the crater? Well, according to the lead paleontologist, there are three possible explanations. The first one is that the area they were in was heavily sheltered from the blast, perhaps being akin to a canyon that offered ample protection from the worst effects. The second, more likely scenario is that the diverse group of survivors wasn't originally from the States, but rather from up north like Alberta, Canada, where the asteroid's effects were comparably less severe. Then, following the drop in temperature and decrease in resources, they were eventually forced to venture south, where presumably they stumbled upon a small area that could still sustain life. The final idea proposed was that no juvenile or mature individual survived the extinction, as they were simply too large, but instead their eggs that were protected by nests and were small escaped obliteration and then hatched once the most immediate effects had passed. And then, with a lot of luck, they were able to re-establish themselves for 500,000 years. If accurate, this means that these dinosaurs saw the Earth fully recover from the asteroid in most ways, and they might have actually ran into some new animals that emerged from that time, including freshwater eels, Dysacus, Polydilopomorphia, Mesonychia, and Pantodonta, to name a few. Of course, though, to no surprise, these finds have been met with a lot of criticism by the paleontology community overall, with the biggest pushback being that these dinosaurs were not from the Paleocene, and that their fossils had simply eroded at some point and were redeposited into younger grounds, thus giving the illusion that they hadn't died with the rest of their kind. The researchers who made the original find have since come forward and defended their claims, saying that the bones could not have been moved around since many of them remained together, with the most prominent example coming from a single hadrosaur, who had 34 of its bones arranged in perfect order. Nevertheless, this controversial discovery is mainly considered invalid today. Though there are those who still hold on to the idea that dinosaurs stuck around for much longer than we usually give them credit, including the larger ones, like giant theropods. While very speculative, it has led to some interesting questions on how larger creatures would have gotten by in a post-Mesozoic world. Would they have been restricted to just hunting other survivors, unable to capture more agile mammals? Or did they themselves experience changes, perhaps rapidly decreasing in size due to limited resources, as seen in the case with dwarfism experienced by animals on smaller islands? Ultimately though, no one is certain on how long our favorite extinct animals lasted, but it's nice to think that they stuck around for a bit. For now though, the youngest dinosaur accepted by science remains a Triceratops specimen who is thought to have died right around the time of the impact, perhaps even succumbing, like most, to the blast itself.
Really?
The conversation on dinosaur survival has also led many to wonder if other Mesozoic icons persisted as well, such as the pterosaurs or mosasaurs. Currently, no one has a good idea, but there is a more obscure group of animals from those times, the ammonoids, that are thought to have possibly lived about 1 million years after the Cretaceous. This claim, like the San Juan Basin one, is quite controversial, yet for the most part, it has garnered more support. And we can only hope that more finds in the future will give more clarity on the fates of the dinosaurs as well. Thanks for watching, and until next time on Extinct Zoo.
Dude, I fucking hate these academics, man. Oh, dude. They suck. Like, they are,
These are the...
They just can't allow anything. It's like everything they have to fight. Scratch and claw and like fucking gouge people's eyes out rather than admit that like something is a little bit different than how you thought it was before. Like it's just so weird. Right. South America had a dinosaur population that lived alongside humans. I mean, I don't know anything about that, but you know, it's like like nothing's implausible. What's this? What's this paper? Oh, this asshole, yeah. This is that article we read in Newsweek the other day about how like ufology is it's like what does it say? It's like dangerous or something. It's ridiculous. Like alien visitation claims as a societal problem. Joke, dude. What's this? I hate to find. I can't stand this guy, but I want to know the story.
But what do you think? What are those things we're
Well, I mean, there are things you can't explain. I mean, there are things that cannot be
Clapper?
explained. Wow. And so I don't know what the explanation is for those unexplainable things. But I will say that there are phenomena that have been witnessed by multiple people that are just inexplicable by any kind of, the science available to us.
Last night on the Bill Maher Show, Real Time with Bill Maher,
I bet you were
H.R.
watching, weren't you?
McMasters was on.
Oh, H.R.
Spoke
McMasters.
about UFOs, and what he said was quite fascinating. Now, Matthew Pines, a couple weeks ago, I guess it's been more than a month now, actually, he spoke about a coup de grace. I've covered it on this channel a couple times. I'll put links in the description to the videos. A coup de grace, someone in the news who was going to come out who we would all recognize and talk about UFOs. Is this the person? Well, I don't know.
No.
But let's take a look at that clip from Matthew Pines to kind of refresh our memory.
I believe the coup de grace will be coming sometime this year with someone that everyone would recognize if they watch, if they paid attention to the news.
H.R. McMasters is not active.
So that's interesting.
In the UFO community.
Is H.R. McMasters this person?
No.
Who is H.R. McMasters exactly? According to Wikipedia, Herbert Raymond McMaster, born July 24th, 1962, is a retired United States Army Lieutenant General who served as the 25th United States National Security Advisor from 2017 to 2018. He's also known for his roles in the Gulf War, Operation Enduring Freedom, and Operation Iraqi Freedom. And again, last night on Bill Maher, he spoke about UFOs. Here's the full clip.
Illegal aliens. I mean the really illegal ones, the ones from outer space.
That's what my daughters want to know about. They're like, hey, you were National Security Advisor, you know. Right?
Years ago when there were sightings of UFOs, it was some...
This is the thing, though. It's like, if you know anything about, like, the way the information is distributed in the, intelligence areas, this guy wouldn't have any idea about aliens unless he was, like, specifically working on a project about it. There's no shit. Like, dumbass Bill Maher should, like, that's a basic level of preparation for your interview. Just, like, knowing, like, which areas this guy might have, privileged information on, You ask him about something that he is, like, roughly a comparable chance of getting right as, you or I, but whatever.
Farmer in the middle of nowhere. Okay, now it's Navy personnel.
Right.
Who say, look, we see this thing and we cannot explain it.
Right.
Look, you're a military man. I'm sure you have drinks with military people, just like I have drinks with comedians.
Dude, he didn't.
You talk shop. You
First
guys
time I've ever
must
seen
talk
him, like,
about
not
this.
be wasted. That's been a question.
What's going on?
That's my next book, Bill. I can't talk about it. No.
He's fucking sloshed every single second of every single show.
Information, okay, I know you know about the aliens.
Well, I mean, here's my theory, is that the president would have to know, when you got into office, if there was Area 51 and this was going on.
Yeah.
Again, Bill, it's all fucking need to know, man. I'm telling you. You don't get access to anything like that. You have to ask for it. Like, they have to basically do, like, a FOIA request if they want to get read in on stuff. Otherwise, it's like it gets back on the line.
It would have to inform the president. Trump was president, he would have blabbed it by now.
That's not exactly. That's not true, right? And again, people who know anything at all would agree with that as well, right? Like, have you seen every single time you see Trump asked about it, he always has this pissed off look on his face, like he knows enough to know that he's not on the inside, and it drives him nuts. Just feed him to the aliens. That's our custom here.
What are those things we're
Well, I mean, there
one
are
of our
things you can't
elders.
explain. I mean, there are things that cannot be explained.
Wow.
And so I don't know what the
dude?
explanation is for those unexplainable things, but I will say that there are phenomena that have been witnessed by multiple people that are just inexplicable by any kind of, the science of it.
What if I ate his brain and then became a Zionist shill? I wonder if it'd be temporary.
Available to us.
Well, let's hope your fourth tour of duty doesn't have to be Mars. Thank you very much, General.
What the fuck does that mean, Bill? Like,
Now,
it's
they
just,
bring up
what?
Donald Trump in this.
Your next fourth tour of duty doesn't have to be Mars. What? Fuck.
Back and forth, right? This discussion, which it's so short, right? Kind of comes
weird.
at the end of the interview. And I think maybe they meant to talk more about it, but just didn't have the time. But what H.R. McMaster said there is fascinating, right? And it does give a lot of credence to just the idea that there are things flying around that we don't know what they are, right? UFOs are real. It's not a game anymore. The bigger question now is, what are they?
Patrick, I don't need
And
to
that's a big
remind
step
myself
forward.
of that over and over
And they
again.
spoke about Donald Trump, right? Like if Donald Trump knew, he would have spilled the
Well, he
beans
does,
by
like-
now, right? Well, let's take a look at what Donald Trump said
like the
about
worst-
6 years ago to George Stephanopoulos.
Yeah, he's he's got like the motivated reasoning of like a some fucking non-expert like Rube, but also like like this self-assuredness of somebody who doesn't know that they don't know, and too many unknown unknowns. Yeah. Yeah, that lighting is terrible, right? Yeah. Oh no, Patrick's lighting. Oh, yeah, this is like peak bisexual lighting.
What are they? And that's a big step forward. And they spoke about Donald Trump, right? Like if
He's
Donald
like
Trump knew,
mastered.
he would have spilled the beans
like,
by
this
now,
is it,
right?
Well,
let's take a look at what Donald Trump said
it's hit
about
a zenith
6 years
in
ago
originality
to George
and expression.
Stephanopoulos.
As we mentioned, George also asked President Trump about reports of UFO sightings, and the president for the first time spoke about being briefed on this subject.
What?
You and I, we know we disagree about that, but we have a whole day ahead to go on this. Before we go, one of the things you have as president is the access to all the information in the world, all the mysteries out there. And I was just struck in the last couple of weeks, we're reading more and more reports of Navy pilots seeing lots and lots of UFOs.
See, look at him, he's pissed
on
off.
that. What do you make of it?
I think it's probably. I want them to think whatever they think. They do
See,
say.
he doesn't know what to say,
I've
man.
seen and I've read and I've heard, and I did have one very brief meeting on it. But people are saying they're seeing UFOs. Do I believe it? Not particularly.
Do you think you'd know
Not
if there were evidence of extraterrestrials?
Well, I think our great pilots would know. And some of them really see things that are a little bit different than in the past. So we're going to see. But we'll watch it. You'll be the first to know.
A little bit different than in the past.
I want to be the first to know.
I mean, Trump's been asked about UFOs since the beginning, right? Clearly, as you can see there.
Everyone
and
is.
he's willing to come out with the information, it seems like.
No,
he even had a conversation with his son, Don Jr., about something similar, right?
I mean,
Roswell UFO.
if he could fucking monetize it in some way, but I don't think he's very bright. Like, he's not like innovative or anything, right? Like, he doesn't have like good ideas like to do new business ventures, right? He just like look at this shit he does. He does like shit that's been around for like hundreds of years, and he just does like a shittier version of it with his name on it. Like, I don't think he could like figure it out, right? like Gary Nolan, right? Seems to be positioning himself to like be a fucking leader once the industry pops off. He's like taking the gamble that like the industry's gonna fucking pop off. Which, I mean, if he is as confident as he is, then that's a good investment, I think, right? I don't know. Nolan's pretty confident. It's like, again, it's like I like to remind people that like the people in the world who know the absolute most by a long shot about this topic and any kind of like other like alternative theory of anything, like it's gonna be just in like really like finely tuned like specialist, um just in very narrow range of shit that they're truly experts in.
UFOs. Let's take a listen.
Before you leave office, will you let us know if there's aliens? Because this is the only thing I really want to know. I want to know what's going on. Would you ever open up Roswell and let us know what's really going on there?
So many people ask me that question.
I know, it sounds almost ridiculous, but it's actually the real question I want to know. It sounds like a cute
question, but it's actually, there are millions and millions of people that want to go.
This is the coolest thing Don Jr.'s ever done.
I won't talk to you about what I know about it, but it's very interesting. But Roswell's a very interesting place with a lot of people that would like to know what's going on.
So you're saying you may declassify, you'll take it?
Well, I'll have to think about that one, right?
He doesn't know. That's what I mean.
Look, everyone wants to know.
He like has to request specific program names to be read in on in order for like the need to know thing. Because like you have to show that you even like for starters you know the name of the program. Like if you absolutely have to be told about it, and it's like the all that shit he says about like the deep state's out to get me or whatever. They're never they fucking capital loves him, right? But like if there was going to be any kind of like institutional pushback, that's like where it would be, right? Like fucking keeping him out of it. I also think that like these legacy guys, like they see it as like they're like theirs like nobody else. Like they've been working on it for like fucking decades. Is that the way? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's need to know and compartmentalize and all that shit, but like you have to know what you need to know. From what I understand. I mean, I guess someone could tell you, then they probably get in trouble or whatever. But I think it's like it's mostly it seems to be like a way to prevent people who are like not in their inner circle from getting into. It just seems like a massive grift, honestly. Like there's just a shitload of money completely outside of oversight with no like there's no like receipts or like anything like accounting. Oh.
To know about UFOs, even Don Jr., everybody, right? What is going on? What is the truth? And most recently, Donald Trump's comments from just a few days ago on the Lex Friedman podcast. This is his most up-to-date sort of comment on UFOs and what he would do with that information.
A lot of people are very interested in footage of UFOs. The Pentagon has released a few videos, and there's been anecdotal reports from fighter pilots. So a lot of people want to know, will you help push the Pentagon to release more footage, which a lot of people claim is available?
Oh, yeah, sure, I'll do that. I would do that. I'd love to do that.
That's my favorite answer.
I have to do that.
His cadence there. like is so great. Like, what the fuck is going on there?
Footage, which a lot of people claim is available.
Oh yeah, sure, I'll do that. I would do that. I'd love to do that.
I'm sure I'll do that. I'd love to do that. Oh, I'll do that. I would do that. I'd love to do that. What the fuck? It's like there's like three different tenses. He's like, yeah, just past, present, and future. I'm doing that, dude. Like, I'm all over it. He also looks like he was nodding off in the beginning, didn't he? He was like, oh, yeah, I would do that. Yeah, yeah.
I have to do that. But they
Yeah, I
also
have
pushing
to
me
do
on
that
Kennedy.
now. There you go.
And I did release a lot, but I
No,
had
you
people
didn't.
come to me
Stop
and
lying.
beg me not to do it. But I'll be doing that very early on.
So I don't know about y'all, man. This is quite fascinating acknowledgement. Like, it's not a huge conversation that H.R. McMaster's had with Bill Maher, of course, right? It's like a minute clip or whatever. But the acknowledgement of what he said is huge, right? On such a big platform as well. Again,
what do you
the
mean?
idea that if UFOs are real or not, if there are things flying around that we don't know what they are, that is real. Again, we don't know what they are. There's things flying around.
Guys like
we don't know what they are. So I don't think this is the coup de grace. I don't think this is the.
I think fucking cowardly, like, you know, influencers and afraid to like go out on a limb with some crank shit. I think that's what's holding us back. Like, these guys are constantly like having to convince themselves and their audience over and over and over again that it's like real. It's just like, what? You need to be. I think that like guys like this or anybody who's gonna like fucking research anything, it's like, look at those documents, whatever that thing was in the. I should get the exact citation. Hold on. They fucking say it. They're like, it's a. Um, mm, 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 yeah, let's go find a real YouTuber. Patch. I hate this guy. I don't know why I clicked on his video. I never do, and I need to. Again, speaking of having the courage, I need to have the courage to avoid fucking second guessing my first instincts.
Сейчас у нас растет интерес к китайскому языку. Почему? Да потому что контактов много. Бизнес развивается соответствующим образом. Очень много партнеров.
Really? How come you didn't speak it there? Like, towards, I mean, yeah. It's just the evidence is too overwhelming at this point. It's just like, oh, I know what I was saying. Yeah, okay. Like, if you're gonna talk about this stuff on the internet, you owe it to your people to at least understand, like, what are the overarching, like, narratives that the establishment's trying to push, and like, how are they trying to respond on a particular issue? That's highly suspect, is right. You have to know, like, what the types of ways that they lie to you and that they misinform the public, and you need to be able to like warn your audience about it. Like, look, I know you thought this was this, but did you ever think maybe it's not because of these aspects? Just broke my heart with their fucking Zionist, whatever. There's Kambugas. Kambugas. I need to go see Alien. Sophisticated disinformation campaign against the American people. Yeah, I need to maintain that policy. I usually, I don't even fucking grab them anymore. I went back on it. What am I doing? Oh, I'm in Discord. Dear Lord, took so many of my people. Okay, I think I'm finally ready to watch this.
Hi, it's me, Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut. Welcome back to Blue Origin for part 2 of my
Check
tour
it
with
out.
them. Now, in part 1, we went inside the factory,
I was waiting for
saw where
Realin.
New
God
Glen's
damn it.
being built. It was amazing. If you haven't seen that, definitely watch it. But in part 2 here today,
I forgot
we'll
about
see
that.
the massive mid-section of New Glen's booster. Then I'll be
I just want to
taking
see
you out to the
Bezos'
launch pad.
face.
We're going to be going to Slick 36, where New Glenn will be launching from. We're going to walk around and see all the crazy stuff. It's all just massive. They've got the Pathfinder out there right now. We'll even take you up the tower to see beautiful views of Cape Canaveral. And again, we have an awesome tour guide with Jeff Bezos. So let's get started.
We're building a big lunar building. You'll see there's some construction.
Well, yeah, he couldn't get her after it, right?
Building for building our.
He had to admit it, and he admitted that he didn't actually think they were communist either, right? That was fucking great. I'd never seen him admit anything like that, and I've been saying that all along. I think Trump would have a larger mass appeal if he just took the occasional L, right? Just fucking take an L once in a while, right? Like you will it's got, it'll sting for a second, but then people will forgive you or whatever I don't even know what you're afraid of, but don't worry about it, dude. Like when you're wrong, you're wrong. It's like, I think it's so obnoxious. And it's like the people who liked him because he was belligerent, they're not going to stop liking him if he's slightly less belligerent. No.
Lunar landers.
I love the plurality of lunar landers. That makes me
I feel that too. I like that too.
Yeah, what if we run a moon colony and you had to
That's what's so cool is that
melt him?
It's a golden age.
It is.
Use him for
It's a
rocket
golden
fuel.
age.
Wouldn't that be sick?
It's really exciting.
You fucking.
You'll
oh my
like.
God. Oh my God. This fucking
I have
puke.
strong feeling.
I have a
golden age, my ass. Like, are you fucking kidding me? This guy. It's like all the memes about all the government subsidies SpaceX gets are wrong. This should actually be about this guy. All the other Elon companies get subsidies, but this fucking SpaceX earns it, unlike this fucking scumbag. This guy's gotten billions and billions of dollars and produced not a damn thing. And it's like the worst part about him too is that NASA saw him coming a mile away and they were like, no, we don't. That guy's got to prove his rocket flies before we're going to give him a contract. And then he fucking bribed a bunch of shitty fucking politicians who had the redrafted the NASA budget to give him an additional multi-billion-dollar deal, which again I want to say just so we're clear, never produced a single rocket, never produced a single engine for the market, has just back orders a mile long, and he fails the lawsuit. First, he applies for the contract, doesn't win it because he's not produced anything ever. Then he sues, loses, finally gets his politician friends to bribe the whatever pigeon shoehorn him in there, and still no rockets, nothing completed, and he bids for another contract. I mean, just he it's I don't know, like SpaceX was like innovative, and it was like an area that was like ripe for disruption, you know, to use the lingo, because it was like literally a single company, you know. It was like Lockheed and Boeing had like a merger to do launches, so it was just astronomical, you know, shit. Like it was just the price was going up, and the innovation and technology was going down, and there was just it was stagnant. It wasn't even stagnant. It was like backwards, and he came in and like just like did like a normal rocket that's just like a basic thing that you're making if you're trying to make an efficient rocket and not just like extract money for the MIC, right? You just showed that like this whole legacy space paradigm was about nothing more than just peak extraction, you know.
Little idea, I think, based on the size.
This is the final assembly bay.
Like it's just like the light water reactors we have, right? Like the nuclear reactors that we have for nuclear power are the shitty ones. Like they're not they're not like anywhere close to like, you know, a good design. We just have them because it's helpful for plutonium refinement, you know, like our uranium refinement, right? So we've been saddled with this inferior design for decades. Also, they could fucking enrich uranium slightly quicker, you know? And their astronauts are still stuck up there. Again, that's their competition too, right? I mean, Boeing hasn't been able to complete a project either. That's what I was saying. They just gave up, right? Like they realized they couldn't really compete with SpaceX, so they just gave up effectively. And I I feel like this what this guy's doing. He's just gonna try to get as much money as he can from the government, like get while the getting's good, and it still looks like he might one day turn in a rocket and get as many deals as he can that he'll never perform, and just ride off into the sunset, like, or you know, as in just take all your shit and walk away, like not they roll out the red carpet for you.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Look at him, dude.
So, this is I showed you the, if you think with the aft section.
Yep.
And the forward section.
Yep.
This is the mid section. So this is the flight article.
See, people think Elon doesn't know anything about rockets.
This building.
Like, he sounds like a fucking genius compared to Bezos. Like
the aft and the forward.
You can tell, like the shit that Elon knows is like he's played Kerbal Space Program a bunch, right? That's like pretty. I'd say that that's the extent of his knowledge. Bezos hasn't even done that, man. He doesn't even know like very basic things.
Okay. And
he's never even watched like a PBS documentary about the moon landing, you know? Like he's like, or maybe he has. He's watched maybe like an hour long one, but not like, you know, multi-part like long one. Like, I bet I would have to guess. Jumpsuit? What do you mean?
This is that thermal protection cloth that we invented. This is a nickel alloy. This leading edge is just a high temperature nickel alloy.
So that won't need additional thermal protection.
This will handle the thermal. It's heavy.
Yeah.
That's why we don't use it everywhere. It does the job, but it's heavy.
Yeah.
I wonder how many fucking hobos he's murdered.
And we've tested it many times.
He's definitely murdered hobos.
Be highly reusable without refurbishment.
And this is the bottom of the straight because it cants up a little bit here where the aft section has that skirt.
You're very observant. That is correct. Well done.
See what I mean?
It gives you a sense of how big the leading edge is, though.
That's where the straight gets attached.
He knows nothing about the rockets or the scene, you know, or like the fucking like what's going on at Cape Canaveral, like what the fucking space nerds online say about everything, like that he doesn't even, yeah.
attached. Oh, crazy.
And this strake more than pays for itself in terms of landing propellant savings.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
It makes sense. I've actually done it. I don't know if you ever played Kerbal Space Program or seen it at all.
I have.
See?
I'm not good.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. You liar.
One of my kids is very good.
Really? Oh, that's
Liar.
cool. It's such a fun tool or
Oh,
game.
there you are.
Know,
It's
fun
for
Might
learning
wanna
some of
watch
those
it
things.
with
I
that,
remember,
dude.
you know, at some point you start playing around with that kind of stuff and you realize,
By the
wow,
way,
the atmosphere can
a
do
little more subtle and not as big an effect. It helps on ascent.
Really?
Because it gives us lift.
If you kind of fly a little bit
You fly
into the wind.
very small.
Yeah.
But
Fucking
you fly
dude,
at a
you see-
slight angle.
Huh.
And it's like an airplane wing.
No way.
It gives you lift.
Yeah, makes
And
sense.
you're basically stealing momentum.
Right.
He's so full
right.
of shit. Oh my god. Rolling on Molly this whole interview. I mean,
This is the tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
So these big lines, one of them.
I imagine these guys all have like a stack. You know, they have like a designer drugs or something that's like perfectly geared towards like their every movement. That's what I would do. I would have like, I would have like like one of those Michael Jackson doctors, but like also a chemist. You know, just like fucking. Give me give me an extra dash of the fucking, the fucking downers today. Put some extra K in my dose, like whatever mood you're in, just like crisp that up. That's how you know you made it. When you have a Michael Jackson doctor.
Is autogenous pressurization for the LNG tank.
Yep.
And one of them is autogenous pressurization for the aux tank.
Yep.
So we're taking
fucking
hot.
pressure for your mom, bro.
It's warm. It's not really hot.
Yeah.
We're taking warm.
I never watched Billions. I should watch
GOX.
that.
Yep.
And putting it into the aux tank.
You can't say fucking
and
Gox. Shut up,
warm
dude.
LNG
You're not allowed to say
gas.
Gox.
Yep.
And putting it into the LNG tank.
I love that.
And so, and then the other one is
Gox,
the
your
other tunnel
fucking
is for
bald head, bro.
nitrogen.
Yep. And so nitrogen needs to go down that way because it still is
Gox
maybe
your
using the
mom.
engines as a heat exchanger.
Yeah, and it's
then
used on
sometimes?
both sides of the vehicle.
Okay. And
So if we walk down, you can actually see. So we can tell which one of these.
Gox him so hard.
So see, you can tell the center one is the
I'm
GOX.
start saying that. It's gonna be cool.
Because this is the aux. This is the LOX tank.
Yep.
The LOX tank is
Stop
on
it
the
with your
bottom.
fucking oxes, Baldy.
The LNG tank is on the
Cut it
top.
out, man.
And do you know why?
Stop oxing all over the place.
So
LOX
is 3 times heavier.
Yeah.
Right. So a little more actually, 3.1, 3.2, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so you care a lot about the structural loads.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can keep the structural loads on the bottom, if you can keep the heavy things on the
Oh, right.
bottom,
You don't need.
you don't have to carry those. If we put the
No
LOX on the
fucking
top,
clue what he's talking about, man.
then the LNG tank walls
Would have to be-
we have to carry all of the load
Right.
for millions of pounds of LOX.
Right.
You gotta carry millions of
So
pounds
if you
of
invert
load.
it, it's
More
just-
like it,
So
man.
this way, you want to the degree that you can do so.
Yeah.
You want the heavier things on the top. I mean, so the lighter things on the top,
Right. Yeah.
Just fucking
and the
asshole.
heavier things on the bottom, because that would be more structurally efficient.
Yeah. Kind of like a pyramid almost.
Yeah,
like
you've got
the-
4 million pounds of thrust, almost 4 million pounds of thrust,
Mhm.
pushing.
Yeah.
And so anything heavy up high is going to force you to have more structural integrity to
Yeah.
react
More
to those loads.
microtubule content.
And also,
Now, there's nothing you can do about the payload and other things. Those have to
Right.
be high. You
Yep.
just have to accept that.
Yep.
But you can put the LOX on the bottom.
yeah.
And then there are other things that can come into play, especially with doing a vertical landing. You do need your center of gravity to be high enough
Right.
that you can maneuver the tail.
That motherfucker ain't never turning in a rocket. Never. Dude. He's never gonna do any of his fucking shit. Never. Like, we're gonna die before they turn in that fucking that engine. Good. For the best. Everyone knows trading one monopolist for another never hurt anybody. That's always worked out great, right? Dude, where's all my good videos? Give me ass suggestions. Give me that good crank. Low energy Trump. The Tajik Civil War. I'm sure this probably goes pretty hard. CNN forced to admit China debt trap diplomacy lies? Really?
Hello， 大家好，欢迎回到外媒看中国，我是安国人。This week saw a massive gathering of African leaders in China for the 3-yearly Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, with leaders from more than 50 African nations heading to Beijing for the 3-day event. President Xi announced more than US $50 billion in support over the next 3 years, which might usually lead Western media to push the debt trap diplomacy myth. But guess what? CNN appears to have received the memo to stop using that fake news trope for now, with the majority of African nations confirming Chinese debt trap diplomacy is just another Western coping mechanism. Western media can no longer afford to support such outright lies. Today, I'll take a closer look. This is Reports on China. I'm Andy Borham in Shanghai. Let's get reporting. Over 10,000 kilometers of railways, nearly 100,000 kilometers of highways,
what if I got like
almost
a
100 ports, over 200 schools, and more than 130
cool,
hospitals. Those are just some of the massive projects China undertook across the African continent between the year 2000 and 2022. But if it was left up to Western media reporters, you'd never know that, since the collective West has played a key role not in helping Africans, but plundering their resources and sucking them dry. That is all changing partly thanks to China shining a massive light on the need to help Africa develop, which has forced Western nations to realize that their gig is up. One of the main tools Western governments and media used to slow down China's role in working towards Africa's development was the term debt trap diplomacy, the idea that China was just helping that continent's nations build roads and railways and schools and hospitals and ports so that it could ultimately force Africans to give up those resources to Chinese control. Of course, that was all just another Western example of the Tonya Harding attitude, showing that the US-led West is much more comfortable smashing other countries in the kneecaps than helping the world to prosper equally. And that desire to knock the rest of the world down, at least when it comes to China's partnerships with Africa, clearly became so obvious that Western media could no longer get away with smearing that win-win cooperation as debt trap diplomacy. Many of the Western mainstream media articles I've read on the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, which just wrapped up in Beijing this week, perhaps reluctantly avoid the debt trap myth altogether. CNN, in their article titled, "Xi Jinping had one message for dozens of visiting African leaders: choose China," did even better. Despite waiting until paragraph 17, they announced that the debt trap diplomacy myth is now a non-starter. Better late than never, I guess. Analysts have largely debunked earlier debt trap claims that Beijing was purposefully seeking to in-debt countries in order to gain leverage over their assets, as it lent towards the construction of highways, rail lines, and power plants across Africa, under Xi's flagship Belt and Road Initiative, the article said. Wow, what a turnaround. But other media have yet to receive the memo. BBC's Africa analyst Paul Malley couldn't bring himself to use the term debt trap diplomacy directly or level any concrete accusations, instead choosing to use non-professional and generalized smears, without providing any sources. He wrote, China is regularly accused of inducing African countries to take on too much debt. Paul, my friend, that is not journalism. Even in a high school essay, you can't just say someone is accused of something without offering sources. I suspect that is because if he delved too deeply, Paul would have to admit that what he's trying to suggest is pure codswallop. That's because, like CNN's Simone McCarthy admitted, China is also not seen by observers to be the main cause of African debt distress in most cases, with debt to its lenders making up a comparatively small portion of the continent's overall public debt. And she's completely right. London-based think tank Chatham House conducted research on Chinese debt in Africa back in 2022, finding that Chinese lenders accounted for just 12% of private and public external debt on the continent. If Africa is indeed in debt crisis, shouldn't Western media cast its attention at its largest creditors? Why not pressure the World Bank to offer debt relief?
Yep.
Well, we all know why.
Yep. Lost civilization in North America.
Pre-Columbus America was a very unique place. While the rest of the world explored and discovered new lands, the civilizations in the Americas
your voice
were
sounds like
locked in
this, just using
isolation.
AI.
A once great civilization that had metallurgy and a huge system of mound cities all across the mainland US was completely wiped out, leaving their pyramid mounds in ruin and regressing back into the Stone Age, with only few pockets of cultures that still use things like copper tools. All before the Europeans arrived. The civilization I'm referring to is known as the Mississippian culture. They were the most organized and widespread culture in the US and Canada, equal only to that of the Aztec to the south of them, and Inca in Peru. But when the first explorers arrived, all their cities were already buried, and their once huge pyramids had been left to ruin and taken over by nature. Some of them still exist in people's yards and on golf courses or parks, completely unrecognized. This is a truly lost civilization. And the only reason we really know about them is because they left behind such impressive structures. Similar to something you'd see in Mexico or Guatemala or Peru. And they were completely abandoned in the mid-14th century AD, over 100 years before Columbus arrived in the Caribbean. And this wasn't the only civilization that was completely wiped out just before the arrival of the Spanish. Archaeological evidence shows that Chichen Itza itself was still in use sometime around the 13th century, but by the time the Spanish arrived in the 16th century was no longer a major inhabited center, only being used as a religious place of pilgrimage to remember the old days of the Mayan classical period. To the north of the Mesoamericans, in the American Southwest and northern Mexico, multiple cultures were experiencing extreme changes and were migrating away from their ancestral homelands, or disappearing completely, such as the ancestral Pueblo and Hohokam peoples. An old civilization known as the Anasazi disappeared sometime around the year 1275 to 1300 AD, said to be due to massive droughts and climate change in the region. However, historians say other factors may have been at play as well. Even the Aztecs said they themselves migrated from somewhere in the north during the 13th century. The Sican culture on the northern coast of Peru was wiped out around 1375 due to a severe El Niño event that caused devastating floods and droughts. And even the Norse settlements on Greenland fell into decline and were abandoned sometime around the 15th century. Most say due to the Little Ice Age period, from about 1250 to 1860 AD. And multiple other cultures declined and or died out around this time period as well, such as the Tiwanaku, the Wari culture, the Toltec, the Tarona culture, the Nicarao and Choroteca cultures, the Chachapoya culture, the Thule and Dorset in northern Canada, the Fremont culture, and probably many other smaller groups as well. If any of you guys out there watching this know any of these disappeared cultures I didn't mention, please tell us in the comments. A lot of other cultures in addition to these I've mentioned were written off as being wiped out by the arriving Europeans through war and disease, but the truth is that most were in major decline before Columbus even arrived. And this mini Ice Age period is just the beginning of it. It seems America was experiencing a major cataclysmic reset during this period before Columbus. A dark age, where cold, disease, drought, and natural disaster were powerful enough to take out large populated city centers, leaving them in absolute ruin, unrecognizable from the surrounding geology in many cases. Just take a look at some of these sites. The largest being the Mississippian site of Cahokia, where we clearly see a huge pyramid once stood here. It looks just like the pyramids we see at Olmec cities, or at Teotihuacan, buried by some kind of unknown cause. Archaeological evidence has shown this site had been abandoned for about 150 years before the time the Spanish arrived, and we have no idea why exactly. And there's tens of thousands of smaller mound sites dotted along the major rivers of the US. We find them all over the eastern region, and as far as the Mississippi River and its tributaries to the west, and as far north as Minnesota. Think of the major rivers as highways. The natives would use these to travel from mound city to mound city. Only in their prime, these mounds were more than just hills. And they weren't just platforms to build houses on either, or simple burial mounds. Bricks and stones have been found at the base of some of these. These were sacred temples of the time, just like we see with mounds in Ireland, built by the Celts, or the Mayan cities, or as mentioned before, Teotihuacan, where cultures from all over would gather for annual rituals, including a flood myth reenactment, where the entire site would be intentionally flooded, and the pyramids would look like islands. We find a similar belief in ancient Egypt, where the pyramids represent the primordial mound from which the god Ra created the world. But now, much like the ziggurats of Babylon, or the Mesoamerican pyramids, or the pyramids in China, the sites all lie in ruin, swept over with earth and grass, possibly intentionally buried, or wiped out by extreme natural disaster. In their heyday, these sites were adorned with all sorts of structures, stairs, bricks that have been turned back to mud, seashells, copper, mica, and they looked like huge pyramid-shaped temples. At Cahokia, they even had erected a woodhenge, looking like something from the British Isles. And it's clear this was their calendar.
Woodhenge?
People would travel from everywhere to see this place in its prime. There's even evidence they had contact with the tribes in the southwest and the Aztec in Mexico.
Really?
These Mississippians had no iron tools, but they did use copper mined from the Great Lakes region pretty extensively. Their art and ornaments were copper, their farming equipment and building tools were mostly copper. But after the downfall of this once great civilization along the Mississippi, Native Americans almost all forgot this technology, and regressed back to stone tools around the year 1350. So what happened that wiped out such a large and organized civilization? There's of course more ruins than just the mounds though. In the southwest we have the ancestral Pueblo culture ruins, at places like Chaco Canyon, Mesa Verde, and Canyon de Chelly. Some of these being extremely well-built cliffside dwellings, in some of the driest areas of the country. They had irrigation systems that transported water for miles, bringing it right to their cliffside homes. Nobody knows why they built this way, but these areas were thought to have been abandoned around the 13th century. The other tribes around the southwest all have their own stories of a once massive civilization that lived in the southwest region of the US. The Hopi, in their oral tradition, have stories of multiple previous resets, the last of which wiped out this great civilization. According to Hopi belief, Spider Grandmother led the Hopi people to the current world from a previous one. Along the way they passed through and left behind earlier peoples who had built large structures and lived advanced lives, but had failed to maintain spiritual harmony. The Zuni also tell stories of their ancestors who built large cities and had a great civilization. Their stories say these people were searching for what they call the center place, which is where the Zuni inhabit now. Like the Hopi and Aztec, they have complex migration stories in which their ancestors traveled through different regions and encountered various ancient peoples along the way. These migrations are often guided by spiritual beings, and the Zuni recognized that earlier, ancient civilizations had existed and left behind significant structures and knowledge. These Hopi and Zuni people, as well as the Navajo, share a belief in a people called the Kachinas, spiritual beings that are closely connected to their history in the land. Some stories suggest that the Kachinas themselves may have been associated with ancient peoples who were more advanced and built these massive structures in the region. But where are these now? Well, one theory suggests those structures built by a predecessor civilization before this past reset are in such ruin, they're almost indistinguishable from the surrounding geology.
Yeah, or they're beneath it. Or or that.
We see this a lot with ancient structures. Seemingly entire walls of brick and stone have melded into the earth. Sometimes they appear to be melted like volcanic lava flows, are carved out of sheer rock. Oftentimes structures have been flooded over and buried in sediment, and baked in this mud for so many thousands of years that they were petrified in stone, and their molecular structure changes just as a fossil changes from bone, calcium phosphate, to calcite, iron, or silica, same process that petrifies trees. And the Southwest is full of massive geological formations that look just like ruins turned to stone. And of course, this is where we find huge petrified forests as well. Many of the formations in the region are actually named as if they're some kind of ancient temple. And another aspect of this theory is the gold. In a lot of these old stories from Native Americans and early explorers, the cities were adorned with gold and other precious metals. And if that were the case, and this area suffered an intense cataclysm, like a great flood, all this gold would have sunk beneath the lighter sediment and been reshaped under enormous pressure and heat until it resembles gold nuggets again. And we find huge gold deposits around many of these areas, such as in Arizona and Nevada. Alright, so we talked about the thousands of mound sites that went abandoned around 1350, and the abandonment of ancestral Pueblo sites, like Chaco Canyon and Mesa Verde in the 1200s. And also the Viking sites in Greenland and Canada that were abandoned sometime around the 14th and 15th century. And also the stories from the tribes in the southwest of a great predecessor civilization. But what could be the reason for all this? Historians usually say these civilizations were destroyed from things like war, drought, famine, or disease, but that's just part of the bigger picture. The Viking colonies and predecessors to modern-day Inuit tribes, the Dorset and Thule cultures, experienced massive reductions in populations across the north due to something we refer to now as the Little Ice Age. This began around the year 1300 and lasted for over 500 years. Many try to act like this only affected the northern regions, but in actuality it caused changes all over North America, and Europe too. Before this period, North America was much warmer, and experienced better growing seasons, especially the southwest. This area is thought to have been much wetter at the time, and more temperate. North America in general was much more wet in its past. I have a video going into detail on all this, I'll link that below, but around 10,000 years ago, North America had a giant freshwater lake, around the size of the Caspian Sea, in central Canada, reaching down into northern Minnesota.
That's crazy.
And many other large lakes comparable to the Great Lakes dotted the western US. And the Great Lakes themselves were much larger. Even the Central Valley in California was completely filled with water. This was all that melted water from the huge Laurentide ice sheet that covered North America just around 12,000 years ago. Over thousands of years, the water slowly drained from these lakes, drying out the land and leaving us with what we have today. So before this Little Ice Age period, around 1300, North America still had remnants of these huge lakes. The Great Lakes may have been much larger. The Great Salt Lake in Utah was 3 or 4 times larger than it is today. Lake Tulare in the California Central Valley was still there, and many others as well. But with the freezing of much of the northern regions, the water stopped flowing, and areas started to dry up significantly. This could have depleted the cliff dwellers' unknown water source. It could have made regions of the northern US, such as Illinois, where Cahokia is, very harsh in the winter, making farming difficult. And all this would have caused war and strife and destabilization. We're not exactly sure what caused this cooling of the Earth during the Little Ice Age, but it was most likely volcanic eruptions blocking the sun, or changes in solar activity caused by a grand solar minimum. But the extent of destruction in the Americas could have been huge. And this anomalous activity from the sun or a massive volcano would have no doubt coincided with huge natural disasters, of which we can see the results of. We talked about the Great Drought in the southeast, but there was also massive flooding of the Mississippi River that could have been responsible for burying much of these mound sites. According to oral traditions, there was a great earthquake in the Rio Grande Valley, sometime around the 1490s. And we can see through geological evidence that extremely severe hurricanes were flooding the eastern seaboard regularly at this time. There was a large earthquake on the New Madrid fault line, spoken of in oral histories as well around 1480, as well as major earthquakes in the northwest around the 1450s. And Mount St. Helena also erupted sometime in the 13th century. Even after this period from the 1500s to the 1800s, when we were actually recording these sorts of things, America experienced record-breaking natural disasters. The 9.0 Cascade earthquake in the 1700s, and the 8.1 New Madrid earthquake in 1811, or the 7.9 1906 San Francisco earthquake. In Native American mythologies, it's often believed that the god deities are responsible for such natural disasters. The Cherokee and Lakota believe in creatures called thunder beings and wind spirits, supernatural entities associated with thunderstorms and the weather, whose battles and conflicts are often seen as manifesting as great storms. Or the Kachinas and the Hopi spoken of earlier, whose conflicts often involve battles to maintain balance and harmony in the world. These remind me of the battles the gods have in other mythologies, like the Greek, Germanic, Semitic, and the Vedic. In the Vedic or Hindu texts, the gods at times obtain advanced weaponry that have great powers of destruction. One of them, called the Brahmastra, is said to completely wipe out entire regions. It's said to be a fiery weapon that creates a fierce fireball, blazing up with terrible flames and countless horrendous thunder flashes. When discharged, all nature, including trees, oceans, and animals, tremble. The sky surrounds with flames, glaciers melt, and mountains shatter with copious noise all around. It causes collateral damage to every useful resource in a given area, and prevents even a single blade of grass from ever growing in that area again. It is said that there will be no rainfall in that area for 12 Brahma years.
That's crazy.
The Native American oral stories also speak of the Great Flood that wiped out a predecessor people. We talked about the Aztec and Hopi having this story, but many other tribes share this belief, including the Cherokee, Iroquois, Lakota, Ojibwe, Navajo, and many others. So many cataclysmic events took place in America's past, from the melting of the Laurentide ice sheets to extreme drought in the Southwest, and major record-breaking earthquakes and flooding, much of which took place during the period just before the arrival of Columbus, during the onset of the Mini Ice Age in 1300 AD. Some have theorized that during this time, the Americas actually experienced rapid geological changes as well, lowering of sea levels due to the buildup of ice around the poles, causing the changes we see on old maps compared to today. One, for example, was a map of Lake Superior in the mid-1700s that shows islands that are no longer above the water in Lake Superior.
Wow.
Or maps that show certain regions as they could have looked during glacial maximum. Alaska and the Bering Sea region were always depicted exactly as they would have looked during glacial maximum, on maps being written in the 15, 16, and 1700s. Maybe this little ice age froze more areas than we previously thought, and these map makers were simply recording what they saw. Sea levels on old maps look to be much lower. Florida looks exactly like it did when ocean levels were lower.
Wow.
And even Columbus's first letters back to the King and Queen of Spain say that Cuba, what he called Juana, was larger than Scotland and England combined, which it in fact is not, unless sea levels in this area were lower.
In fact, is
This
not.
would also explain why the Vikings' routes from Iceland to Greenland were disrupted, because this ice reached much further south than scientists currently believe, and at least to some degree, sea levels were lowered. How could the creators of these old maps possibly have drawn these land masses, like we see in the Bering Strait region, exactly as they would have looked during the glacial maximum that took place around 12,000 years ago? It just doesn't make sense, unless they recorded it exactly how it looked, and the sea levels were slightly lower, which isn't too far-fetched with the whole Little Ice Age phenomenon going on at this exact time. But if this is true, then what really was the extent of the destruction in North America? It was enough to take out massive, well-organized pyramid-building civilizations that were spread out all across the land, so it must have been something major. But from what I can tell, it doesn't seem like this was just a singular event. There were probably multiple events that took place striking at the population numbers. It seems to me that this well-organized, advanced pre-Columbus America was destroyed gradually, piece by piece, and the arrival of Europeans was only the final nail in the coffin. That is, if we believe Columbus really was the first. There's another theory that speculates on the arrival of a previous people from Europe, a secret mission, completed by the powerful elites of the time. Some wonder if they had a hand in this destruction of America, intentionally wiping out civilizations to make way for a new, completely fresh continent where they could inhabit. The knowledge of the land to the west was well known among elites before Columbus. Even Columbus himself was not the first to try and get funding for an expedition. He was just the first to publicly receive it. It's very possible some wealthy group could have made the journey in private, and could have been doing so for hundreds of years. It was a popular belief among the Christian world that the land to the west was a place set aside by God to be revealed in the end times. Many believed it to be a sacred land, possibly the place where the Garden of Eden was, where Adam and Eve were banished from. So the elites of Europe sought after it, and wanted to make this a paradise in their own image. They believed it was their original homeland, their promised land, New Jerusalem. Much like the legendary city of Atlantis or Shambhala. We see the Spanish attempt to do this with the conquistadors and the destruction of the Mesoamericans and Incan people. But some theorize they were doing this long before the arrival of Columbus and Cortez, in secret, trying to cleanse the land and wipe it clean to erase it.
There's documented like records of the Egyptians traveling to Punt specifically to buy monkeys and buying monkeys and bringing them back. Like monkeys not, they're not native to North America. Like that's, they can narrow it down a little bit. It's like, who knows? The Phoenicians might have come here though. They did kind of fucking die out, like, like there's kind of mysterious right? I mean, it could have been looking a lot of people could have fucking come checked it out because it's like the um uh like the DNA signal would have to be extensive to show up, and if it had just been like small fucking trips of like handfuls of people from all over, from the west, we know that fucking what's it called? Easter Island was settled with fucking crops from both South America and fucking Polynesia, right? Um, so and people fucking got around, man. Bullshit. So no one knew how to fucking use a boat before like 500 years ago. Um, they they're still trying to accept that paradigm, the fucking whatchamacallit, the all these islands are settled thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago by like Neanderthals and shit. So like basically boats have always been a thing. And big archaeology doesn't want to accept that. I had a setting on here. I'm just setting up the new screen. And it looked dope, and now I forgot what it was, and I can't. I'm just adding all these widgets. Widgets. Whatever. Oh, shit. Can I get my DNA done? No. Easter Island DNA.
This pagan history of the natives. And
also, again, I forgot, the most blatant thing is the Teotihuacan named after the Egyptian god. That's nuts.
About their version of a paradise on Earth, where the second coming could take place. Secret societies were also heavily involved in this. I'll link to our Knights Templar playlist below. But there's all sorts of evidence showing that the Templar visited America long before Columbus. The monks associated with the Templar and other societies knew about America going all the way back to the 6th century AD. That video's on that playlist as well. And the Knights Templar very well could have shared this same aspiration for a new Atlantis or Promised Land. They were fleeing persecution from the rest of Europe, after all. These huge Templar armies could have spread disease rapidly across the region in the 12 and 1300s. And the ones they didn't kill through sickness they could have taken...
Then they would have had the antibodies like a couple hundred years later, you dumbass. Like that was why, because they hadn't encountered these diseases before, so they didn't have anything to fight them off with. If, as you say, the fucking Knights Templar infected the continent a couple hundred years before, then they,
down in war,
wouldn't have been
and the
so
later Spanish would have
susceptible,
swept away and destroyed all evidence of anybody claiming the land before them, especially a disgraced group of knights that was supposed to be extinct. Some say this was why Columbus sailed with a red cross on his sails, because the natives would have recognized this symbol. And not only that, but the natives across the Americas shared symbols with the Europeans they could have picked up from this Templar contact. Symbols that look similar to the Templar cross exist, as well as the Hamza symbol.
That's pretty cool, that one, that carving.
And the swastika are all found all throughout North America.
Swastikas are everywhere.
Among these, the tribes we've spoken of, including the Mississippians and the Mesoamericans, and in the Southwest. However, there were also early explorers after Columbus that claimed to have traveled to great cities of gold and precious stones that existed at the time, but have never been documented. The first and most notable was Francisco de Orellana, who was the first to travel up the Amazon River. He claimed to have seen great cities with huge populated city centers and temples along the river.
Turned debunker.
He even claimed to find the legendary tribe of Amazon warriors, who the Greek myths said lives at the farthest ends of the known world, giving the Amazon River its name. But nobody ever found evidence of his claims. Up until just recently, historians were convinced he was embellishing his accounts.
I feel like the fucking jungle would swallow a city in like fucking 5 minutes, especially back then, Like it must have taken him a while to like get that deep into the interior. This guy probably infected them on his way through, and then they all died out, and then no one could ever find it again because they all fucking died.
But with the invention of LiDAR scanning, we can see huge structures once existed that are almost completely flattened, and taken over by the rainforest. All over the Amazon, lost ancient structures are being discovered, and the claims of early explorers are being verified. But it's not just South America where we find these stories. Explorers like Giovanni da Verrazzano and Jean Alefonske in the 16th century reported finding a city of gold along a river in the northeast United States that they called Norumbega. It was alleged that the houses had pillars of gold, and the inhabitants were adorned in pearls on their heads, but no one ever found out what exactly they were referring to. Also in the 16th century, a ship set out along the Gulf Coast to colonize the area they called La Florida. A storm took them out along the coast of modern-day Texas, leaving only a few survivors.
Dimension jump?
Among them, a previously enslaved man by the name of Esteban the Moor, who said natives in the area found them on the brink of death and brought them to their sacred land, the Seven
like
Cities
in the
of
Earth
Gold,
Divers
Cibola.
comics?
Esteban the Moor claimed to have seen this great city with his own eyes, and he vowed to return. But he spent the rest of his life searching the southwest US and Mexico, and never found the Seven Cities of Gold again. So what happened in America during this time? We know the mini ice age took place with droughts and flooding of the Mississippi, but I think the extent of this could be vastly underestimated. For example, to have taken out such huge cities full of people, it would have had to have been cataclysmic. I think it's very possible the ocean levels could have been changing rapidly, and earthquakes and hurricanes were often much more powerful at the time. This is a fact. The oral histories of the natives speak of this, and it's unlikely that all these early explorers were exaggerating.
How they compare
It's just going to take more time and resources to prove them right. So next time you see a hill or some kind of geological formation, consider that it may be very ancient ruins that have been wiped clean through natural disaster.
Just tries hard.
Thank you for watching. If you like this topic, here's 2 more videos I think you'd find interesting. Also go check out my Knights Templar playlist. It really connects a lot of the dots on pre-Columbus America. And let me know your thoughts on all these theories in the comments.
I mean, I don't know. Just feel like I've heard all those, all that evidence a zillion times, and it's pretty unconvincing. I'm not saying it's not, didn't happen, but it's like thus far unconvincing. I mean, the Templar, like, they did have a reason to fucking just, do something like that. I think just because it was the what's it gonna call it? Not the Romanov. The fucking ruling class of Europe was like knew the Templars because they had been fucking paying interest to the Templar banks for hundreds of years. Like they tried to like repossess it all, and then they pieced out and went to Scotland for sure, but no one really knows where they went from there. I think if there's anything, it's that shit that's safe that in Nova Scotia, right? I mean, there's no like ruins or anything, right? Or nothing that's like identifiable with a particular culture, like. Is there no new chud? Official EP stream, really? Tajiks. One-eyed giant building walls. Deep tunnel. No Mars for New Glenn. Fucking New Glenn. Oh, yeah. Median Special Forces. I don't know. I gotta go to sleep. I'm exhausted. Yeah. Sped up. Yeah. I mean, you should make sure you like suck all the fucking pyramid juices out of it first, though. You need to be given the fucking establishment more fucking pyramid fucking gray matter. Oh, I forgot to tell you, fucking subscribe. I also want to tell everybody. You got a direct line to all your favorite streamers. Oh, this guy sucks, actually.